There's a real buzz in the air, isn't there? A new season of Fun Cup racing, always an exciting moment, but this year in particular could be an absolutely stellar one. It's a hugely competitive grid, it's a huge grid, 29 cars set to take the start, and none of us in Fun Cup land know who is the favourite coming into this race, coming into the championship. It's going to be a fascinating 4 hours ahead as we start to get our first glimpse into who the early season favourites might be. 4 hours of racing, and remember, they start this race with a completely random grid, so the grid is not based even slightly upon qualifying performance this morning. All of the numbers are drawn out of a hat, and this is what we have been left with. It is the 214 car for Data who start on pole. That car, I can tell you, will be started by Matt Hogg, and he will have the 49 machine of Sean Cooper, the track focus car. Great to have track focus back in the championship, starting on the front row. Then a new team to the championship, Clapham North with EDF Motorsport. The 146 car started by former MX5 racing champion, amongst many other things, Abby Eaton, in the car she shares with Mr. Clapham North, George Grant. FNS Morpheus M Sport, and X, the 553 car, that is started by Steve Walton. Row 3 for number 158, that's now G-Force branded, with Gary Summers at the wheel, with then the number 99 machine next. Lee Tech, I would pronounce that, but that's mainly because I've got family from the Lancashire town of Lee, which is of the same spelling. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Brian Heary will be in that car to start the race. 97 is next, 7th on the grid. Anglo-Asian Mining, which is started by Guido Basile. That's the car that he shares with David Clark and Steve Snooker Harris. Quite a few nicknames, I think, to come from that team. Axiometrics are next, number 103. Potential front runners, definitely. Tom Greensall at the wheel for the opening stint. Row 5 then, GCI Racing, former champions Ian Wood and Craig Butterworth. Ian Wood in for the first stint, ahead of PLR Racing, who have a brand new car. I was chatting to Neil Plimmer just now, before I came upstairs. A brand new car, that is the 403 for PLR Racing. New livery as well on the car. It is actually his teammate, Tim Wheeldon, who will be taking the start of the race. Race Logic with EDF Motorsports. That's an interesting new partnership, isn't it? With David Denyer at the wheel of the car that he shares with the brains behind the Race Logic enterprise, Julian Thomas. He's got Team FFS next, number 220. They won the sprint race here at the back end of last year, the 1 hour race. Nick Heighton in for stint number 1. Rob Boston Racing are next, number 252. Great to have the Rob Boston name on the Fun Cup grid. Another MX5 specialist team, and a former MX5 champion in Will Blackwell Chambers starting that car that he shares with former Compact Cup racer Steve Roberts and James Riley. Then it is Viking and Ursus Capital Racing's number 170 car. Former championship runners-up were Team Viking a number of years ago. That car started by Colin Kingsnorth. Exposure Lights is next, number 125. Morgan Sparrow at the wheel of the car that he shares with Roger. Then AI Racing Tech, number 263. That car started by Andrea Seminara. Starts 16th on the grid. 17th, Tropical Rocket Racing. They've outdone themselves this year with team names, I have to say. Tropical Rocket Racing, 157. That is the car started by Josh Phelps, with Signature RV next, 557. John Whitehouse in that car. That's the car that British GT race winner Marcus Clutton will be a part of the driver lineup for. Oddberries Motorsport, number 171 are next. That is... or they're running under a different team name to what I have on the sheet. I've got Fueled by Data for the Simon Lidson and Anton Yaraskog car. Simon Lidson anyway will be in for stint 1. Then multiple former champions, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, number 225. They are definitely ones to watch. Fabulous Randaccio coming from 20th on the grid. The second Rob Boston Racing car, 169, is next. That is Tom Leben. He's definitely a man to watch in this race. Tom Leben, very rapid youngster of Ginetta and single-seater fame, I seem to recall, over the last few years. He's got Sam Heading, who's gone well in Audis and MX-5s in the past for company. 212, Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, that's next. That car started by Ted Bradbury, who has sort of held the unofficial title for the last couple of years as fastest man on the grid. He might have some more competition this year, but he is starting that 212 car from 22nd, and spoke to him briefly in the lunch break. He's well up for the fight. Red River Sport are next. We still keep going down this mammoth 29 car grid. The 200 car starts 23rd and is started by Bonamy Grimes, Jolly Molam, sports car racing legend, sharing that car. 22 GT Racing, number 92, is next, and that is started by Chris Brown. Christian Rose, who these days runs the Fun Cup Championship, is a part of that driver lineup. Demon Tweaks are back, and both of their cars, ironically, drawn on the 13th row of the grid. 207 will be started by Michael Lyons, historic racing ace, and 249 is next. That is the Jason Minshaw. That's the all Minshaw car. Jason Guy and Jack Minshaw all partnering together in that car. The JPR 248 car, a higher car for JPR, is going to be starting next. That is started by Shiv Sapra, who's raced pretty much everything over the years, a lot of sort of BMW, Ginetta sort of GT production cars. He will be starting that car from 27th alongside Greenheath, number 14, regulars in the championship these days, Gary Bate and Paul Turner. Gary Bate taking the wheel at the start. And then 29th and last, the only team who knew where they were going to be starting when they arrived here this morning. In fact, they knew where they were going to be starting when they left here in October last year. That is Team GRD, just Team GRD now. That's the shortened name for the team. Chris DeVelt, Riley Phillips, Simon Rudd in the car. It is Chris starting it. They start at the back because there are reigning champions. The reigning champion from round one always has to start at the back of the grid. After that, it is the reigning race winner. So whoever wins this race will start at the back for the second round of the championship in a few weeks' time. Right, I hope you were taking notes there, John. Lots to go through, a big grid, lots of new faces as well, which I think is the thing I'm most excited about, because Fun Cup over the years, because we have so many returning drivers year after year, you sometimes can come into the first round of the championship thing, well, they'll be quick, it's the same faces. This year, though, I think that could really change.
Indeed, so many new faces. It's great to see, but so many returning very quick drivers as well. You mentioned there were Team GRD. GRD now the full title sponsors of the #1 car, and good to see them continuing to back not only Simon Rudd, one of the drivers of Team GRD, but of course the whole team as well. I've got to say as well, you were mentioning that they knew at the end of last year they'd be starting last in this race. They tried their best to not start in last, because it only says in the rules that car #1 must start in last place. So they said, well, we'll just change our number back to our usual number then, and we'll start where we want. I think Paul Rose quickly shut that one down and said, no, you are on the back row of the grid. So they will indeed start from the back row in this one. Of course, as we were mentioning, with new names coming in as well, we still have the £10,000 prize on offer for any team where all of the drivers are brand new drivers to Fun Cup. So there are 3 teams in the running for the 10 grand today if they can win today's race. That's both of the Rob Boston cars, so the 169 and the 252, and then also the 248 JPR for hire. Sadly, for the 169 Rob Boston Racing 2, they made it even more difficult for themselves because they're having to start this one from the pit lane.
Yes, engine change for that car, I believe, is the reason. That's the car started by Tom Leben. I was right. He's a former Ginetta Junior champion, actually. I've forgotten that from the COVID-affected 2020 season. Then moved into GB3, where he finished 3rd, and then after a brief stint racing international single-seaters, moved into GT racing. He was 3rd in the GT4 Winter Series for Giedlick Racing a couple of years ago, and was a silver class champion in GT4 European. So Tom Leben, who's in that car, provided they've got everything sorted on the 169 car. I can't actually see it in the pit lane at the moment. Was it a pit lane start or a back of the grid start, did you say?
I believe, yeah, pit lane start after ending change. So maybe still doing work in the box at the moment.
That would be a shame if Tom Leben isn't able to get stuck into this opening stint, but we'll keep an eye out for him when he does eventually make it out onto the track. So, place your bets, everyone. This is going to be an absolute barnstormer. I think 4 hours of racing will go by in a flash. If you've never watched the Fun Cup before and you're thinking, well, 4 hours of VW Beetles driving around quite slowly, Oulton Park, I'm not interested in that. Well, first of all, they're not VW Beetles, and second of all, and I can't emphasise this enough, this will be among the most exciting races you see all year. Of that, I'm fairly sure. 4-hour Fun Cup races are never dull, and here at Oulton Park in particular, they have a real habit of boiling down to a sprint to the flag. There's a high likelihood of safety cars here. There is rain forecast over the next few hours as well. We've got all the ingredients for a particularly unpredictable opening round of the championship. So, Seed Data on pole position, track focused alongside. The 214 car started, remember, by Matt Hogg. 49 started by Sean Cooper. Both experienced Fun Cup racers. Who gets into Old Hall Corner first and who comes out on top at the end of 4 hours of Fun Cup racing at the spiritual home of the championship? The red lights on the starting gantry go out. We're racing in 2026 and the scrum towards turn number 1 begins immediately. The Clapham North car there, 146, up the inside line to second position already. It is Sean Cooper, though, who's got the lead in the track focus car. Hold your breath. Do they all get through Old Hall safely? Yes, thank goodness they do, and make their way down towards Cascades for the first time of asking. But that 146 car on the charge, as we expected. Abby Eaton, never one to back out of a fight, is already into second position.
Yeah, Ted Bradbury there in the background using all the exit curb out of Old Hall Corner to get a couple of places there through the first couple of turns. But yes, you mentioned Abby, we were expecting her to be aggressive on that race start, and she was. Send it straight to the inside line and straight through into second place. There's Team Viking Ursus Capital making a move there as we head on down through Ireland and into Shell Oils for the first time then. Good start from Track Focus, already looking to break away, and battles continuing on behind there. GCI looking for the outside line there through Shell Oils. That one didn't work for them that time, and clearly some scuffles going on behind as well.
Yeah, Demon Tweaks car in the gravel. It has continued. It's the largely red Demon Tweaks car, and I can't actually off the top of my head remember which one's which, but they were starting together, remember, towards the back of the grid. Hopefully that wasn't Demon Tweaks on Demon Tweaks action into Shell. Brilliant start this, though, for the Track Focus car. Sean Cooper and Mike McCollum, as I said, both very experienced Fun Cup racers. I'm casting my mind back to try and recall a track-focused race win, and I can't think of one. I'll go back to my stats spreadsheets momentarily. I know they had podiums. I'm not convinced they ever won a race track-focused in the championship. We're a long way from crowning them victors in this race, but they look to have good pace early on.
Indeed, yeah, they've broken it really nicely. Clearly, Sean settling into this one well and very much into the groove with the car underneath him as we continue to press on then to the end of this first lap of, I think we can assume, quite a few here over 4 hours of racing at Oulton Park. We press on down through into the final couple of corners, and there once again is the 111 of GCI up the inside, making moves, and in behind, Vape Club round the outside of FFS as well. Viking and Ursus Capital getting stuck in once more, but FFS and Vape Club continue on side by side down into the first corner. Will Viking try and make this 3 wide? I think they might just do it. Down into the first corner we go. Well, line is chopped across then from Vape Club. Round the outside goes Ted Bradbury. Another place gained.
Yeah, Ted Bradbury absolutely flying. Are you surprised? Because I'm not. He's into the top 10 already and looking to try and make even further ground. Started 22nd on the grid. That is outrageous. Gains another position down at Cascades Corner. Ted Bradbury, such a lovely young lad as well, but really quite unassuming when you see him out of the car. But in the car, well, you wouldn't get in his way, would you? Because he is a man on a mission. He's up the inside of GCI now. That's for 7th position. So a lap and a half into the race, he's dragged that Vape Club car from 22nd on the grid to P7. That's remarkable.
Unbelievably impressive, but we sort of assume that from Ted now, don't we? We think he's going to do that at the start of the race, so it doesn't really catch us off guard anymore. It's so impressive, the commitment that Ted has in the car. He's just totally at one with it, totally trusts it's going to do exactly what he asks of it, and that's why he can push through the order, well, for him, seemingly quite so easily. Well, there's UVO as well, not too far behind as well. They're at the back of this train now, but unlikely in the early stages, you often see some of the maybe slower cars that are nearer the front of the grid dropping back. We've got a train of 4 cars here that have all won races, if not championships, in previous seasons, all fighting in the middle of the top 10 here, all squabbling for position. And all this is doing is allowing for those drivers at the sharp end, still Track Focus, Clapham North with EDF and Seed Data, are able to build that gap as these 3 and 4 cars continue to scrap their way through the order.
Yeah, you're exactly right. GCI and UVO, of course, former champions. Viking, former championship runner-up, and not far back, Race Logic, one of the most successful teams in Fun Cup history from a championship winning perspective, right in this group as well. It is Bradbury on the move, though. He's already gapped this group as GCI now slip to the inside into Lodge Corner and gain a place. Bradbury is about to gain more positions up the road, though, I think. Over Deer Leap we go. He's got the 103 Axiometrics car of Tom Greensall next in his sights. That's the orange car, as we're 3 abreast further back. FFS are in the middle of this. UVO to the inside. They almost lent on the FFS car slightly there, but Fabulous Randaccio does manage to slip through. He's another driver I spoke to briefly this morning, and he said it's going to be the toughest year of competition ever in this championship, and he said that with a grin on his face. He wants the competition, he wants a challenge, and they're definitely up to that challenge, making good progress so far.
100% they are, no, exactly. We want more drivers getting involved with Fun Cup. It just makes it even more exciting for racing for us to enjoy. We've got to highlight FFS as well. Of course, they got their first ever race victory at the final round here last season in the 1 hour sprint as well, so even more impressive for them to get that victory in the 1 hour sprint, and they're doing a great job here in the 4 hour to kick it off as well.
I took my eyes off Ted Bradbury for 20 seconds maybe. He picked up another 2 places, so he's now into the top 5, I believe. No, 4th in fact that will be. He's ahead of the FNS Morpheus car now, so Ted Bradbury is really the man on the mission, isn't he? 22nd position. He's gained nearly 20 positions by this stage. Track Focus lead by 1.1 seconds, but interestingly Abby Eaton on the previous lap, John, set the fastest lap of the race and is now starting to close in slightly on the race leader.
It was a tiny margin. There wasn't about half a tenth of a second between the laps on the previous one from Track Focus and Clapham North, so those two continuing to break away nicely though. Those two in the high 2 minutes. The rest of the field 201s, 202s, 203s, 204s. So again, you just see being at the sharp end on the grid really helps you in these early stages, because while all the other drivers battling amongst it to try and make those positions up early on, you can just scamper off at the front. And look at this, UVO and FFS now continue on side by side. FFS just about closing the door there through the double right as they head now down into the final corner of Lodge. As I thought someone had gone wide there, not quite flirting with the outside of the track there, but keeping it on as UVO thinking about the inside line yet again. FFS chopping across the nose and keeping the position.
Oh, I've missed this. It's been a very long winter without Fun Cup racing to get excited about, and Fabulous Randaccio, I think, is chomping at the bit to get stuck in. Goes to the inside of the FFS car into Old Hall Corner. Tried this a lap ago, remember, and wasn't able to get through. I don't think he'll be successful this time either, because the grip and the momentum is with the car on the outside, and FFS are indeed able to hang on to the position. Lead gap now under 0.6 of a second, by the way, so we probably need to check in with Abby Eaton shortly. She is about to challenge for the race lead, I believe, and become the second different leader potentially of the race so far, as their axiometrics nipped to the inside of the one of the cars. That was the
FNS Morpheus, I think,
yeah. Yes, Morpheus car in towards Island Bend. Leaders though towards Britain's corner, and it's game on now, isn't it? Abby Eaton getting well and truly within the striking range.
It is. Right then, let's do battle for the race lead here in the first 10 minutes of racing action here, with 3 hours and 50 still to go. You mentioned about Ted Bradbury clearing those 2 cars to get into the top 4. Not only did he clear them, he gapped them by 2.5 seconds on the same lap. Unbelievable from Ted Bradbury, and that's exactly why Vlad Vasiliev said, hey Ted, come and join my team. I think you'd be a great addition to the team, and my goodness has he been. Also to say a happy birthday to Vlad Vasiliev as well. I hope you enjoy your stint out there in the car, Vlad, if you are listening to the stream, and a very happy birthday to you. Well, Clapham North, like you mentioned, still with that fastest lap then. They're the first car to drop down into the 159s on the last lap, or 1 minute 59.9 from Abby Eaton. About half a second clear once again of the Tracked Focus car, and continuing to close that gap up to your race leader. And there you can see in 3rd place already, Vape Club are through on seed data, so already into the top 3 now. And if these two start to have a bit of a ding-dong battle, I think it's only a few laps until Ted starts to get involved.
Yes, I think you're probably right. The screeching of tyres was nothing to panic about. That's just Ted Bradbury on a tear in 3rd position as he arrived at Lodge Corner. Leaders through then, 7/10 now near enough between the two of them. Bradbury in 3rd, a 2 minute 0.3, so only about 3/4 tenths off the pace of the leaders, but he was overtaking the seed data car that time, the 214 car that started from pole position in the hands of Matt Hogg. And Ted Bradbury, now he's in clean air, I think we'll really see for the first time exactly what he's capable of. Bit of housekeeping from earlier on, by the way. I said one of the Demon Tweets cars ended up in the gravel on lap 1. It was the 249 car. It's missing a front splitter, the 249 car. That is the Jason Minshaw driven car. That car missing a front splitter, and John, you'll know this from experience. Sounds like I'm throwing you under the bus, which was not what I was trying to say, but losing a front splitter is not good, especially around a track like Oulton Park.
You can blame my father for that one. He was always the one that took off the front splitter. I know you're listening, Dad. Hello. But what will happen there is more than likely the front splitter won't have actually come off from the incident itself. It will have been going through the gravel trap. They are that flimsy. A little bit of gravel and they destroy themselves. And you really do lose a lot of downforce from that front splitter. If that's gone, it's really difficult to get the front in on these tight corners. And around a circuit such as Oulton Park, that really hampers lap time. So for the rest of the race now, from what was that, a minute in, for the rest of the 3 hours and 59 minutes, they're going to have a tough race, sadly, for the Demon Tweaks car. But good to see they're back in the race nonetheless.
They can replace those front splitters, but it's the whole front bodywork assembly that has to be replaced in a pit stop, and that can cost you quite a lot of time.
It's not worth the time.
No.
It's not worth the time. You lose far too much from changing it. You might lose a few tenths a lap, so you might add up to 10 or 15 seconds throughout the race, but you're going to lose 30 or 40 seconds changing that whole front nose. As you say, it's not just the splitter you need to take off, it's that entire front of the car, which is easier said than done.
And it's interesting because when I first started covering this championship 13 years ago, give or take, if you damaged your front splitter, you changed it at the next pit stop because you could afford to, because the competition wasn't as tight as it is now. I mean, look at this battle going on here. If you lose, 5 or 6 seconds extra in a pit stop through changing something, and it would be a bigger delay than that, you're going to lose so many positions. So now the attitude has changed very much to just manage the situation. You know, you'll lose a bit of time in lap time, but we cannot afford to lose chunks of track position. That was a dangerous moment as the Rob Boston racing car got to the inside of the Team Viking and Ursus Capital car. Door-to-door contact on the pit straight.
Not sure what happened there on the exit of the final corner because, of course, Team Viking Ursus Capital were battling with FFS through the final corner. Clearly got a poor exit there from getting closed up to the inside line. And the Rob Boston car said thank you very much, forced their way through, and very much did have to force their way through, didn't they? They've got the position, though, nonetheless, and Viking once again now trying to find a way through, losing that slipstream as they head on down to Ireland once more. They get sent to the outside line by the Rob Boston car, and they stick behind for now. They've got Race Logic in just behind them, though, and there are your reigning champions as well, the number one of Team GRD. Whereabouts have they made it to? 17th place at the moment. Christabel behind the wheel for them, and I think it's just a case of settling into the stint, getting some good pace in, and sticking in and amongst the pack, not losing too much to the leaders before handing over to the likes of Simon and Riley.
Yeah, this is a strategy that GRD often go for, don't they? They put Chris in first, knowing that he's a really safe pair of hands. He'll keep the car out of trouble, generally. I hope I'm not putting the mockers on you there. I'm touching wood as I say this, Chris. But also that there's a chance of safety cars. The field stays more compressed in the first part of the race. He will lose less time. And then they stick Simon and Riley in deeper into the race. And by Chris's own admission, that's the strategy that they prefer to go for. Those drivers able to then really go on the attack in the second part of the race. Up and over Clay Hill we go. No change at the front of the field. Plenty of changes in the middle of the field. 553 is at the front of this group. That is the FNS Morpheus Motorsport car of Steve Walton. I hesitate to use the phrase cork in the bottle, but it's quite a queue of cars forming behind him.
It's a nice looking livery, though. I'll have to give him that. It's very nice. But indeed, holding up the rest of the drivers behind, and that's causing them to get the elbows out and get proper scrappy here for position. It's all at the bottom end of the top 10 there. As you see, Axiometrics coming back on from the grass. What's happened to them? They were in the group ahead there, and they've dropped right back into this pack. Something's happened there at the final corner for Axiometrics, and they've lost, 6, 7, 8 positions from that.
Yeah, the tiniest little fumble, and that's what can happen, especially in the early stages. It might take them another 30 minutes or more now to regain all of that track position, if indeed they can do. And of course, they're now right into the middle of a squabble they'd have much rather not been a part of, I suspect. Race Logic there peeking to the inside of the Rob Boston racing car. The Race Logic car is started by David Denyer, and it was Will Blackwell Chambers, I believe, in that Rob Boston car in this opening stint. He's another then who's made some decent progress, as you would expect, really, from a man who has been a champion in MX-5 racing before, successful in both Mark 1 and Mark 3 Mazda MX-5s, as of course was Abby Eaton, who was a champion in the BRSCC's MX-5 Super Cup. Again, terrifyingly, more than a decade ago that now, I think. I want to say it was 2014 she wrapped up that championship, and she is still chasing after that track focus car ahead, although interestingly, fastest lap now lies with track focus. They've got that gap back out again.
Indeed, yeah, they've locked in, haven't they? And they've started putting in some great lap times, despite the slipstream that Abby will be getting in second place. Still, track focused, able to find that lap time. Very impressive, those two at the sharp end, already 8 seconds clear, as you mentioned. And that just shows as well how much the slipstream comes into play, because Ted got through moved to third pretty quickly, didn't he? But that gap not changing too much at the moment, remaining at about 8 seconds for the moment. I just wanted to touch on again with Axiometrics how that is going to have a sizable impact on the entirety of the rest of their race here. As you mentioned, not only the time that they've lost there from going off the circuit, but now the time they're going to lose being stuck in this very exciting battle here from about 6th place backwards. Of course, FFS have now gotten through on the 553. They move up into 6th place, but they're still being hounded by the drivers in behind. There goes Viking up the inside. Team Viking and Ursus Capital make the move on GCI Racing, and they now get a place once more as well. Rob Boston Racing and Race Logic now trying to make the exit as well as Axiometrics nearly make it 2 from 2 there at the final corner, going very wide, but this time keeping it off the green stuff.
Word, this looks like the start of the race, doesn't it? This is 15 minutes in now to this opening round of the championship, and FFS go right round the outside. They just about kept within track limits, I think, and still their door handle to door handle down the hill. There is now contact, and that was Blackwell Chambers into the back of the FFS car. The Rob Boston Racing 252 car with a damaged front splitter. It's not come off completely, as we saw with the Demon Tweets car earlier on, but that will start to affect the aero. Has it damaged the FFS car? The FFS car slowing, that could have punctured the left rear tyre.
I think you might be right, yeah, clearly issues for FFS. That is such a shame. I'm not sure if that was a chop across from FFS or maybe a bit too much aggression there from the Rob Boston Racing car. Either way, there was contact and it's all gone wrong for those two. Yeah, like you mentioned, not completely destroyed the front splitter, but that'll all be flapping around in the wind now. The wind might just rip that off itself, and again, will be hampering performance ever so slightly. But you can drive around those issues. It just makes it a lot more challenging, especially across a 40 or 50-minute stint. Drivers going to be coming in very sweaty, having to aggressively drive around those issues. But once again, the 553 back to the lead of this pack. It was FFS for a lap or so, but 553 retake 6th place. That is, of course, leading this pack. Uvio Hoffmans have scampered about 5 seconds up the road ahead of these, and I'm not sure if you noticed as well that Uvio also, they've seriously damaged their front splitter as well. That is actually sort of punctured in and hanging under the front, so they might need to be a little bit worried about the fact of it potentially dropping under the front wheels, and then of course that doesn't really help with steering or braking.
That's always the biggest risk really in Fun Cup, with starting deep in the pack. There you can see that little bit of damage to the right front corner of the Uvio car. Starting mid-pack, yes, you've got a lot of overtaking to do, but as we've documented, and as you're seeing, you can overtake in Fun Cup racing, even on a circuit like Oulton Park. It's more the drama and the chaos that you have to dodge in the midfield, and how successfully you can dodge it. Look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars all in a line, and if you're in the middle of this battle pack, anything can happen, and it doesn't even have to be your mistake. The tiniest of knocks can do a lot of damage to your car and really affect the outcome of your race.
This is it, isn't it? Fun Cup is back, ladies and gentlemen, for 2026. 9 cars following line astern here, battling for 6th place. This is awesome. This is what we've been missing over the winter break. Of course, I'm always gutted I'm not out and involved in this battle, but I'll enjoy it from the sidelines nonetheless, as here goes Viking up the inside, then into Ireland. They'll have the right line, and look at Race Logic looking to try their luck as well, and they will follow them through. Double overtake then for those two. They move on through to 6th and 7th place.
Yes, they do. Oh, that is FFS in the pit lane. What are they working on? It is the left rear, isn't it? Yeah, that's where I think the contact came from, and may well have punctured the tyre. That could either be the splitter from the Rob Boston car, or it could have pushed the rear bodywork of the 220 car in on the tyre. These are incredibly durable tyres that are more than capable of lasting the distance, but not if you do things like that. That's the Team Viking and Ursus Capital car rally crossing, and not to the eye, losing a lot of time.
Track limit warning. Well, he's kept the place nonetheless anyway. He basically just kept his foot in there, didn't he? Jumped over the bumps and back onto the black stuff he goes. Well, made the move nonetheless, and Race Logic continuing to follow. But yeah, just struggling to break away, aren't they? Whoever gets to the front of this pack just gets reeled back in, and they reshuffle themselves up yet again. Had seen in the background as well, half a lap or so ago, it was GRD. I nearly said Olympia there. GRD trying to make the move on Axiometrics. They weren't able to do so. I think they've actually lost a place in all of that. Another team scampering on through. I think the Red River Sport it is, who scythed on by yet another team that we're used to seeing at the front. Of course, Red River Sport getting the Masters Championship last year in 2025. They're back to try and defend that title. And they really came on strong last year. We know that they've got a strong driver lineup. It's Bonamy Grimes, though, who's really improved, I think, over the last couple of years. Johnny Molam is Johnny Molam. He's always going to be rapid, but Bonamy Grimes able now to well and truly mix it with the front runners. This is absolutely sensational stuff.
Viking with Ursus Capital were at the front of this group. It's now Race Logic who get through. David Denyer managing to make the move into Old Hall Corner, but then the Team Viking car comes back at him again on corner exit. They were side by side, Viking over the curb, and now that allows the FNS car to get back to the inside briefly. Wherever you look, there is action in this group of cars. No more action for now, though, for FNS. That contact did more damage than just a tyre.
Indeed, that's a real shame for FFS getting pushed back into the garage. Such a shame. We were singing their praises earlier on, weren't we? How well they did last year here at Oulton Park, but sadly, Lady Luck not striking again for them, back into the pits very early for them. I will say as well, Viking have damaged that front wing from their off-track excursion a few moments ago, so that's hanging by a thread now as well. I've got to give a big shout out as well to Gary Bate in the Greenheath car. He's gone from 28th on the grid so far to P9 in this one, picking his way through this traffic well. Could he be the driver to finally get to the front and pull away from this group? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, not mentioned Gary really, or that Greenheath car so far. Very under the radar performance, but you're absolutely right. He's gained a huge amount of positions and isn't done yet, and he closes in now on the FNS Morpheus car. It's the white car with the green and black highlights we're talking about, as the teams watch on from within the pit lane, glued to the coverage, understandably, as they head through, the pack heads through Hislops and Knickerbrook for the 10th time. How are we only 9.5 laps into this race? We've packed a whole season's worth of action for some championships anyway into the opening 20 minutes of racing. At the head of the field, Track Focus lead now by 2.9 seconds, so they're very much they've broken the toe now, and Abbey Eaton not able to go with them. Fastest lap though, Ted Bradbury. I wondered how long it would take me to say that. 1:59.7 was about a second and a half quicker than Eaton, so that gap is coming down. This gap couldn't be a lot less as Race Logic once again throw it up the inside of Team Viking into Lodge and regain the position.
Indeed they do, yeah. New leader of this back then. It's time for Race Logic to lead this one, but maybe not for too long. Here is FNS and Viking both try and get back in front as they head down to the first corner. Viking go to the outside line then as we look back ahead. There's a move for fourth place overall, that is. Uvia Hoffman's through into fourth place on seed data, and not only that, they've just grabbed the fastest lap for themselves as well. Yeah. So don't count out Uvio in all of this as well. About 16 seconds then off of the race leaders at the moment. Well, we'll look back to this pack. Why not? Almost 3 wide down into Cascades as the Rodbuster Racing car looks to thread the needle up the inside. Can't quite do it and might actually end up losing a position as another driver tries to go round the outside. That must be one of the fantastic new names, which I'm struggling now to see on the sheet. Tropical Rocket Racing, yes. I do believe it is, with some beautiful colours on the car as well as they continue side by side through Ireland.
Yes, Tropical Rocket Racing might be my favourite of the new team names, and a fitting livery as well for that team. They gain a position there at the Shell hairpin. Every time we look at this group, it seems there are more combatants in this battle, aren't there? We've got, about 11 cars, I think now, all in a long line. Race Logic at the head of it, but Greenheath, you're absolutely spot on. Gary Bate just picking his way through the order. There's been a bobble further back, though. This is the Tropical Rocket Racing car coming through. That is Josh Phelps at the wheel in the opening stint, and he's on the outside now of Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing, who choose the best form of defence as being attack by throwing it back up the inside of FNS and actually gaining a place. Tropical Rocket Racing will lose a position to Will Blackwell Chambers. He might have that damage to the front of his Rob Boston Racing car, but is not backing out of the battle.
Yeah, that bit of action between those three through the middle part of the circuit is exactly what Race Logic and Greenheath need. They might have just broken that toe, and they might just be able to press on here. They need to work together for the next couple of laps here to try and draw out a bit of a gap. I will say as well about Tropical Rocket Racing, I do believe they're our youngest pairing on the grid as well. I believe both of them are teenagers. I know that Neo Clark is 18. I couldn't quite find how old Josh Phelps is, but from looking at his picture, he looks like a teenager. So a very, very young pairing between these two, but they are certainly not lacking in talent, are they? They are getting properly stuck in, moving through the field very nicely. But this group, they don't want to leave each other alone, do they? They're enjoying this a bit too much here. 20 minutes through this race already. Greenheath look to the inside line there, down through the first couple of corners. Not able to make the move just yet, though. Will they work together here? Let's wait and see.
No.
No, fair enough.
They won't.
Fair enough.
I've been asking that question for 13 years, and they never do. But they do seem to have forgotten that this is not for the lead, and that this is not the last lap. We've got over 3.5 hours of this left to go. So yeah, there is an argument, I agree with you, to work together and try and gain a bit of track position. But in reality, that just never really seems to happen. FNS there looking to the inside into Ireland Bend. Bits of bodywork go flying, but they managed to get single file again before they turn in to that very, very quick left-hander.
You could probably build a whole Fun Cup car for the bodywork. On the side as well, spin out of our window and into the barriers. Barriers up Dear Leap there. We've just cut it onto the camera. There you go. Can't quite see who that is. A 248 is that?
It is,
JPR
yes.
for hire, then getting spun round there up Dear Leap. I think that must have been contact with the driver they were battling with. A very odd place to go off, and they have clattered into the wall there. Potential for a safety car if you can't get this one going.
Yes, I'd say so. I'd say that's going to be a safety car, most definitely. Shiv Sapra at the wheel of that car. That's the higher car as well for JPR. And unfortunately, it's found the barriers, as you say, at a very odd place on the right-hand side of the road, coming over Deer's Leap. We're hearing reports from our camera operator. It was something that broke in the rear suspension that spat that car across the road, which would make sense. So that car then being dealt with by the marshals. No safety car yet, but I would anticipate there's half a chance. The marshals are trying to push it out behind the barriers, but we'll wait and see how successful they are in those attempts. The pack making their way down to that part of the circuit now, which of course is being monitored under double waved yellow flags. There is that enormous battle pack of cars coming by. No overtaking for now, but as soon as they get to Old Hall Corner, it's game on. Who's going to pull out of the slipstream first and make a move? The Demon Tweaks car, I'd say, which is the other Demon Tweaks car, the one we haven't mentioned yet. That is the 207. At the wheel is Michael Lyons, and he is looking like he might want to try and make a move, as indeed does David Denyer to the inside. In fact, defending here, isn't he, from the Greenheath car?
Indeed, yep, trying to keep Gary Bate behind for the moment. As like you mentioned, they've answered our question. No, they are not going to work together. They are going to continue squabbling over track position. As we heard in our ears, no contact at all in that incident. It was just a failure on the car, it sounds like, that's caused the contact with the barrier there. And a big shout out to the Orange Army, as always, getting on track immediately, getting it behind the barriers. We are still under yellow flags there, up Dear Leap. Hopefully not for too much longer, though. Driver is up and out of the car, which is good to see as well. We look back to battles on circuit then. Still race logic ahead of Greenheath here in this battle for 6th. But given that they've been squabbling, look at that, Viking catching back up, and he's bringing the rest of them with him. He's made the same mistake again. Across the grass he goes. That's not going to be good for his splitter. Yeah,
you see, you damage that splitter, you lose front grip, you're more likely then to understeer off the road and do it again. I think he's got away without any further damage, but taking the scenic route through the Britain chicane, and that's contact. Tropical Rocket Racing into the side of FNS, and GCI could be the big beneficiaries here. They pull up alongside the 157 car, no way through on the way into Knickerbrook Corner, and a slightly odd line actually on corner exit for Ian Wood. Means that he's now under threat, ironically, from Will Blackwell Chambers, who's coming up behind and looks to try and get the Rob Boston Racing car up an extra position. No dice into Druids. There is the number 1 car, the GRD machine of Chris Devell. Where's he up to now? 16th place. So again, staying out of trouble here is Chris, picking them off one by one as David Denyer backs the Race Logic car into Lodge Corner. Yeah, a bit slidey there. Not the ideal line there for David Denyer, but either way he's caught it well. And Greenheath now have a good exit to try and think about a move here down into T1. Don't think they're quite close enough. Now Gary has to settle back in behind. I've just got a note from Jamie as well that the 220 FFS, that tyre issue happened before the contact with the Rob Boston Racing car. So the tyre had a failure, and then Rob Boston Racing hit them and caused the front splitter damage. So it was not caused by the contact from the driver behind. It all happened, and sadly, Rob Boston Racing were caught out by the slowing driver ahead and lost that bit of front splitter. But luckily for them, hasn't hampered them too much. They're still very much involved with the scrap. Yeah, I think I said Will Blackwell Chambers was further back in this group. This is, of course, Will Blackwell Chambers, isn't it, on the tail of the Viking car. There's another similarly liveried car in that group behind. Lots of white and blue cars, actually, which is going to be a challenge for us to follow over the course of the race as the Greenheath car of Gary Bate gets a bit sideways out of the Shell hairpin. We are 27.5 minutes into this season opener. We haven't yet really had a chance to pause for breath. The next battle we need to focus on, I think, is the one for 2nd place. Abby Eaton about to potentially has been overtaken by Ted Bradbury, and just in the nick of time because the safety car is scrambled. This to deal with the stricken Shiv Sapra car exiting Lodge Corner. I had a feeling we would go safety car eventually. We are going to go safety car, and Ted Bradbury moves into 2nd position, was 4.5 seconds behind the race leader. The safety car, of course, will change all of that. Well, this is fantastic for those cars that were involved in that massive battle pack. They dropped a good 20-30 seconds off of your race leaders, and this is going to close them all back up once again. We're just over 10 minutes from the first pit window of the race. I don't think
the safety car will be out long enough here to encroach into the first pit window, but we'll wait and see. Of course, drivers can pit under safety car here in Fun Cup. It's actually encouraged really to pit under safety car because you will gain a lot of time, and you will see that if there's a safety car out in a pit window, pretty much the entire field will come in at once, and that really makes it an interesting scene down in pit lane when you've got 29 cars pitting at once, all trying to do a driver change and even maybe put some fuel on board. It can get pretty chaotic down there, but we'll wait and see. Like we say, still 11 minutes until the potential of that happening, and I think it probably shouldn't take that long to get that car out of harm's way, but we'll wait and see. Anyway then, as we go into our first safety car period of the race, Track Focus still leading. They've been doing a great job at the sharp end, hadn't they? Looked as though they'd been caught by Abby Eaton in the Clapham North car early on, but then were just able to keep her at arm's length, putting in really good pace, gapped her by a few seconds by the end of that stint, and just about Ted Bradbury getting past into P2.
Yes, well, Ted, I'm sure, will have eyes for the race lead here before too much longer. There goes the recovery vehicle exiting pit lane, so that's got to do basically a full lap in order to get round to Lodge Corner. They'll take it through the shortcut at Foster's, I'm sure, but it'll still be a couple of minutes before that gets there. Then a couple of minutes to load it, then maybe another minute to get it off the track. It could start to knock on the door of the pit window here before the track is clear and the safety car can come in. If it does, then Jamie Peters-Ennis is in either the best or the worst possible position to tell us what's going on down there, because he will suddenly be surrounded by Fun Cup cars, teams conducting driver changes. Speaking of Jamie, he is down in the pit lane with an update for us.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I'm down with Rob Boston, team owner of Rob Boston Racing. To say you've had a busy morning is a bit of an understatement, isn't it? First of all, welcome to Fun Cup. 169, we've had some challenges, but the car is now going well. Meanwhile, Will in 252, he's getting proper stuck in, isn't he?
Yeah, it was a shame. We're fastest in the qualifying this morning with the 169, and then at the end of quali we had a bit of an issue with the motor, and actually it broke down in the end. So unfortunately we've had to do an engine swap and make a pit lane start at the start of that race, and just missed the start. But yeah, Tom's making a great push on through, and now I think we've got a safety car, so it's going to bring him back into the pack. So afternoon's not over yet there, and yeah, Will's got punched off a little bit there. Front splitter missing, some side contact with another car. So yeah, he's getting really. Yeah, is baptism of fire for his first race.
Has he said anything about the handling of the car? Especially, we understand it was the 220 car had an issue, and obviously it slowed. Will nowhere to go. It's just one of those unfortunate things. Yeah. You've been in that situation many times, so we know what it's like. Yeah, but has Will said anything about the handling of the car?
Yeah, he's got the front right is actually catching a little bit. It's bothering him probably more. Probably the noise is bothering him more than the actual handling, I would guess, but it's just an irritant, I'm sure. But yeah, if it gets any worse, we'll deal with it at the pit stop.
And you're hinting we might be seeing you out there at some point.
Maybe. I've seen enough to know that I quite like the looks of it, so I might have to dust the old racing boots off and have a go at some point, yeah. All
right, excellent stuff. Be good to see you out there, mate. Thanks a lot. That's Rob Boston, the owner of Rob Boston Racing. Right, let's pop down to Vape Club, because somebody is having a birthday. Vlad Vasiliev is his birthday today, so let's pop down. Now they're right down at the other end of the pit lane, so we're just having a quick one down here. I am obviously keeping eyes on what's happening on circuit regarding the recovery. Yeah, it looks like the FFS car is just in the garage. Right, let me grab Vlad very quickly. Happy birthday. You kept that one quiet.
Well, I tried to, but everyone else spoiled it.
Ted's on a bit of a mission, 22nd to 3rd already. You've got one goal this year, haven't you?
Absolutely, yeah. We wanna win. We're here. Yeah, we've had I've had a few seasons in here now where we finished 4th, we finished 3rd last year. We're learning lots. We're developing as a team. We're both maturing in different ways, and yeah, we hope to be fighting for pole.
Silverstone last year, you got that breakthrough win. The team recognised it over the past couple of years. It was the pit stops that were sort of hampering you at some points. Yeah. You made some subtle changes that were barely noticeable, and then it all just clicked, didn't it?
Absolutely. It's all about consistency under pressure. There's a lot to think about when you're doing the pits. There's a lot of safety. You make sure not run people over. And over the years, the practice and just watching other teams and learning from them, we're slowly making progress. And thanks to EDF, obviously, for doing a fantastic job. Dave and Sean have been at number ones for a while, and we've got a really good system worked out.
And this year, it's looking like it's going to be one of the strongest ever seasons as well. It's not going to be easy out there, is it?
No, absolutely. Every year, I think, we're going to make progress, we're going to get further. But like I keep on saying, everyone else has got the same idea, and people put a lot of work in. There's some great talented drivers coming in from other formulas and championships, and it's fantastic to see the grid expanding and growing. It's great for the championship.
And most important question, mate, where's the cake?
I ate it all.
Oh, you silly boy. Right, enjoy. Thank you. That's Vlad Vasiliev of Vape Club by EDF Motorsport. Currently P3, and we're under safety car. So what I'll do is I'll hand back to Andy McEwen and John Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes, good to hear there from Vlad and Rob down in the pit lane. Vlad Vasiliev says that they're gunning for the championship. I'm inclined to agree with him that it's possible, looking at the pace that team really unlocked last year. Again, Ted Bradbury, it's never been a secret how quick he is. He was qualified on pole for his first ever car race when he moved up into Mazdas a couple of years ago in the MX-5 Championship, and was rapid in that from the very moment that he started in it. And again, came into Fun Cup and was immediately quick. Vlad Vasiliev, it took him a little bit longer to get there, but he is absolutely on the pace now, Vlad. And I expect when he gets into that car, he will be able to hold his own very much so. There is Ted Bradbury. Second position then for the 212 car, staring at the rear bodywork of the number 49 Track Focus car in the hands of Sean Cooper. But we're ticking ever closer to a pit window. We're 5 minutes and 15 seconds now away from the first pit window at 40 minutes in, and we still don't have that Shiv Sapra JPR hire car out of the way entirely. It's on the back of the flatbed truck, you can see there in the picture-in-picture, but I don't think that'll quite be out of the way by the end of this lap, which means we could have another lap behind the safety car, and then we start to knock on the door of the pit window. If you're new to Fun Cup, pit windows, wondering what we're talking about, well, you are limited on when you're allowed to come in and make your mandatory stops. In a 4-hour race such as this one, there are 5 mandatory pit stops that have to be made, and they must be made within the pit stop windows. They are 10 minutes long, the pit windows. They come every 40 minutes, and that is when you must come in and make your pit stop. It keeps the strategic element of the race a little bit tighter. It stops people getting massively out of sequence with each other. It means that when you see a battle on track, it is almost always a genuine battle for position, isn't it?
It is indeed. Yeah, makes it very exciting with the pit windows. There's still lots of strategy to be played into with those pit windows. Of course, to explain as well, the drivers must see the pit window open board. So it doesn't matter if you've hit the correct time, you've still got to see that board. Go around once, then they can come in. And they've got that 10-minute window. They can see the pit lane close board once. They can then come in on that lap after seeing it. If they go around again, they'll be getting a big penalty. So they've got to make sure they're watching out for those boards. And of course, they've also got the pit car radio. They'll be being talked to in their ears as well, being told when things are happening by the race director. Are we dropping behind the safety car? Nope, safety car still lights on, so Track Voters still leading us through then behind said safety car. I'm just going to mention as well, of course, happy birthday to Vlad. I'm eating some cake in the box for you, Vlad, to celebrate. And I was chatting earlier about how I had those issues down at Hislop's previous times here at Oulton Park. That was battling with Vlad. That was
really?
In my first ever race. That was so. Yeah, big shout out to you, Vlad. What a lovely bloke. Always had good battles with him. And always got out of the car, shook the hand, big smile on the face, lovely chap. So yeah, big shout out to Vlad. But looking like they are really pressing on towards the championship this year. Vlad's been continuing to get better and better, and bringing Ted in has really just revitalised the team. And I think has pushed Vlad as well to get even better as well, to try and get onto the pace of Ted. And it helps as well that he's able to see Ted's data.
Yeah, well, yes, exactly.
That helps.
So that's definitely helping, isn't it? Ted, of course, is a young up-and-coming driver, very, very quick behind the wheel, but not hugely experienced at having a less experienced teammate that he has to coach and guide. And so the more data they can have and share between each other, the more of that job sort of gets done for him, really.
Another point just about them as well, they've changed car for this season as well. They were using the 212, which used to be the purple Autotel car. They were using that for testing last year. Well, they decided to ditch the car that they were using for racing last year, and they moved to that testing car. So it is the 212 they're going to be using for the rest of the season.
Yes, which has been in the team for a number of years, I seem to recall, but as you said, not always a race car, more used for testing, and well, going very well. They had a new engine in it actually overnight after their original engine had issues yesterday, so the team had a really late night getting the car ready. They've got it out there. They weren't really sure, even after qualifying, how well it was going to run. pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, looks all right, doesn't it? Yeah, clearly engine getting run in well. I guess they had qualified in an hour to try and bed it in and get it ready to go. Seemingly going very well. Well, it looks as though we've cleared the JPR for hire car. And I think potentially this lap we might see those safety car lights go off, and still with about a minute and a half to spare before the pit window. So thought it could make it interesting, but actually I think it will be more interesting not having the safety car under this pit window, because now they're also bunched up. There's going to be a lot of strategy to play into this one, and of course no minimum pit stop time in Fun Cup. Let's see how fast the drivers and teams can get it done.
Well, they've got 80 seconds before that pit window board should be held over the pit wall. There's a chance here, isn't there, that the back half of the field might see the board this time. The front half of the field might have taken the restart already. That could also be interesting. That gives a major advantage to those further down the order. They can get themselves out of the traffic sooner, as long as they've definitely passed that board once.
This is difficult strategy, because although pitting early would get you out of the scrap and maybe get you into a bit of clear air, the other drivers are still in a big squabble. There's much more likelihood of another incident that causes another safety car, that then those other drivers can pit on the safety car, gain loads of time, and suddenly you've ruined your entire race strategy. So I think even though you might lose a bit of time being involved in the big battle pack, you want to stay in it here and wait to the end of the pit window and pit near the end. But we're hearing potential weather updates as well.
Yes, rain reported by our camera operators down at Knickerbrook apparently, so we'll see if that comes to anything. There's blue sky off in the distance. I'm choosing to focus on that now. And indeed the race restart, which has already been conducted very effectively, I must say, by Track Focused. I'm looking out of the window as well. I think I can see the pit window board being held out, so I think the whole field are going to see it this time. They can't pit this time, but they can pit at the end of this lap should they wish to. Race back underway then. Safety car period number 1 is done with, and we have the field pouring through Old Hall Corner. There is rain on our commentary box windows, I noticed, so it's going to start getting a bit greasy out there over the next few minutes potentially. Down through Cascades we head, and the battle is the one for second place. Oddly, not really what we expected, but Ted Bradbury under a bit of a threat of the initial restart there from Abby Eaton, who has got Fabulous Randaccio, in fact, going to her inside as they head down the Lakeside Straight. So for third position, that is going to be Randaccio through in the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car, and that car into a podium spot half a lap after the restart.
Should be surprised that Uvio have been nice and aggressive on that race start. Through into third place they go then. I mean, Abby's trying to fight it there around the outside of Shell Oils, but can't quite do it. Will drop back into P4 then, but still sticking with these drivers will be impressive in and of itself. These are drivers with years and years of experience. Well, I say drivers, the Uvio drivers have years and years of experience, don't they, here in the Fun Cup? Always ones to watch. You can never ever count them out, and they do like it here around Oulton Park. Always a good stomping ground for them. Let's see if they can close up to these top two. I'm really interested to see quite how much of a battle the Track Focus are going to put up here. How aggressive are they going to be in trying to keep Bradbury behind, or will they be a little bit more cautious, allow him by, and then try and stick in the toe? Let's wait and see.
I think I know the answer to that question, but we'll wait and see. Up towards Druids they go. Bradbury looked to me like he was pulling out of the slipstream, but isn't really close enough to do anything into the double apex right-hander, and so Bradbury stays behind Sean Cooper for now. Is Lodge where the move comes, though. He's tucked right into the slipstream, exiting Druids, had a good run off the corner, and is this where Bradbury makes his move to the inside? No, he is executing a little bit of patience, although nearly pushes Sean Cooper through the Lodge corner, but he's not going for just the first opportunity that presents itself, it would seem.
You can see the rain on the camera there down through the final corner now. We're starting to get a bit of a sprinkle here. This could throw the cat amongst the pigeons. And look at Fabulous Randaccio, how much he's gapped Abby Eaton there over, what was that, half a lap, as Axiometrics first to dive into the pit lane then. Axiometrics are in for their first pit stop of the race as the rain starts to tumble. Here comes Vacop round the outside at Cascades. What a beautiful move from Ted Bradbury, and he moves into the lead.
And that was all about momentum, wasn't it? He had the wide line, but could carry the speed through the corner better and takes the lead of the race. So it took them 18 laps and a corner to go from 22nd on the grid to the lead, and Ted Bradbury will be very, very thankful indeed now for that safety car period that allowed him to close up immediately onto the leader of the race. So Bradbury leads them, down to second for Cooper, third for Randaccio, fourth Abby Eaton, fifth look is Denya now, up ahead of Seed Data. So Race Logic ahead of Seed Data by the time they reach the Shell hairpin. It's blazing sunshine at the top end of the circuit. To be fair, it's still quite bright over by the pits, but the rain is falling, and Sean Cooper maybe getting getting caught out by that, bounces over the curb at Britons and loses touch a little bit more with the leader.
Yeah, this is going to change the grip ever so slightly. Drivers are going to be coming into each corner a little bit blind as to where they need to brake for each corner. We'll see who takes to it, pun intended, like a duck to water. Let's see how this plays out then. Of course, I already mentioned Axiometrics were in the pits. So were Team GRD as well. They had a really nice, slick stop, did GRD, as we would expect from your champions from last year. Of course, expected from them with that strategy for Devel to come in early on in the pit window and hand over to the next driver. I will say for Axiometrics though, not the most amazing pit stop I've ever seen. They were pretty slow with things, and there was no rushing to get the doors closed. It was very leisurely, I think, for Axiometrics, so I'll be expecting a bit faster ones later on in the race for them. They lost a good 5 or 6 seconds, I think, at least, from that first pit stop.
Oh, Randaccio finding the rain at Lodge. It's quite heavy over at this end of the circuit now, and he nearly slipped off the road altogether. In fact, Bradbury, as the leader, almost did the same thing, and so Sean Cooper gets back alongside him now. The Vape Club car under threat for the lead. Cooper hangs on. Sorry, to the outside line, I should say. Bradbury hangs on to the lead, and he almost came a cropper then. There was some really heavy rain in the Lodge corner area just as the leaders arrived there, and that nearly caught a few of them out. Viking and Ursus Capital Racing are in. We've got a whole handful of the midfield runners actually coming into the pit lane. Fuel going into the Viking car, I noticed. They're one of the few that I've seen adding fuel.
They're blocked in at the moment by GCI, though. They are blocked in by GCI. If they have a quick stop here, they're going to struggle to get out of the box. The GCI are in. FNS were in ahead as well. The Morpheus car, and the same for Tropical Rocket Racing. They are in as well. A couple more drivers in as well. And there you go. See, GCI head out of the box. Viking behind them. FNS in front of both of them.
Yeah, FNS making some gains. There's the 99 car that we saw a lot of at the start of the race. The Letec car of Brian Heary and Shea Brennan. It's Brennan now at the wheel. Out of the pit lane go those 3 cars that John was just describing, having their pit stops. Then immediately the GCI car tries to make a move. Craig Butterworth pulls to the inside of the 553 and gets ahead of Greg Evans, who's just taking a corner or two longer to get up to speed. Viking and Ursus Capital, that is now Mark Home in the car after their first driver change of the race, and he also picks up a place heading down the Lakeside Straight back towards the pointy end of the grid. There is the Race Logic car, Race Logic EDF to give it its full title now, and they're bottled in behind the Clapham North EDF number 146 car, so 2 EDF prepared cars doing battle ahead of Greenheath, who are now ahead of Seed Data. So Greenheath up into 6th position on that previous lap. They make their way around Druids Corner once again. The leaders already heading down towards Lodge. Bradbury starting now to build a bit of a margin over Sean Cooper in 2nd, Randaccio 3rd, and then this battle going on for 4th place.
Indeed, out the pits there, you just saw the experience there from Craig Butterworth, turning it straight on. That was something we really learned over our 2 years in the Fun Cup. You can't take a lap or so to settle into things and get yourself up to speed. You've got to be straight onto the pace, straight out of the pits. Otherwise, you're going to lose so much time on both the out lap and the in lap, and you've got to think you're doing that, 5, 6 times during the race. That's a lot of time lost by the end of proceedings. So impressive to see that from Craig, immediately taking a place. Now, funny enough, I was having a chat with Craig a month or so ago, because don't ask me how I got onto it, but I was having a look through a karting magazine from 1991 and found a very smiley young Craig Butterworth in his cadet kart, so which is good to see. But Craig's been racing for a number of years. We're racing, of course, a number of years in the Fun Cup as well, and champions previously as well, so still definitely ones to watch at GCI.
Yeah, most definitely so. Their championship that they won a few years ago was really through consistency. They finished all of the races pretty much. They stayed out of trouble. That's always been the GCI way. They'll pick up a win here and there where they can. They always do go well here at Oulton Park, but all about consistency and just finishing the races with minimal drama. And that's going to be their plan of action, I'm sure, this afternoon as we continue to move through this pit window. The pit window closes after 10 minutes, so we're 2 minutes 50 away from that point. But again, a bit like when the pit window opens and you have to cross the line past the pit window open board once, you are then allowed to pass the pit window closed board once before you pit. So it's not uncommon to see people pitting two and a bit minutes into the next stint, so to speak. Don't worry, that is well within the rules, provided they don't go too much further. Leading group through Druids, top 4 cars there, all within a couple of seconds of each other still. Bradbury finding it difficult now, I think, to get away at the front because he is having to gauge the track conditions corner by corner.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by the driving so far from Sean Cooper. very much still sticking on the back of Ted Bradbury, as UVA Hoffmans and Clapham North, of course, not too far behind them as well. Here are Seed Data then in 5th place. Of course, your pole sitters for this race, which they were very happy about. In the briefing earlier on, as there goes Rob Boster Racing, one of their cars diving into pit lane, as I believe Abby Eaton also coming in as well. Yes, she is. So they've come in for their first pit stop as well. Let's see how quickly Clapham North can get their first ever pit stop done. It really is an art, these pit stops, to get one driver out, one driver in, and back out on circuit. I think the fastest times we ever really see are sort of 8 or 9 seconds, which is just crazy to even think about, isn't it? 8 seconds to get a driver out, a new driver in, fully belted up, and out of the pit box. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And watching teams like GRD, for example, they're sort of the masters of that, aren't they? Rob Boster Racing, though, getting their cars out quite quickly as well. Both of them in sync, leave the pit lane and continue on their way. We're getting no more reports of rain, by the way, so that little shower's passed by, and it's blue sky overhead once again as the race ticks towards the end of its opening hour. We are already flying through this one, and we're still waiting for quite a lot of our leading contenders to come in and make their first pit stops of the race. Seed Data here battling with Race Logic. They're yet to stop, so this is now the battle for 4th position temporarily, with the Clapham North with the EDF Motorsport car having pitted just in front of them. And the 2 blue and white cars absolutely nose to tail. David Denyer struggling to find a way past the Seed Data car. These seem quite evenly matched, don't they?
They do indeed. Yeah, these two continuing to follow nose to tail. Good to see Seed Data continuing on with their improvements as well. They continue to get better and better every season, which is great to see. The two drivers continuing to work together very nicely behind the wheel of the Seed Data car. Of course, Mike Deverden and Matt Hogg. Matt Hogg's still behind the wheel currently, but soon enough he'll be handing over to Mike. As there you go, pit window closed on the top of your screen. Of course, they can still see that board, but they do have to come in the next time around. So it'll only be a couple of minutes until we can see our proper order as FNS go round there. An odd place to go round. It looks as though maybe they've gone in 2 by 2 into there, run out of the space and lost the rear. Round they go. There was contact, I'm hearing in my ears, and quite a bit of damage to the front splitter there for the 553. We'll see if it can stay like that. It'll be fine, but we'll see whether it gets ripped off in the wind or not. Either way, it's already gone. It's already ripped off. As there it goes. They've lost a bit of time there, but to be honest, they've come out of that pretty scot-free, to be fair.
Yeah, that was an odd one. As you say, there was contact going into the corner and did a bit of damage to the right front corner. 210 are in. That is the Race Logic with EDF car, and Julian Thomas now will get into that car. A rapid pit stop, as you'd expect for a driver lineup who have won championships before in Fun Cup. They come out right behind Track Focus. That's a significant time gain there between those two, or time loss for Track Focus maybe. I wonder whether they took fuel possibly in the 49 car. They're certainly not up to speed that quickly upon rejoining. Mike McCollum now in car 49 and loses a position to Race Logic. Right then, still waiting for a couple of people to pit, but we have had a pit stop for Abby Eaton, who's handed over now to George Grant. She is out down in the pit lane with Jamie.
Thanks, Andy. I'm down with Abby now. Brought the car in P3, but you said, although you caught Sean very quickly, car started to get a little bit hot, had to drop back. But then, as you know, if you lose the toe, it's tough out there, and also a little bit of sprinkle of rain as well.
Yeah, that spiced things up towards the end of my stint. I'm all for driving in the wet, so I was asking for more rain, really. Yeah, really enjoyed it. You know, my first Fun Cup start, so lots to think about. Quirky little cars to drive. Was pulling in the car in front, Sean, I think you said it was, and as soon as I got up behind him, car started getting hot. So dropped back a little bit of clear air through front of the car, and then I thought, well, I might as well just hang out here for as long as I can. Obviously, a rocket ship that is Ted Bradbury's going to come through regardless. But yeah, I just enjoyed myself and got to do it all again soon.
And how have you found driving the cars? Because, I mean, you've driven more recently sort of GT-style cars. These are very, very different, aren't they? And you've openly admitted lack of seat time that you've had, but great thing with Fun Cup is you get loads of it.
Yeah, exactly. And ultimately, you know, the full season is going to be a bit of a learning curve. You know, George, who's my co-driver, he's new to this as well. Quite intense, as you can see with the pit stops. You know, it's quick as possible. So, you know, lots to learn. But the car itself is a lot of fun to drive. And yeah, hopefully we can get some silverware through the year.
Fantastic. Thanks, Abby.
Cool. Thank you.
Back to the box.
Thank you, Jamie. Well, whilst we were hearing from Abby there, we had a couple of significant pit stops. These two cars both came in, so Ted Bradbury has now handed over the car that was leading the race, remember, to Vlad Vasiliev, and now it is Farkini into the Uwe Hoffmann's Motorsport car, and he is immediately making his move. This could well be for the lead of the race once this all shakes out. He's to the inside line into Island Bend and does manage to go through, so Vlad Vasiliev just taking a moment or two to get up to speed, and again, that experience differential between the two of them. It is Farkini who's able to immediately get on it and make the decisive move.
Indeed, yeah, impressive stuff from Farkini. As we say, you've got to be straight on it out the pit lane, and Farkini's pretty good at that. Straight on it, straight up the inside, and straight into what we believe will be the effective lead of this race. So fair play to Uvio from, 20th on the grid start for them. Flying through, first stint, straight to the lead of the race. Exactly what we expect from previous champions here in the Fun Cup. Let's see if Vlad can just stay in the tow here, work with them. That's all he needs to do in this stint, is keep the car in a really good position as Ted is handed over to him in such a dominant position. Let's see what he can do here. Try and stick in the toe and put down some really good pace behind the wheel of that 212 car. Of course, the timing on your left-hand side of your screen hasn't updated just yet. I'm really interested to see where the likes of GRD, Greenheath, Race Logic, all the drivers that were involved in that big battle pack, where they're going to end up in terms of how far behind these two will they be once all is said and done in the pit stops.
Yeah, there's no one else around them, is there really? So they're clearly still in the lead. There you
go, GRD.
That's GRD, isn't it? Wow, so that early pit stop for GRD really paying dividends. They're up into third position now. It is the rapid Simon Rudd in the car, and he could be the man on the move now in this stint. This is one of the things I love about Fun Cup so much. We've just had the best part of an hour of some of the best side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel racing you'll ever see, constant swapping of positions, a number of lead changes. And now after the first round of pit stops, things spread out. Some people might be tempted into thinking, well, this is now going to be the quiet portion of the race. Well, no, because it's a whole different group of drivers in the cars now, and the ones at the front are not necessarily going to be the fastest. This could well now be one of the fastest cars on track, and Simon Rudd, keen to try and prove a point here, I think, will definitely be eyeing up those two cars ahead of him. So, Uwe Hoffmann's Motorsport lead with Farkini now at the wheel. It was a 9/10 of a second margin over the 212 Vape Club with EDF car of Vlad Vasiliev. This car sits third now, having started 29th and last, Team GRD's Simon Rudd. Fourth position for Greenheath, continuing to just go about their business nice and quietly. Paul Turner now, veteran of Fun Cup Racing, is in that car, and C Data number 214 complete the top five. That car now driven by Mike Devlin. Just quickly get through the rest of the top 10. Sixth position for the number 210, that's Race Logic. That car now being driven by Julian Thomas. Seventh position for 49, that's Track Focus, the car that was leading, remember, just before the pit stops. Now with Mike McCullum in the car. Eighth position for Red River Sport, number 200. That car now pedalled by Johnny Molam, another that we need to watch in this stint, definitely, with Johnny at the wheel. Ninth for number 169, that's the Rob Boston Racing car of Sam Heading. From the pit lane, that car started, didn't it? They're into the top 10. Wow, that went under the radar. Great opening stint for Tom Leben to get into the top 10. And PLR Racing, Neil Plymmer now, the captain on board, is into the top 10 position. So, a lot to try and unpack after the opening hour of the race. Let's head down to the pit lane and hear once more from Jamie.
Thanks, Andy. I'm down with Lewis Thompson. The guys are just repairing the FFS car at the moment. But Lewis, it wasn't just a puncture. Do you want to explain sort of what happened?
Yeah, so Nick came over the radio about a lap before it happened, just said something's flapping about on the car, and then next thing you know, we're on the pit wall, don't really see anything. Next thing you know, there's just a big floor panel flies off, and unfortunately it's obviously took the compressor with it, so we lost all the gear. Well, we lost all the other gears. We stood in fourth, and then we had a puncture as well, so obviously got it back into the pits and realised we're in a bit of trouble. So, but yeah, no, luckily we managed to find the old floor and we're putting it all back together, so fingers crossed we can get back out there to get some points.
And you're saying there was no contact with the Rob Boston car behind it, no?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'd have to go take away and have a look at the footage, but I think it was just probably a bit of debris coming off from our car. So yeah, obviously it's a shame. Obviously, it's damaged the splitter and potentially hurt the race a little bit, but at least it's still going, so they can still have a good go from there.
Yeah, because if you remember, you got your first ever podium, which was a win here in the sprint race. You guys were absolutely on it last year, but you said also it's just a selected campaign this year.
Yeah, I think we'll be back probably around Anglesey, Silverstone, and back here at the end of the year. Hopefully get one more in though. We'll just have to see it. It's busy calendar this year for Barry and Nick as well, teammates. They're both celebrating big birthdays, so they're enjoying it and living it to the fullest.
Excellent, thanks a lot, mate. Cheers. Back to the box.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. Well, such a shame that FFS have been taken out of contention in this one. The car's still in the pit lane. They are one of 2 cars not running. The other one, of course, the 248 JPR for hire car, which had its issues at the Lodge corner end of the circuit. Right, battle heading through the Britain chicane. Who have we got here? Tropical Rocket Racing are in this group, I can see. The car at the front of the group is actually the Demon Tweaks car, except no longer, because Tropical Rocket Racing are to the inside of them. That is now Neo Clark, the 18-year-old, I think you said, didn't you, who gains that position heading down into Hislops, gets himself ahead of the 207, being driven now by Mark Burton. And that Tropical Rocket car, that's a car we're going to talk about a fair bit this season, I think. I'm already seeing good things from them. Both drivers seem quite racy, and that car picking its way even further up the order now.
Indeed, of course. As you get older, you always start to lose a few tenths, don't you? So young drivers, we can expect them to be right on the pace and already making moves very nicely. Around the outside there, lovely move from Chris Weatherall there in the Axiometrics car, pressing on through and looking to make up a few positions. It looks as though Demon Tweaks 2 here might drop to the back of this train. There's 2 more drivers trying to find their way through as we head down into the final corner. Late on the brakes there, making the move up the inside. Job done, and indeed second car does indeed look to follow through as well, so it will be Demon Tweaks 2 dropping to the back of this train as I'll continue on side by side with the 557 as they press on down to the first corner. Signature RV looking for that inside line and getting the move done under brakes. An odd one for FFS, I will say. I've never heard of that one, losing some of the floor. Never heard of that one in a Fun Cup car. What a shame for them.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that could happen if you rattle over a curb too hard, I guess, but then the cars are very well made and they're designed to be able to tolerate that sort of thing, so a very odd one indeed. Here comes Simon Rudd for second position to the inside of Vlad Vasiliev, and he makes the move stick down at Hislop, so that we sort of saw coming a little bit, didn't we? And he has been able to steal the position away. How far up the road is Farkini? Only about 2.5 seconds or so, I reckon. So Simon Rudd could yet get to the lead. He's been lapping quicker than Farkini, in fact was 8/10 quicker than the leader last time by, and he's definitely going to be eyeing up the race lead as we move into now the second of the 4 hours, and Simon Rudd starting to march towards the front. There aren't many championships, one make championships certainly, where you can say that an hour into the race the top 3 cars all started outside of the top 20. The Uvio car started I think 20th, didn't it? The Vape Club car 22nd, and of course that GRD car 29th and last, and here we are an hour later and they're all in the conversation for the race lead.
Indeed, amazing to see your defending champions then up into second place. More impressively so that at the start of that lap Simon was the best part of 2 seconds behind Vlad. He caught him and passed him and then has gained that gap you can now see on your screen. What pace being shown here by Simon Rudd. Of course, he's very experienced behind the wheel of a Fun Cup car, and he's putting that to good work here as he looks to chase down their old rivals of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. We don't want a repeat of 2 years ago here at Oulton Park, do we? That was quite the squabble between the two of those. Given we're only at round 1, hopefully there'll be a little bit more room given between the two of them, but I do think it's only a matter of time here before Simon catches the back of the Uvio car.
Yes, I think you're right. The pace he's got is pretty incredible, isn't it? He was 1.8 seconds quicker than the leader last time, although the leader was stuck in a bit of traffic, I noticed. Maybe caught that car down at the Hislops Knickerbrook area, which would not have been an easy pass to make. So I don't expect Simon to take the same sort of time out of Farkini this time by. You're absolutely right, they're two of the most experienced drivers on the grid, both champions in Fun Cup racing, and they both know a thing or two about how to win here at Oulton Park as well. The GRD car, though, through all of these new teams and new drivers coming in and potential race winners, potential champions, all of the conversations we've been having building up to the race, it is quite amusing, isn't it, that it's Uvio versus GRD for the lead again an hour into the race. I do still think there will be other people that get themselves into this battle before the checkered flag, but the cream always rises to the top and the experience always seems to count.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, you mentioned about being winners at Oulton Park. The last 3 times that we've come to Oulton Park, the race has been won by Team GRD. Funny enough, the last time that Uvio won around here was back in 2022.
Wow.
It's quite some time since Uvio Uvio has stood on the top step, but saying that, they're always in and amongst it, aren't they? It's always a podium or somewhere close for Uvio around this kind of circuit, so maybe that stat not quite telling the full story, but you can see even visually how much Simon Rudd is closing in, and where will he think about this move then? Look at him weaving in behind Uvio, just being like, hello old friend, let's go into battle.
Yeah, had to think about it into Cascades. Wasn't quite close enough to do it there, but he'll pick up the slipstream now down Lakeside, and we know you can make the move into Island Bend. Does Farkini defend it? No, to be fair, no he doesn't, and Simon Rudd will blast past down the straight and take over the race lead. So Simon Rudd then to the front and makes his way through. We have had 3 different leaders so far. He will become the 4th at the end of this lap. Track Focused, of course, led until lap 18. Then Vape would have 5 laps in the lead. It was also a 5-lap leading stint for Uvio, but now it is GRD out in front, and we've seen this time and again, once they hit the front, it is not all that common that they end up losing that lead. We'll see whether or not they're able to hang on for the next nearly 3 hours of racing. I don't think they're going to have things all their own way. The gap, though, that these leading 3 have pulled over the rest of the field, that is what's going to work against everyone else, really, and certainly work in the favour of GRD and Uvio. There's no one else really queuing up behind to come and challenge, is there?
No, indeed, they are really pressing on at the sharp end of this race. And let's see through the rest of this stint as we move on to the second safety car window of the race, where these two seem to sort themselves out. Got to continue singing my praises to Greenheath as well. What a first stint it was from Gary Bate. He's handed over to Paul Turner, and Paul doing just as well. Now a good 6 seconds or so clear of Seed Data in 5th place, in a nice bit of no man's land in 4th there, leading the Masters class, of course. Now explaining that, GRD, as you can tell on the left-hand side of your screen, also in the Masters class, but because they're in the overall top 3, they won't be on the Masters class podium. It will only be from 4th place downwards, so because Greenheath are 4th, they are currently in the lead in the Masters. Hopefully that gives a good enough explanation for you. But then as we head on to, what is it now, lap number 30 of this race, new race leaders of Team GRD lead us through. Now Uvio looking to just hold in the toe for the moment. As you can see, they're still with that bit of front splitter damage to contend with, but doesn't seem to be hampering them too much as we look now back to Seed Data. So this is your battle from 5th place backwards, and we've actually got quite a few drivers involved in this one, haven't we? We've got Seed Data, Rob Boston 2, Race Logic, Track Focused, Red River Sport and GCI all nose to tail.
Yes, Johnny Molam now in that Red River Sport car in 9th position. I expect that to make some forward progress in this stint. GCI likewise. Actually, we saw Craig Butterworth was well and truly up for the fight when he started overtaking people almost before he'd left the pit lane at the beginning of his stint. Here comes Race Logic to the inside of Seed Data, and that is another place lost then for Seed Data. A couple of places lost, I think, over the last lap or so. Greenheath go through there in 4th, 5th then for the Rob Boston car, 6th Race Logic, and yes, 7th now for Seed Data, with Track Focused 8th, Red River Sport 9th, and GCI Racing at the back of that little group of cars in 10th position. Yes, they're just about on the back of the group, the black car with the red highlights, and all 6 of them absolutely nose to tail as they head over Hilltop and back down the other side. The Rob Boston 169 car, that is... who's in that car now? That is Sam Heading, isn't it? Yeah, that's a car that I think if they'd have started at the front of the grid would be having a very different race right now. Yes, they're into the top 5 now, but that is a potential race-winning car. I think if they can catch a safety car at the right time, Tom Leben and Sam Heading, both more than quick enough to take the fight to the likes of Bradbury and the Uvio car and the GRD car at the front of the field.
Yeah, exactly. Their pace has been amazing. They can't feel too hard done by because they would have only started 21st.
True.
So starting with the bits hasn't hampered them too much, but they have been monstrously impressive, haven't they, across that first stint? And now Sam continuing on with that pace as well, moving now up into the top 5. And don't forget, like we mentioned, that is one of the brand new teams that are on for the potential prize. And don't forget, not only is it 10,000 for a race win, it's also 3,000 for second and 1,000 for third. So even if they could just get up 2 more places, there's a potential for a bit of money in their pockets post today.
Yeah, absolutely so. There goes Molan, by the way, to the inside of Mike McCollum in the Track Focus car. That's 8th position now for Red River Sport. And GCI Racing's Craig Butterworth thinks about it into Cascade, goes for it into Cascades, and Mike McCollum wanted to close the door, wanted to turn into the corner, couldn't quite do it, ends up on the dirty side of the road and nearly loses control. So it does in the end lose that position to the GCI Racing car. 11th, by the way, is about 8 seconds behind them. That's Neil Plimmer having a fairly anonymous race so far, PLR Racing. Tim Wheeldon started the car, Neil Plimmer in it now. But again, their thing is always just consistency. They've got that brand new car for 2026. They're still probably bedding that in, and they'll be hoping that they have slightly better reliability, maybe, PLR Racing, than they've had over recent years. Hop over the curbs through Britain's. That's such a spectacular place to go and watch the cars. You can get really quite close to the track over there as well, and you can really see the punishment that the tyres and the suspension take.
Indeed, you've kind of got to weigh that up, haven't you? As there we see one of the cars in the pits. Sadly, who is that in the pits? It's a 248 JPR for hire, of course. They had that issue up through Deer Leap, didn't they, with a suspension issue, I think we believe it was, after all was said and done. But yes, as you were mentioning there, through that chicane, really difficult to try and work out, because the best line is right up and over the curb, but of course that is really hammering on the suspension and the front corner of the car, so you're flirting with death there. If you keep hitting that lap on lap on lap, surely something is going to go wrong by the end of the race. So it's weighing up quite how much curb you want to take that keeps the car feeling in a good way, but also getting you more lap time. So you can see the drivers just trying to flirt with those boundaries and see quite how far that they can push it. And you'll see, as we saw earlier with the likes of Viking, they're going a little bit too far over the edge and onto the grass on the other side of things. As we look back to our race leader gap, still only 0.4 of a second, so UVO very much remaining in the tow, holding on to the back of GRD, but we keep our eyes focused on this battle. As we were singing the praises of Rod Boston too, they have driven away from these drivers, haven't they?
Yes, that's very impressive from Sam Heading. He just did a 2 minute 0.4. The only drivers quicker than him are the top two at the moment, as Johnny Boland there scythes through on the inside of Seed Data. Red River Sport then now into 7th position. Top two are in the sort of 59.3s, and then Sam Heading into the 2.0s, but with no slipstream or anything like that. That's just a genuine pace advantage that he seems to have over those around him. And his next target is the Greenheath car, 3.3 seconds on the road. Well, he was 1.4 seconds quicker than them last time by alone. And so I think that fourth position could be heading his way before too much longer. Down through the Britain chicane we head again. Race Logic, hop over the first curb, slightly more tentative over the second one this time. The car still rocks and bounces its way through, and then accelerates up and over Deer's Leap and into the braking zone. Interesting point then that you make there about the lead gap still remaining at 0.3 of a second. Now, there have definitely been races in the past where GRD have caught Uvio, passed Uvio, and then distanced themselves from Uvio. That's not happening today, so Farkini really finding some good pace to stay within the slipstream and keep Simon Rudd honest.
Despite how quickly GRD caught up to them as well.
Exactly.
They caught up to them hand over fist, didn't they? But now that UVO are in the slipstream, sitting in there well, putting in some really nice pace, keeping with the leaders. And Vape Club have now dropped over 10 seconds off of the back of these two leaders. And really, we need a safety car to bring them all together again, I think. Well, let's wait and see. 2 hours and 49 still left to go in this race as we do look back to Team GRD and UVO Hoffman's Motorsport still leading the way. So try and scroll all the way down. 2 hours and 40 minutes will be our next pit window. So 9 minutes to wait then until the pit window board opens, and then we will see how long it takes for drivers to peel into the pit lane. I think likely we will see the likes of GRD, UVO, Vape Club all leaving it right to the end of the window. Firstly, waiting for that safety car, but for the likes of, Vape Club will likely see come in early, because of course Vlad will want to switch out and get Ted straight back in that car. But on opposing strategies, GRD, UVO, likes of Greenheath probably will leave it late, as that's a wide moment for Clapham North, that is there, down to the bottom section of the circuit through Druid, off wide, but has done pretty well to keep it up the barriers.
Yeah, George Grant that was then in the Clapham North liveried car, having a bit of a altercation with the gravel trap, but as you said, did well to get the car going. It has damaged that front splitter again, but sort of par for the course really around here at Oulton Park. It's not uncommon to see cars walking wounded. If you go off here, there is no tarmac runoff area. There's a curb, there's grass, there's gravel, and then there's a wall. So very unlikely you'll come out of it undamaged.
A proper racetrack.
Exactly.
A proper racetrack. And yeah, as we mentioned earlier, splitters don't like gravel. So as soon as the Clapham North car went off there, it was inevitable that front wing was going to be destroyed. And yeah, splitter pretty much gone then on the Clapham North car, sadly. So that's going to make it even more of a challenge to drive for the driver behind the wheel. A shame. As we look forward, look how close we are between the race leaders as they get past the back marker. UVO to the outside line then as we head down into Lodge. Not able to make the move, but hey, I wasn't expecting this. I don't know about you, Andy.
No, and that sounds like we're doing a disservice to Farkini. We know how quick he is, but just, beating that GRD car has been almost impossible of late, and Uvio will be absolutely delighted with the pace they're getting out of this car. There were a couple of races last year where it almost looked like the Uvio car just didn't have the raw speed in it. It wasn't the drivers necessarily that I felt were off the pace, but just the car didn't seem quite as quick as it had been in the past. But they've clearly refreshed it over the winter. The drivers have come back refreshed and ready for the fight, and Farkini is now starting to engage in battle with Simon Rudd. He'll get the slipstream down the Lakeside Straight, not quite close enough to overtake into Ireland this time, but signalling his intent there, wasn't he?
He was indeed. Yeah, there were a couple of races last year, weren't they, where I think Uvio, but they were in the worst possible position of, we can't find the pace and we don't know why. We cannot work out why we can't find the pace from the car. And then we go to another track and it's seemingly fine. And then we go back to another track and again we're off the pace and we can't work it out. Well, it seems as though whatever it was, they fixed it and they are still right on the back of GRD. As you were mentioning there, double yellow flags. Who's pulled over to the side there?
That's Johnny Molam, I'm afraid, in the Red River Sport car that had been carving its way up the order. Now that will be a safety car, no doubt about it. It's just a case of when they time that safety car. John's rubbing his hands with glee next to me because we are, 6.25 minutes away from the next pit window. There is the Johnny Molam car. It is going nowhere. Now, the reason I say that will be a safety car, you might be thinking it's not in a particularly dangerous position. They could push the car behind the barrier and make it absolutely safe to keep racing. And yes, you're right, but it's always been the Fun Cup philosophy that if you stop out on track and the car is recoverable, we will get you recovered back to the pits, because everyone's paid their money to be here. One of the great things about this championship is the amount of track time you get, and if that means throwing a safety car to get you back to the pits and get the car back out there, we will, and that's exactly what happens. The safety car is out for the second time, 2 times within the first hour and a quarter. The average here at Oulton Park, I hear you all asking, is, all 2 of you who are still listening to me when I start talking about stats, is 3 safety cars per race. On average, the first one comes out 18 laps in. Well, safety car 1 was 14 laps in today. That was pretty much on trend. So we'll see if the trends continue. This could be safety car number 2 of 3. We have had 8 or 9 safety cars before, though, in a 4-hour race here at Oulton Park. It could be one of those days, couldn't it? Safety car out, then it picks up the race leader, and there's more news from the pit lane.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I'm down with Simon Lidson, who's did the first stint in the 171 Bradbury's Motorsport, fuelled by data. Currently sitting 24th. Anton's out there at the moment, just staying out of trouble and just bringing the car back. That's all that matters, isn't it, today?
That's what we're hoping. So I hope he brings it one in one piece. He's been giving it a couple of kisses earlier in the test session, but I think he's going to do fine. He's very stable at the moment, so that's good. But I'm going to pick up some good pace when I get out there.
Because it's now your car.
It's now my car, and I got myself refurbished a full car. So this is the first race. So today is a little bit the maiden. So we are like taking it, feeling it in a little bit, and testing everything. So we're learning a lot today.
And speaking of learning a lot, you've got quite an exciting announcement coming potentially for the future.
Yeah, no, we are launching a platform that is going to help us visualize better how the race is going, to get the pit wall a little bit better information, especially during the race after the pit stops and so on. And we're putting a lot of AI in it and stuff like that. So we are currently having conversations with Motorsport UK and stuff like that to ensure that we are not infringing on any rules and whatnot. Otherwise, it's going to be great even in coaching. So it's called RaceFeed AI.
And plan for this year, I understand it's not the full season, but you're going to potentially miss a couple of rounds?
Things are changing quite quickly at the moment. So I did sign up, I think it was for 4 races, but now everything is leaning towards that I might miss 1 race this year, but then do the rest. So let's see.
All right, fantastic. Well, it's great to have you back, and enjoy your new toy.
Thank you so much, very much. Thank you.
Fantastic. Back to Andy and John.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. You've got 3.5 minutes of relative calm down there. Then you'll be struggling to catch your breath, as I am indeed, because you're going to have a whole field of Fun Cup cars descending upon the pit lane, I think, in a couple of minutes' time, or a couple of laps' time anyway. Best to find yourself a safe place on the pit wall, I think, Jamie. It's not his first rodeo. He's been down there before when this has happened, but this close to a pit window, John, I'd be shocked if we go racing before we get some pit stops.
100%. We're going to go into the pit window here. Teams will see the board. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think we're quite going to get around in time, are we? Oh, look at V-Box. One of their side panels has come off on the V-Box car. Sorry, the Race Logic, I should call it. I know it's got the V-Box branding over the side. The Race Logic car there. has lost one of the sort of side doors there to the engine bay, so that will more than likely probably be ripped off if they can't get it fixed back on in said pit stop. But yeah, this is really where the nerves come in for the whole team now, because this is pressure, absolute panic stations in pit lane. The drivers will know, right, we're going to have to come in here. This is going to be such a busy pit lane. And there's so many little extra things you have to think about. The one main thing being is take a more aggressive line into your pit box so that you can then face more sort of out of the pit box rather than straight down the pit lane. Because that'll mean if someone ends up going in front of you and blocking your line, you can still get around them and get into the fast lane of pit lane and you're not stuck. I had one time where we pitted in, someone came in and blocked my route, and I then had to thread the needle up the inside of the car, undertake them, and then dive into the fast lane. People are jumping out of the way, left, right and centre. It can really get busy down there, and it is going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Let's see how we go to this. Let's see what team is able to come out ahead. This is going to be very exciting. I will just say as well, this has been hugely beneficial for Vape Club with EDF. They dropped over 16 seconds off of the back of GRD and UVA Hoffmans. They've now closed right back up to the back of them here as we go into the second pit stop window of this race. We're expecting GRD to be quick. We're expecting UVA Hoffmans to be quick. Let's see, one, who makes it out first out of those two, and two, if any other teams can get involved as well with a very slick stop.
Yeah, indeed so. So next time by, the pit lane window will be open. The time after that, they can come in and pit. So, I don't know, we are still probably 9 minutes or so away from cars actually being able to pit. There is a possibility, you know, that we could go racing that time. We'll wait and see. The marshals will already have the car prepared for recovery. We're just going to get the recovery vehicle over there and then set to work getting it out of the way. There is Fabulous Randaccio, who has ditched the Spider-Man helmet, I noticed, that he had a few years ago for retro-inspired helmet, shall we say, and with not exactly the same sponsor name that would have originally been found on there. Fabulous and Farkini. When I say there are great characters in this paddock, I'm really largely thinking of those two. It wouldn't be quite the same without their antics, would it?
It wouldn't. They're top lads. They're really good fun, but they don't half give it out on the racetrack, do they? They race aggressively, but they're lovely blokes as well. Yeah, we can't really say the sponsor on the side of the helmet. I've also noticed that Farkini has lost his last name as well. Have you noticed that as well? Yeah, I think we'd aired on calling him just Farkini anyway, haven't we? Yes. So I'm glad that's official now. Well, anyway, safety car board, pit window open board now out. But as you mentioned a second ago, drivers have got to see it and then carry on round. So let's wait and see how this one plays out. Of course, I had assumed we were waiting for the big truck to get the car up on the back of it, but no, they've managed to attach a rope to the front of the car, and they've been dragging it back to the pit lane, which leads me to believe it'll happen a little bit quicker and maybe will avoid the chaos of the pit lane. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, well, I think one more lap. I think it's going to be very similar to what we had last time. I think we'll get one more lap. The difference here being you can potentially pit as the safety car comes in. Follow the safety car in, get yourself out of the pack, try and do a little bit of a GRD and get some clean air. No, safety car lights are out. We're going racing this time. So they can't pit yet. They haven't yet seen the board. It will be next time by that the pit lane window is properly open. And it's going to be quite a short window as well, because we've lost a minute of it already and they haven't even seen the board. Off goes Simon Rudd. Not off the track, but onto the loud pedal. A very late decision there for the safety car seemingly to come in, but in it came, and Simon Rudd gets the race back underway then with Farkini right in his wheel tracks. Then a couple of lapped cars before he gets to the Vape Club car, which is under threat. Look, that was Gary. That was the Greenheath car, I think, trying to get to the inside and did get past. Well, they're leaning on each other. They're still side by side, actually. But Vlad Vasiliev, I think, will lose out there for the to the 14 car of Greenheath. That's the Paul Turner machine. Did Paul get through? We'll check in on that in a moment. I suspect he probably did. Leaders, meanwhile, pretty much together as they head down the Lakeside Straight and in towards Ireland Bend through the left-hander, and Farkini keeping well and truly in touch with the race-leading car.
No, they didn't get through. Look, Greenheath have actually dropped back in all of that, so clearly they've been leaning on each other aggressively down through Cascades, and a bit of time lost then for Paul Turner in the Greenheath car, so that means Vlad Vasiliev holds on, and now under pressure from the Rod Boston car, isn't it? So Rod Boston moving through well. Hey, they're still potentially potentially on for some prize money at the end of this one, and they are getting stuck in. But you saw there how much Vape Club were hampered by the back markers on that race start. They weren't quite as switched on. They weren't ready for the launch that we knew was going to be inevitable there from GRD. They weren't ready for it, and they got left in the dust, and that meant Vape Club had to sit in behind. They're not able to overtake until they get to the timing line. They had to wait, and thus lost a good few seconds there on that jump alone. Look how close our two race leaders are.
That was almost tapping Morse code onto the back of the GRD car then from Farkini. They were one Fun Cup car as they went through Knickerbrook Corner, and in the background I think Sam Heading has possibly moved into third position now for the Rob Boston Racing squad. We'll double check that in a moment or two. Leaders underneath the Paul Warwick Bridge head towards Lodge Corner. Yes, it is the Rob Boston car into third now, so Sam Heading then charging through the order. The leaders though as one turn into Lodge. Does anyone bail for the pit lane this time? I'd be surprised if the leading two do, and indeed they have chosen to stay out. If you're in this pack of cars though and you feel you've got a teammate who's got some pace in them, wouldn't be a bad idea to get out of the group. None of the front runners doing that though.
Really positive for Rob Boston Racing that those two back markers have gone straight into the pit lane. That leaves clear air for Sam Heading to look to try and chase down GRD and UVA Hoplands Motorsport as well now. Quite a few teams diving into pit lane. We must have 5 of them. Demon Tweaks are in, Axiometrics in, a few more cars as well, but these two very much still keeping us on our toes, and very much Farkini keeping Simon on his toes as well. Simon continuing to lead this race, but still having his work cut out for him to keep UVA Hoplands Motorsport behind. Well, as we go on to this lap then, 5 seconds between GRD and Rob Boston 2. Let's see how that changes over the next few laps.
Yeah, what Sam Heading in third place really wants to see is these two battling, and that is sort of what they're doing, isn't it, really? They've been holding each other up ever so slightly. There is Heading in third with the GCI car now, I think, into fourth position, isn't it? Yeah, so GCI fourth ahead of Vape Club.
No, Greenheath.
Yep. Sorry, yes. So the Vape Club car dropping down even further. So 14 then gains another position on this race, in which every time we cut to Greenheath, they seem to be overtaking someone. They've gained another place as the lead almost looked like it was going to change hands into his lot, but still no way through for Farkini.
Not quite. I got a bit excited there. That was a lot of tyre squealing, wasn't it? We just heard in our ears. Looks as though everyone's kept it on the circuit. It seems as though anyway. But yeah, sadly, Vlad just dropping back here into the pack. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't pit immediately at the opening of the pit window. Anyway, Vlad getting stuck in, losing a couple of places, but not too much time. And that is the main thing. We've still got 2.5 hours of this race to go, ladies and gentlemen. How are we already an hour and a half into this race, Andy? I do not know. It has been exciting from the start as these drivers continue to battle on then. As we mentioned, it was just over 5 seconds between GRD and Rob Boston 2. Let's see what it is as they now come across the line in a few moments' time. So they're followed by GCI then, Greenheath, Vape Club, then Race Logic getting involved. There's Viking with Ursus Capital up the inside of Seed Data. Move made. They're through into 8th place now. And then also the Track Focus car not too far behind this battle as well. There they are closing in as well as we now head on to, what is it, lap number 39 of this race. And gap, despite GRD and UVO being all over each other, has increased by half a second.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? So they've got pace over Sam at the moment, but I do think that Rob Boston Racing car is going to be one to watch for. Tom Leben will get back in at the next round of pit stops. We didn't really see what he could do in that first stint, just because we weren't really focused on that car. We will be in stint number 3, though, I'm sure. Here comes Julian Thomas, meanwhile, to the inside of Vlad Vasiliev, who's still has not pitted, and again I'm a bit surprised at this. He was stuck in traffic. He looked like maybe some of those around him were a little bit quicker, and you've got Ted Bradbury, who I'm sure is helmeted up and ready to go in the pit lane, but they're giving Vlad as much track time as possible. He won't learn, of course, won't get any better in these situations unless he's out there battling with these sort of more experienced drivers, and he is certainly going to be learning a lot in this part of the race. Bradbury, though, I'm sure will be in that car before too much longer.
Indeed, yep. Lots of learning for Vlad.
Actually, I'm going to correct myself here. I'm wondering whether I missed this on the sheet in front of me, but Jamie tells me Vlad is double stinting anyway, so I don't know if that was always the plan. That's why he's staying out. Vlad Vasiliev was going to double stint, apparently.
Oh, yeah, I can see on our sheet, look, it says 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, so we've missed 2. That's why we've gotten confused there. So yes, that makes sense then. Right, okay, understood. So, okay, continuing on. Right, we'll try and get it right in the box then as we continue to move on with this race. And still as they were then continuing to battle on in this battle pack. Still, what is it, just over 3 minutes of this second pit window still left to come. And let's see when the drivers dive in how that reshuffles up the order. Here then, Rob Boston Racing still leading that secondary pack, then from third place backwards. So at the moment anyway, they are currently sat in a position where a bit of prize money is on offer, but plenty of time still to come in this race. And there you go. Into pits comes the Vape Club car, following in Greenheath, and they also followed in another car as well. It was the Rob Boston Racing car.
Yes, so I'm looking out of the window, fuel going into the Rob Boston and the Greenheath car. Rob Boston even have nice snazzy white fuel churns, I noticed, with I guess some sort of Rob Boston branding on it. I don't see, no, there is fuel going into the, oh, it's on screen, there we go. Look at the pictures, Andy. Fuel going into the 212 car, and Vlad Vasiliev, as we know, staying in the car, except you don't stay in the car, even if you're double stinting. You have to get out, get back in again to replicate a driver change. Also, you can't be in the car when you're refueling anyway, for safety reasons. So they've done the refueling, Vlad gets back in, and he will now do a double stint, and that then will release Ted Bradbury to get in at the next stint. Dramas, they can't fire the car up. Now it goes. That will have cost them a second or so.
Yeah, that was a good 4 or 5 seconds, I think, lost there. It took a long time to get that car restarted. They have got out ahead of Greenheath, though. I think Rob Boston got out... no, they were actually further behind. So despite those issues in getting out of the pits for Vape Club, they've still gained a position out of it and a good bit of time as well. So that just shows the slickness of the pit stop, despite issues after it, still coming out ahead of those two drivers. So fair play to them. Also wanted to mention as well, as we cut back to this very big battle pack once again, Race Logic are involved in this one. I noticed they haven't pitted yet, but they have lost that cover to the engine, so clearly the wind has decided to rip that one off, and thank goodness that'll be a headache that they no longer have to deal with, and probably a bit of extra engine cooling as well.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing. It's not a warm day today, but when you're running this close to other cars, you can start overheating the engine quite quickly, can't you?
Abby Eaton was saying that earlier, wasn't she?
Yeah, there we go. So, see, I do listen sometimes. Yeah, this is something that they hopefully won't have to worry about quite as much now. Gap at the front of the field is still only a quarter of a second. In fact, it's maybe less than that as they come across the line now. This battle's still raging on behind, though, amongst drivers who have yet to make their second stop. Race Logic are coming in this time, and potentially a couple more from that group. Yes, they are, including the Tropical Rocket Racing car, I noticed. Neo Clark to hand over to Josh Phelps. There are the leaders, absolutely together still. GRD ahead of Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport. They are 8.5 seconds clear now of GCI Racing, because of course we've had a couple of cars pit from that next little group. See Data are fourth, Viking will now be fifth, and the pit window is closed. So next time by will be the last opportunity for some of them to pit. Those who of course haven't seen the pit window closed board yet, though, they can do another lap.
Indeed, yeah, they can still finish this lap, come the two leaders, see the board, go around again, and then come in. Will be really interesting to see, though, once again, if they both come in at the same time. It'll be the battle of the teams once more as to who can get out of the box quicker, as using loads of curb there with Uvio Hoffmann's, weren't they? Straight up and over, clobbering that left side of the car. Not really sympathetic mechanically, but maybe finds a bit of lap time nonetheless, as it's great to see these two sticking nose to tail. If this continues on, those last 10, 20, 30 minutes of the race, if they're still like this, are going to be nail-biting stuff. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. I know it's 2.5 hours of your life, but honestly, it will benefit your life. It's going to be super, super exciting, and don't count out the rest of the teams ever so slightly further down the order as well, as we finalise these last pit stops of the second window, and we finalise what the order's looking like through into the third stint of the race. And of course, once again, for a lot of teams, it'll be brand new drivers. For some of them, they've only got 2 of them, so it will still be a repeat of another driver. But again, a lot of the field will be brand new drivers to the circuit who need to get up to pace quickly once again.
Interestingly, though, GRD are sticking Chris Devell back in for the next stint. In come Uvio, so this is Farchini to hand over to Fabulous Randaccio, but GRD are going to put Chris Devell back in for his second and final stint of the race. So Simon Rudd will get out, Chris Devell will get in, and then Simon and Riley will do the entire second half of the race between themselves. We've seen them use that strategy to great effect before as well, because by the time they pit, realistically, there's going to be 25 minutes left of this third stint of the race, so Chris could do 25 minutes, come in, and that's his driving done for the afternoon. I don't think that's a bad strategy at all.
Yep, exactly. No, fantastic strategy from them. Should play out very nicely. I think we will assume that the outlap from Uvio Hoffmann's will probably be a little bit quicker than the outlap from GRD, so we'll see more than likely that they will jump ahead in this pit stop, but let's wait and see whether that does happen. You never know what could go wrong. Of course, we saw only a few moments ago for the Vape Club car having trouble of getting the car away, because occasionally it just simply won't start after you turn the engine off, because even if you're not refueling, it's full engine off procedures, then hop out the car, new driver in, fire it back up, and sometimes it just doesn't want to go. UVO, though, have not had those issues. They head straight back out onto the circuit, as we just spotted as well, Vape Club into the pits.
Again, though, right? That's into the garage.
Yes.
That's going into the garage. So this is the Vlad Vasiliev car into the garage. I thought they'd made their stop, because remember we saw Vlad double stint. He got out of the car and back in. They'd fueled it up, but now it's into the garage. So Jamie will hopefully be marching his way down there. That is major drama for a potential race-winning car. And Vlad Vasiliev has to bring the car into the attention of the team.
Yeah, I can see Jamie running on down. Oh, car straight back out. Straight back out the garage has come the car. So whatever it was, it's been a quick fix. They're straight back out, back onto the circuit. So a bit of time lost, but whatever it was, clearly not a difficult fix. Odd, though, that it would be something so quickly fixed that Ted would feel the need to come into the box there. There's either been some miscommunication or Ted has thought it's something, but it's actually been something else. Very odd there. Either way, here come your race leaders into pits.
Yeah, I'm racking my brains as to what that could have been, but an issue that maybe resolved itself as he came in, I'm not really sure. But anyway, Vlad Vasiliev, who remember stayed in the car, is back out on track. Leader is in, so is GCI. We're going to see everyone in this time, aren't we? As the pit window has closed. That is Simon Rudd sauntering away from the car, not looking at all like he's just been busy behind the wheel for over 40 minutes. There is, I guess, fuel going into the GRD car. Couldn't quite see from there. Most teams, yes, get the thumbs up from John, who's got a better view than me. Most teams will put fuel in every other stop. That's sort of the typical strategy here at Oulton Park. Depending on safety cars, you could sometimes see some variety. Where then is the Uvio car, because we know the Uvio car pitted a lap earlier. There goes the GRD car. No sign of Uvio out of the window, and look, you can see there on the screen the Uvio car is only now coming out of Lodge Corner, so GRD somewhere found a massive advantage. They definitely took a churn of fuel, so I wonder whether maybe Uvio double fueled to try and get longer into the race before they have to fuel again, knowing, John, that they should have a pace advantage in this stint anyway.
Yes, very true. Very good point there. I think that would be a great strategic play then from UVO Hoppens Motorsport if that is a double stint. Good to see. The JPR hire car is coming out of the garage, so they are about to rejoin the race, which is great to see. The 248 then out of the garage, back onto circuit. Of course, they're going to be a few laps down, but either way, they can get some good time under their belt in the hot seat. And press on, learn lots, hopefully for future races that they do get involved in. Side by side there across the front strap, just seen out of the window between the Clapham North car and the 200 of Red River Sport, which of course good to see them back out on circuit as well, because they were the drivers who caused the previous yellow flag. So clearly whatever issue was with the 200 as well, not too much of a difficult fix. They've done that within about 10 or 15 minutes. So again, another car, Red River Sport, has lost a bit of lap time, lost a bit of laps in terms of their overall, but getting back out on circuit well and getting straight back onto pace, which is good to see. 2 hours and 25 minutes still left of this race then, ladies and gentlemen. But as you say, GRD with quite the sizable lead. Let's see what the pace difference is looking like between Chris Novell and the driver of Uvio, who has jumped in now behind the wheel. Is it Fabulous once again?
Yes.
It is.
Yes, it is. Fabulous Randaccio. Throttle cable issue for Red River Sport, by the way, Jamie reports. He also reports that the 212 car, they couldn't get the fuel in on the pit stop, so they had to take it into the garage and try again, I think is what he's telling me. Hopefully we'll get an update from the team at some point. I think I can see Ted is down there. That might even be Jamie standing next to him, so we might have an update from the team before too much longer. But yeah, that is hopefully not something that's going to occur at every refueling stop. It was an issue with the dump churn, we are told, so not necessarily the internal fueling system in the car, but potentially the fuel churn itself. So drama then for them. Great stint for GRD though, and they have had an amazing pit stop as well. Maybe some strategic games going on. There's a car in the gravel at Druids, and they're going to dig their way out. Who was that? That was, I think, the Letec car, wasn't it? 99?
Yes.
Sliding his way back on. Yes, it is. That is Brian Heary in for the second time, and well, it's not often you go off at high speed at Druids and don't hit something. That was a very lucky escape.
I can't believe he didn't go into the barrier there. I thought that was inevitable. Axiometrics are into the pits again. It was a shame for Axiometrics. This is an extra stop I don't think they were expecting to be doing here. The pit window is not open. But Letec there, Whew, sigh of relief for them, my goodness. That was a fast off, like you were saying. Fast exit stage left there. They've done very well to keep that out of the barriers and continue on with the race.
And I think I know why, because it's just started raining again. Now, we were told, weren't we, by one of our regular photographers here at Oulton Park a few minutes ago, there was rain forecast for 2:30. It is 2:28 now, so I'd say that arrived pretty much on schedule, and that might now start to catch some people out. Right, down in the pit lane, Jamie, I think, is at Rob Boston Racing.
I am, Andy. I bumped into Will Blackwell-Chambers and James Riley, who are making their debut in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship as the axiometric car leaves after an unscheduled pit stop. Will, first of all, welcome. To say your first stint was busy was a bit of an understatement.
Yeah, there were some small gaps. We went forward a bit. I think we started 13th, came in 7th, so really nice progress through the field. They don't leave much space out there. Had a little bit of door-to-door banging, but no, it was good. One of the cars in front of me decided to throw their front splitter at me as well, so that was good fun. But no, it's a really good stint. Happy with how it went. Brought it in, cars roughly in some pieces, so it's not too bad.
And James, obviously, like Will, this is all new to you. I mean, you're more recently used to sort of front-wheel drive. How have you found driving these?
They have so much grip. It's a ridiculous amount of grip. Every corner, you can just throw it in and it keeps going round the corner rather than having a wobble, which is nice. But yeah, the racing's really good as well. They're super close, close and bumpy, but in a good way. Like, just aggressive but fun.
And, well, I mean, obviously in the back of the team's minds is the £10,000 prize, but your main objective is to get the car home and finish well. And we've seen you hovering around that top 10, and in one of the toughest endurance championships out there, that's no mean feat.
No, it's been a good first weekend. Admittedly, our teammates, I think, are currently leading, and they're also rookies, so they're in a really good contention for that 10 grand. So, I don't know, we'll go see if we can hunt them down and see what we can do.
All right, and James, you're obviously going to be going out a little bit later. Weather's a little bit threatening now, it's trying to rain. What's your thoughts for the rest of the race?
If it rains, that'll be good fun. Definitely fun. Just keep it on the track, finish, try and, as Will said, hunt them down, get high, finish as high as we can, but finish mainly.
And make Mr. Rose part with some money.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
It'd be nice, but I don't think I'd like to keep my job. Thanks. But thanks a lot, boys. That's Will Blackwell-Chambers and James Riley down here at Rob Boston Racing.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Now I'm going to direct you, if that's all right, Jamie, to head in the opposite direction. Pit lane exit, please, and give us an update on Vape Club, because we need to know exactly what the issue was with that fuel turn. And this is taking me back to the good old days of me and Jamie doing circuit commentary for Fun Cup, as we did for many a year. I could spot him out of the commentary box window and send him wherever I wanted him to go, and sometimes he'd even listen to me. So down to the end of the pit lane we'll go, Jamie. We'll get a proper update on the Vape Club issues momentarily. In the meantime, let's give you an idea of the picture of the race right now, because we have, of course, conducted our second round of pit stops, and Rob Boston Racing's number 169 car is leading the way. Tom Leben jumped into that car. We've just been hearing from the Rob Boston team down in the pit lane. They've got a 3.7 second lead. Now, I know I said Tom Leben would be pretty handy, and I know that they were there or thereabouts at the front of the field, but that screams to me that they've maybe done something slightly different on fuel strategy. That's quite a jump of time that they've gained.
Indeed, impressive. Last time I saw they were about a second behind. Now they're a good 4 seconds in front, as you've just pointed outside our box. Wind picking up, rain picking up here at Oulton Park. This is going to make things very interesting through this third stint of the race. Let's see how Christabel can deal with this pace and continue pressing on. As you can see now, Yuvia Hoffman's about 10 seconds off of the back of Rob Boston 2. I think Paul Rose is biting his nails at the moment with Rob Boston 2 currently sat in the lead of the race. Of course, Jamie heading down to hopefully speak with Ted Bradbury down at the end of pit lane. Hopefully we'll hear from them in a few moments' time, but either way we keep our eyes on the action for the moment. Race Logic doing a very fine job there in 4th place as well, heading up a decent pack behind. Okay, a few seconds now between Seed Data and Greenheath. Again, Greenheath still doing a lovely job there within the top 6. Well, it sounds as though Jamie is about ready there down in the pit lane. We'll hand down to him.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm down with Eddie Farrow, team owner of EDF Motorsport. First stint, Ted, 22nd to top 3. Amazing, as per usual. but then the fuel churn decided it didn't want to play ball.
Unfortunately, it just froze, Jamie. No fuel come out at all. As soon as he'd gone, obviously the guys put the fuel churn down, nothing out of it. We always check them. So we had to stop out the window, so in the garage to fuel, and then back out again. It's as simple as that.
So it's dropped Vlad down to 17th now. The wind's picking up. The rain's coming down on the other side of the circuit. Have you managed to have a chat with him over the radio and see what we can do?
He's fine. He's calm. All he's got to do is just keep lapping at the same pace, and then we'll work our way back.
All right. Well, best of luck for the rest of the race, mate.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. Cheers.
Thank you. That's the box.
Thank you. Right, drama on track now. Car in the gravel at Druids. It's the 158 car, and that is the G-Force car of Gary Summers in the gravel at Druids Corner. That car's going nowhere without some assistance from the marshals, and it's quite close to the edge of the road, so I suspect we might be about to get that third safety car period of the race. And this is all, I think, John, related to these ever-changing conditions. The weather starting to roll in again, and it always seems to be that part of the circuit that's catching people out.
Indeed it is, yeah. So sadly, Gary suffered a bit too much G-force in that corner, hasn't he? Spinning round into the gravel. Well, big up the Orange Army. They're trying to push him out of the gravel trap here to attempt to mean that we don't have a safety car. Well, let's see if that happens. Of course, it will be double wave yellows there through Druids. But of course, it's a difficult part of the circuit to navigate as it is, let alone when there's a bit of rain coming down. Bold for the marshals to be out there trying to offer a hand, but no, they've given up on that one. It is going to be Gary stuck, Gary out of the car, and this will indeed be a safety car, as you say.
Tell you who this benefits, Team GRD, because this was the final stint for Chris Devell. He was losing quite a chunk of time to the cars around him. He's still in second place though, and a safety car could now eat even further into his stint. So I think we might be seeing a bit of a sigh of relief coming from the Team GRD garage. This plays them right back into it, and of course they've maintained their track position advantage over Uvio as well. The safety car is out for the third time, and this for the 158 car then, that is in the gravel trap, lap 46. 3 safety cars in the first 46 laps, or in the first hour and 45 minutes if you prefer, and this will bunch everyone back together. We should get this easily dealt with before the next pit window opens, which is good news, as the sun, ironically now, starts to come out from behind the clouds again. The safety car picks up the field. It will pick up the Rob Boston Racing car, which benefited greatly from the pit stop cycle, and then Team GRD and Uvio will be right together behind them. They were already right together though, weren't they, John?
Indeed they were. Yeah, indeed they were. Only a couple of seconds between them before we went to this safety car period. But now, with it being under safety car, full course yellow conditions, bunches all the drivers up once again. Exactly what we needed here to give us an even more exciting race than we've already had. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you're watching from. Thanks for tuning in and enjoying the first round of the Fun Cup season. Make sure you join us for the entirety of the season, because it is only going to get more exciting as the championship plays out. While we have a second, I might as well run you through the calendar for the rest of the year. And the 9th of May will be round number 2 at Snetterton, another 4-hour race to contend with there. Then we head to Anglesey on the coastal layout for both round 3 and round 4 on the 13th of June. That's the classic 2 3-hour races, with one of them running into the dusk. It's always beautiful at Anglesey, particularly when it's nice bright blue skies, but it's always a bit of a flip of a coin at Anglesey as to whether you will get that or a torrential downpour. We'll have to wait and see then as we head there in June. Then it's on to July, the 18th of July to be exact, for rounds 5 and 6 at Donington Park. That will be a 1 hour and a 3 hour. Then we move on to round 7 at Brands Hatch on the Indy layout. That will be on the 15th of August for another 4-hour endurance race. It's yet again another 4 hours at the Silverstone on their national layout. Apologies, at the Silverstone. I've been working at Kart Silverstone recently, so I've been getting all my words mixed up in terms of that. But round 8 it is on the Silverstone National Circuit there on the 19th of September, and then we finalise the season round 9 and 10 back here at Oulton Park on the International layout for a 1 hour and a 4 hour to finish off the season. For the first time ever, I believe that is, that we've got a 1 and a 4 on the same day. 5 hours of racing on one day. Not only is that going to be tough for the drivers, it's going to be tough for the cars as well to make it through that kind of amount of racing on only one day, the 17th of October, that one to finish off the season. Make sure you're joining us for all of those rounds, because like I say, This has just been a taster of quite how exciting Fun Cup can be. Well, we press on then. Drivers all have now closed up behind the safety car as we move on through this full course yellow period. Drivers close up then. Rob Boston 2 still doing an incredible job at the sharp end of the order. What a fantastic showing from a team who, don't forget, none of the drivers have raced in Fun Cup before. As not sure what the hand gesture there was from the person involved in the safety car, who sat in the safety car there. It looked almost slow. Oh, thank you, Kieran. It's just told me in my ears. It's the roof rack is a little bit insecure, so they're just trying to get that back onto the roof. It almost looked like a wave through. I think that's what Rob Boston thought, or the Rob Boston team, the driver behind the wheel there for Rob Boston 2, almost thought there it was a wave through, and then they were immediately told, no, stay behind. So clearly just an issue there with the safety car itself. Less than ideal. Right, then we continue on. Line Acern here as we look to try and get the 158 out of the gravel trap, and the trusty Land Rover has headed on round to look to drag that car back out of place. And luckily for them anyway, it's not too far to continue dragging it on back round to the pit lane. So, of course, for the moment, Gary Summers went behind the barrier to keep it nice and safe, but now we're under full course yellow flag conditions. He'll jump back into the car and assist with the steering as he is dragged back to pit lane. Or to be honest, he's only spun into the gravel trap. More than likely, there's nothing wrong with the car, so they might just drag him back onto the black stuff. He could get it fired up and then rejoin the back of the train. Of course, he would have lost quite a few laps now, quite a bit of time as well, but good to see anyway that Gary Summers, firstly, all okay after that one, and secondly, that the car's absolutely fine. He can rejoin the action nonetheless. But exciting stuff then. Lots of safety cars as well. Lots of things being thrown up here. It's classic Fun Cup back for 2026. It has been super exciting. And we're not even at half race distance yet, Andy.
Exactly that, yes. We do not know what the second half of the race has in store for us. That's good news, though. The 158 car is unleashed from the recovery vehicle and should be able to continue on its way. Yes, it can. So this time by, I think we should go racing once again. In the meantime, let's head down to the team that I think have benefited perhaps the most from this third safety car period of the race, Team GRD. Jamie is down there.
Thanks, Andy. I'm back down with our reigning champions, Team GRD, Riley Phillips. This safety car put you right on the back of 169. Of course, they're in the running for 10 grand, so I'm sure Mr. Rose will be happy if you overtake them. Of course, we're only joking. And you've benefited really well after that second pit stop, jumped a load of places again.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Obviously, our pit stops are a very strong point, so making use of them as much as we can. Under safety car, obviously, it kind of neutralises the race for us a little bit, so we're glad to kind of hold position up at the front there, and then, soon we'll have me and Simon in to finish. So it's looking pretty good for us.
And coming into this season, I mean, we've seen the entry grown, with lots and lots of sort of new teams coming in, teams that are fighting at the top. It's getting harder and harder, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. I mean, this year's most competitive it's ever been, really. There's all these teams to watch out for, and the new teams that have come in as well get to experience a bit of how competitive Fun Cup really is. It's enjoyable, this competition, and it makes it a little bit more tough for us to make our way through from the back, especially this first race. So, yeah.
And of course, we celebrate the 25th anniversary of Fun Cup. Cast your mind back to a 16-year-old Riley. Back in, I think it was 2017 or 2018, you jumped in to your first ever race to now. How much has it changed?
The nerves that I had at the start of Fun Cup, they haven't really gone away now. Before it was, I don't know how well I'm going to do. I don't know anybody, and now I still don't know how I'm going to do. All these people are really, really fast. It's good racing out there, and obviously look forward to continue doing it for as long as I can.
All right, well, best of luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, thank you.
That's Riley Phillips from Team GRD, all excited for his stint later on today. But I understand the safety car might be coming in this lap, so it's back to John Ratcliffe and Andy McEwen.
Hopefully. Yes, thank you, Jamie. Cars are indeed at Druids, and I think those lights should be going out any moment now for a restart, this time by 8.5 minutes before the half-time whistle blows, if you like, and the third pit window opens. And who is going to be in the lead at that point, I wonder? It is the Rob Boston Racing car that leads the way, number 169 of Tom Leben, former Ginetta Junior champion. He's not the only Ginetta Junior frontrunner to come and raced in Fun Cup. Is he going to be the first one to claim a race win? Well, he's got the two most successful teams, really, of the last 6 or 7 years or so of the championship right behind him, with Team GRD and Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport. And this is going to be a proper battle, I think, between now and the next round of pit stops. So, very late restart here for Tom Leben. That's the Ginetta Junior style, isn't it, of restarts? Go as late as possible. He's kept that from his junior racing career. Does now step on the loud pedal, but predictably with him go Chris Devell and Fabulous Randaccio battling behind there. Greenheath nipping to the inside of Race Logic. That was for 5th position.
Yeah, here we go then. Back to full racing speed. Back to full green flag conditions we go. And Uvio immediately looking up the inside into Cascades. We were expecting that one to come, and it's come immediately then. First lap on the restart, and through into second place goes Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport. Well, they'll now look to hunt down Rob Boston 2. Let's see if the Rob Boston 2 car can make a gap and break away, or whether Uvio will go with them. There's Greenheath, Race Logic all battling in, GCI with them as well. A good few teams getting involved and stuck in. Amazing to see as well, the Demon Tweaks 1 car, which was off in the gravel on the first lap, is involved in this front scrap.
Yes, it is
Good
actually.
to see.
Yeah, well spotted. It's managed to bounce back quite nicely. Got some decent pace in it as well at this stage of the race. So too, though, has Fabulous Randaccio, and he's closing in quite quickly now on Tom Leben over the first half of the lap. Might well be looking to try and make a move before the end of the lap. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lead changes, 6 lead changes now, because through comes the Uvio car. I thought it might be coming. I didn't necessarily expect it into the very next braking zone.
Me neither. I looked up and suddenly thought, oh my goodness, they're alongside us. Uvio flirt with the track limits there on the outside, all over the green exit curb and almost onto the grass. Well, either way, they're through into the lead of the race then, and Uvio once again leading us through, as you say, 6 races, different race leaders, is it now? My goodness. Or six changes. Six lead changes, of course. And I think we have still had 3 or 4 different race leaders as well. It's been a pretty open race here. It's certainly not been a case of 1 or 2 teams dominating the field. This is open for interpretation here. New teams getting involved, returning teams a little bit off the pace. This is exciting stuff here, as they're the 49 now getting involved as well. The Track Focus car, really impressive first stint of the race. Certainly don't count them out. They are well and truly involved in this leading squabble.
Yeah, 6 lead changes among 5 different teams.
Wow.
This is actually the first time a team have got back to the front, having lost the lead, and it is the multiple former champions Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport who do it. There goes the Tropical Rocket Racing car, nipping to the inside of Race Logic. Race Logic struggling a bit in this stint. Tropical Rocket, though, into the top 10, in fact into the top 8 now, 8th position for that car, which is now in the hands of Josh Phelps again for the second time, and that car's got some serious pace in it right now. So too has Seed Data there at the inside of GRD, and bringing with them the 49 Track Focus car, which all of a sudden is back in the lead group again.
Indeed, yeah, it just shows how things can so quickly change in a Fun Cup race, and they're back into the leading squabble then, now on the outside line here of GRD. They'll get forced to the curb on the outside. Move won't be made this time, and that is bringing Greenheath into that scrap as well, as yep, there you see Track Focus not able to get the move done, and still stuck in behind team number 1, as it's seemingly a bit of a poor exit though. Squeezed onto the grass at Track Focus. Do they know that they're there? They're all over the grass. They're 4 wheels on the grass there. They've managed to hold the slide and get it back on the circuit. They're going to lose a bit of exit speed, and now Greenheath are up the inside into the braking zone.
Make that lead change number 7, by the way. Tom Leben's back ahead of Fabulous now. Didn't really see that coming, but being overtaken by the Uvio car, I think, has woken Tom up, and again, in true Ginetta Junior fashion, he's snapped straight back and regained the position as soon as he lost it. So you don't know where to look, do you, after a restart in Fun Cup racing? Perhaps the leaders is where we should look, because I think there might be another lead change coming soon. Fabulous, is back in the wheel tracks of Tom Leben, and as they head towards the final corner at Lodge, that 225 car is really starting to pile on the pressure. Goes to the outside of the 169 into Lodge corner. Can he go right round the outside? Well, no.
Oh, no.
Oh dear, that's not ideal. The Demon Tweaks car with a wheel that's come loose, or damaged rear suspension, I suspect, but a wheel pointing in the wrong direction. That's going to be a safety car for certain.
It is indeed. Yeah, definitely. They're not going to be able to move that one. So let's see how we go then. Seed Data looking up the inside of Uvio now for second place. Seed Data getting very much back involved. Yeah, it was a bold attempt around the outside of the final corner, wasn't it, from Uvio? They weren't able to get it done. And as we might have expected, Rob Boston showed them to the exit curb and said, you can have that bit over there. Enjoy no grip, as they went right round the outside, dropped back into second place and did well, honestly, there to stay ahead of Seed Data. It looks as though the Orange Army doing their best to actually try and push that car out the way.
Yeah, we will still go safety car, I'm sure, but at least if they can get it out of the way, they can possibly cycle through the next pit window without doing that. That's another thing that Julian, our race director, quite likes to do. If we have to go safety car, he'd rather do it after a pit window rather than just before it. So we'll see what the marshals can do. They were getting the car out of the way. How far out of the way it went, I'm not so sure. Lead battle then descends upon what is presumably still a yellow flag zone at Britain's, but on the exit there are overtaking opportunities over the hill. We know this because this is where, of course, Fabulous got the lead a couple of laps ago. Tom Leben isn't really defending the inside line, so I think Randaccio will go for this. He does go for it, late on the brakes, gets to the corner first and gets the lead back.
Yep, if you leave a door open, Randaccio is going to go through it, isn't he? And he does just that. Back to the lead of the race he goes. And once again, another lead change. Fantastic to see. This is brilliant action. We saw there in your little picture-in-picture screen that the 22 GT racing car was in the pits. Obviously not a planned pit stop. We're not in a pit window, but it looks as though they've got it back out on track reasonably swiftly, which is good to see. But look at this. All this squabbling between these top two is keeping Seed Data right there, and the same as well for the likes of GRD, Green Heath, Track Focus, all still with them as well.
Oh, and that's damage for Tropical Rocket Racing, isn't it? It's smoking like a rocket now slightly, with the plumes of smoke coming from the left rear corner. They've had contact. The safety car is out for a fourth time. They're coming quite thick and fast now, aren't they? These
another driver off,
safety cars.
Boston Racing.
Oh, it is. That's down at...
I think that's the same corner. Oh, is it? Yeah, no, it is, because that's the cutting for the shorter circuit, is it not?
Possibly, or it could be down at Hislops. I'm not actually entirely sure.
That's a difficult one. That's a difficult one. I can't work that one out. But either way, car pulled over to the side, driver up and out the car. No, that's down at Knickerbrook, isn't it? Hislops and Knickerbrook.
Now, damage to the right front of that car and the left rear of the Demon Tweets car related. I pose the question. There was a lap between these two incidents, so not guaranteed. Perhaps our camera ops can report back exactly what was going on there, but that is either way now our fourth safety car period, and no choice now with two cars in dangerous positions. Julian Floyd had to scramble the safety car, and indeed did so, and we are now, sorry Jamie, going to be having a pit window opening right in the middle of a safety car window. This is always, I believe the kids would say, meme-worthy, or words to that effect anyway. Jamie, I presume, has gone and found a safe place to hide already,
No, he stood in the middle of the pit lane at the moment. He was just gesticulating up to us of, oh no, we've got all the cars coming in at once. This is going to be interesting. Well, it just heard through our ears that it was a curb hit there, but two cars off with very similar issues, one on the front right, one on the rear left. Very odd to happen on, if not the same lap, 2 laps in a row. Very, very odd. You can see there as well the engine cover almost coming off as well for the 252. Very weird, really weird. I don't know how those two have happened, but either way, we've got 2 cars, let's be honest, pretty much out the race there. That's some pretty serious damage.
Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? The 252 car, which was the Will Blackwell Chambers car, remember, it was being driven actually at the time by Steve Roberts, former champion, in BMW Compact Cup racing quite a long time ago, I think he was, and Steve Roberts, who stepped away from racing for a while, came back and did some Mazda racing, MX-5 racing with Rob Boston. That's how he got to know the Rob Boston squad, and now out racing in the Fun Cup with them, but sadly his stint has ended, we believe, after a particularly aggressive curb strike down at the Hislop chicane. That's what's done the damage to that car. The Demon Tweets car potentially, of course, could have been a similar issue, couldn't it? Because we've spoken about the cars hammering those curbs repeatedly at the chicanes. This is the kind of thing that, after doing that repeatedly, can happen.
Yeah, exactly. We were speaking about earlier, weren't we, of weighing up that risk versus reward of how much do you smash those curves, because taking them aggressively is going to gain you some lap time, and it allows for the car to come back on all 4 wheels, get it nicely pitched in for the next corner, and it works really well. But it's not very sympathetic on the mechanical side, as we found out there, a couple of drivers really finding out why maybe you shouldn't hit those curbs every single lap. It's all gone wrong for both of those, and as we say, with those wheel issues as well, makes the cars more difficult to move. This is probably going to take a little bit longer to clear the cars back to pit lane. But even if it did take 10, 15 minutes, it doesn't matter. We're so close to the pit window. We're now into the pit window, and this is going to get very, very busy down in pit lane. It's going to be great to see the roaming camera capture all of this and just see how the teams take to it. Really, main thing is going to be for these brand new teams, such as Rob Boston 2, how well are they going to take to this very, very high pressure situation?
Yes, and what do you do with your fuel strategy? Because most teams won't need fuel this time, but you'd rather do that behind the safety car, wouldn't you, I'd say? So that's another question mark maybe for the teams.
I don't know, because ultimately, yes, you could take more fuel on. You're going to drop back into the pack. So you would either decide, where's the benefit more? Getting the fuel done and losing less time and able to join back up to the pack, or is it gaining track position over your rivals? Don't put any fuel in, try and do the quickest stop possible and get out in front of them all to have that track position. Then you can pull away when we go back to green flag, and then maybe catch that time back up when you put the fuel in. But as we say, differing strategies, that's what makes this so exciting.
Well, we'll find out in about 3 minutes' time, because they're all now seeing the pit lane window open board for the first time, and their next time by, they will be able to pit, and I don't anticipate the track will be clear by then. So, one car has just pitted and headed straight into the garage. Didn't quite spot who that was. Timing screen tells me it was Red River Sport again. They had a throttle cable issue, which saw them stopped at the side of the road up at Ireland a while ago. That was the cause of the second safety car, of course. And now the Red River Sport car is back in the garage. That's a shame. Bonamy Grimes, I suspect, was back in the car, and work will go ahead on that car. So we're halfway through the race then. We're into pit window number 3. We're on safety car number 4. The most we've ever had, by the way, safety cars at Oulton Park. 7 back in 2018. We had 6 in 2012, 7 in 2018, and well, we are well on our way perhaps to breaking that record, the all-time record, 9 in a particularly chaotic 5-hour race at Croft back in 2019. But it's been a while since we had a race with that many safety cars. I've just got a feeling that we might not be done with safety cars, and it really is turning into one of those kind of days, isn't it?
What do we say? Safety cars breed safety cars, don't they?
Well, we've had 3 within the last, I'm going to say 15 laps or so. So, yeah, you're not wrong with that. So, good chance that we could see more of the Hyundai safety car, which is turning a lot of laps here this afternoon at Oulton Park. I would say I hope they've topped it up with fuel, but of course it is, I think, a fully electric safety car that we have these days at Oulton Park, the Hyundai. So hopefully it's fully charged and we can see hopefully a bit less of that car, but if we do, hopefully it's charged enough to keep doing all of these laps. So half a lap before we expect to see cars coming into the pit lane, I'm going to do a pit lane Jamie check and see where he's hiding himself away. Jamie, if you... Oh, there you are, down at the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport end of the pit lane. Yeah, pretty much right in the middle. There he is on camera. Smile, Jamie. You're on candid camera as he runs across the pit lane. There we go. He's had the right idea and goes and hides away on the pit wall. That is a great spot to be to watch the carnage unfold, isn't it?
It is indeed. Yeah, perfect place to be. And it's always a bit more relaxing when you're not one of the people actually having to do the pit stop. It's enjoyable to watch on the sidelines, but when you're in it, my goodness, is it nail-biting stuff to try and get it all right, because a Fun Cup pit stop is pretty a pretty high pressure environment nonetheless. There are so many things you have to think about as I'm coming into the pits. I'm changing down, I'm onto the pit limiter, I'm loosening my belts, I'm taking it into the pit box, I'm clicking down to neutral, I'm turning the engine off, I'm undoing my belts, I'm pulling the seat back, I'm getting out of the car, and then the new driver has to jump in and do all of that in reverse and then get it started and head off. So now not only have you got to do that high pressure situation, you're doing it while there's a further 28 cars joining you, all doing it at the same time. This is going to be some spectacular stuff. If you've never seen a whole Fun Cup grid in at once, then you should certainly watch out. Hello down there in pit lane. We're up here in the commentary box, enjoying the view from up here and enjoying the sunshine and staying clear of the rain even, so unlucky down there. Enjoy it. But here we go then, coming down into the final corner. This is it. This is going to be interesting.
I wouldn't feel too sorry for Jamie, because if I know anything about Fun Cup, it's that he's always fairly well fed down there in the pit lane. There's always a team offering tea and biscuits somewhere, and they never make their way up into the commentary box.
Got it.
Just saying, Jamie. Right, cars heading towards the pit lane entry, and we are about to see, I presume, pretty much everybody come in. Certainly all of the lead lap cars will come in. We'll try and keep on top of as much of the fuel strategy as we can, see if anyone does have fuel churns ready. I can see a couple of teams definitely do.
Yeah, they do. There's definitely some fuel going in. Clapham North have carried on, oddly. So have FFS as well, understandably so, because they had issues earlier on. But interesting to see those little things that make the difference. You saw there, as soon as Uvio and Rob Boston pulled out from behind the safety car, they floored it towards the pit lane line to gain that little bit of extra time.
Uvio and GCI, I think, are the only two I can see taking
Greenheath.
fuel. And Greenheath, yes, well spotted. So they've gone already. That was a quick pit stop. Only a couple of them taking fuel. Axiometrics are. Greenheath will win the race off the pit lane, then GRD, then Uvio by the looks of it. And who's next? It will be C Data by the looks of it. About fourth off the pit lane, and then the rest of them taking their time a bit more. So really good pit stop that for Greenheath, but that's because they did not take any fuel, and I think more people maybe than you were expecting did.
You know how I said it's not worth the time to change your front splitter? Well, the 99 Lee-Tech is changing the whole front nose cone then, after they lost quite a sizable amount of that front splitter, given that off-track excursion earlier on down at Druids. As we said earlier, they did well to keep it out of the wall and just have that front splitter damage. Well, they have changed it out. They felt that that's got to have been 15 or 20 seconds minimum there that they've lost. Changing that one is worth it for the ultimate track time, even once they're back out on the black stuff.
I think it's one of those, if you're battling for the win, then you can't really afford to lose those 15 seconds. If your lap's down or you're at the tail end of the lead lap, now is a perfect time to do it, because you're not going to go a full lap down behind the safety car when you pit, are you? 92 there, a bit slow away. They were stuck behind the 125 car, the exposure lights machine. Which is still having its driver change conducted, but just like that, the pit lane empties out and everyone else back out onto the road. I can see a very lonely George Grant standing at the end of the pit lane, because Abby Eaton, as you well spotted, was the only lead lap driver not to come into the pit lane that time. So she leads the race, yes, but she'll have to pit this time, and she will presumably fall right to the back of the pack. And there's a danger, isn't there here, John, that the track might now be clear. They might go racing this time, in which case that's an even bigger time loss.
Yeah, a little bit surprised of that one as to what possible reason there would be to stay out on circuit. Of course, I understand it from the likes of FFS. They've had all that time in the pit stop. It doesn't matter to them now. They're not going to gain that time back. So what does it matter? Stay out and have that fun from the behind the safety car for the restart. But yeah, for the Clapham North that was up in first and second place in the first stint of the race, I don't really understand that strategy call, if I'm honest.
No, and if we keep getting safety cars, there's no reason why they can't be in the conversation for a podium at the end of the race. Decisions like this, though, will lose them a huge chunk of track time. So anyway, decision's been made now. They will come in this time. I think we will get another lap of safety car, though, in fairness, because they were still recovering the other Rob Boston car from down at the Hislops end of the circuit. So I think the Clapham North car will have ample opportunity to come in and pit, along with those laps down cars that elected not to. The fifth car in shot then, the Greenheath car, that is your race leader, the pale green and white machine. Then GRD second, Uvio third, Seed Data fourth, GCI in fifth. That's your top five at the moment, as we do indeed have a fairly lengthy recovery operation going on down at Hislops, because that front suspension is broken on the 252 car. It's making it a little bit of a challenge to get the car back onto the flatbed truck.
Yeah, it means he's going to take that little bit of extra time, isn't it? Shouldn't affect us too much then. Well, let's see. Of course, pit lane close board is out on the gantry, so these drivers will surely be coming straight in this time. As there you see, Clapham North pulling over to the right-hand side. In they go, so do FFS and a couple of other teams as well. I think that's the JPR for Hire, and also potentially Anglo-Asian Mining as well. I think is the other car coming into pit lane then. So that releases our actual order. So it'll be Greenheath from GRD, UVA Hoffman's Motorsport, Seed Data, and GCI then your top 5 that'll be leading us through onto the restart. Of course, we've still got fuel strategy and things to play out over the final 2 hours of this race. That'll all come into contention. But in terms of an outright scrap to get this race back underway after the safety car, if I could have picked 5 teams to be at the sharp end, it might have just been those 5. This is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, most definitely so. There is the Clapham North pit stop happening, and George Grant getting plugged into the number 146 car that Abby piloted briefly there to the lead. That will count, by the way, as a lead change. We're now starting to really rack up the lead changes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lead changes so far. I have a stat for that you'll be shocked to hear. The most Oulton Park lead changes was in 2016 we had 22, so
wow,
some way away from that. That was another 4-hour race, as they often are at Oulton Park. The record coming at Thruxton back in 2020, perhaps unlikely ever to be beaten, was 63 lead changes over the course of a 4-hour race. Now there is a track I would love to see back on the calendar. That race was something else.
Wow, that's insane. That is so far clear of the next best one. That's unbelievable. Wow. 60-something lead changes over 4. I was assuming it must be a 5 or a 6. 4 hour, that's crazy. Wow, okay, well, we are a little bit of a way off that, aren't we, with 9? I was thinking 9 was pretty impressive.
Well, it is.
Hours, but,
for some other championships, it is.
Yeah, wow. Okay, right, we'll continue to press on then. It is still UVA Hoffman's with the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:59 dead for UVA Hoffman's. GRD with a 1:59.1, then a 1:59.9 for a couple of other teams, 1:59.7, 1:59.2. There's some seriously quick teams out there that all play into this when we do go back to green flag, but it looks as though, sounds as though, Jamie is ready to chat to Gary Bate down in pit lane.
I am John. I thought I'd pop down to Greenheath and have a word with our resident Gaza. How are we doing?
We're doing very well, actually. We've so far the stars have aligned, and we've come from almost dead last, up to, I think we're leading. Are we leading?
P2.
P2, yeah. P2. That's as good as. So it's been sunny, it's been wet, we've had mixed conditions, so it's been really tough. And it was tough getting through the pack. But so far, so good. Yeah.
It is really busy out there. And of course, we reflect on last year. It was a challenging year for you. There were signs of pace, but then we also had some unfortunate incidents as well. One of those things, it's the joys of motorsport. This year, you want to be regulars on that podium and also the overall podium as well.
We'd love to be. You know, we've 6 years we've been in this, and you've got to have the look. We've got the pace. You have got to have that look, all for the 4 hours to get across the line. You know, we're hoping it doesn't pee down, but you know, Paul's in now. He should do good. Fingers crossed, we make it. Yeah.
And we've had some weather changes. There's strong winds out there. How's that affecting the balance of the car?
It's all right. Do you know what? The wind doesn't bother us because it is getting the clouds across, and it's drying up the circuit quite quick. So yeah.
All right, fantastic. Well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
We'll catch up later.
Thank you.
Thank you, mates. That's Gary Bate from Greenheath. As I understand, safety car lights are out, so it's back to Andy McEwen and John Ratcliffe.
Lovely to hear there from Gary Bate of the Greenheath car. Looks as though the lights are still on for the moment on the safety car, so yes. I think we will be going round again. We did all think that it was about to get back underway as they come up over Dearly. Nope, they'll continue on for at least one more lap then. But yeah, lovely to hear from Gary. Of course, Gary was a very accomplished Caterham racer before joining Fun Cup. Raced against my father for quite a number of years, and he was the one that convinced my father to give Fun Cup a go, and never looked back since. What a championship it is in Fun Cup, and understandably so. Why so many drivers from so many different racing disciplines, they come and give Fun Cup a go and they go, why have I not done this sooner? This is brilliant fun, and just why the likes of Gary Bate has now been in the championship 5, 6, 7 years now, wanting to keep getting involved. But of course, Greenheath have gone from strength to strength, but they're still that elusive overall victory. It has been eluding them for quite a number of years now. And well, they're about to kick off this race restart in said lead.
And they've had good pace all race long. There's been no weak link in that team, really. Both Gary and Paul seem to have the potential to do well. Paul Turner, of course, is a former race winner in the championship, back from his eco racing days. That team won the class championship, as it was back then, the very first race I ever covered in Fun Cup here in 2012, and he was part of the driver lineup. So Paul Turner knows how to win a race in Fun Cup. Gary Bate, as we've seen, has been among the quickest drivers out there in every one of his stints so far. So don't count them out. This is the fascinating thing, I think, about Fun Cup this year. Naturally, your eye turns to the established frontrunners, GRD, Uvio, Vape Club with EDF, as the sort of pre-event favourites, but there are so many other teams that could just spring a surprise on their day, and could Green Heat be the team that are able to do that here at Oulton Park, I wonder. Round the Shell hairpin they go. We should go racing this time. I think that perhaps we're just a few marshals still getting themselves to positions of safety last time by, but I would anticipate we'll go racing this time with probably somewhere around an hour and 42 minutes to go. The next pit window will be in about 14 minutes or so. So it's going to be a short stint, this.
Indeed, yeah, not too long to wait for racing action. Hopefully, it looks as though Jamie is down in the pit lane ready to speak to Paul Rose, though. I've not heard it through my ear, but hopefully, Jamie, we can hand it down to you to hear from Paul Rose, of course, championship coordinator, gets everything sorted for the championship. As I'm hearing, no, we will not be handing down to Jamie. So apologies, Jamie. We'll hopefully hear from you in a few moments' time. Anyway, safety car continuing to head on round, at least at the moment. Lights are still on, but we would hope that we're going to go racing next time.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We'll get the notification soon. They seem to be turning the lights out quite late anyway, somewhere underneath the Paul Warwick Bridge on the run towards Lodge Corner. So we'll see whether that's what they do at this time by. Restart then, hopefully incoming, and it is the number 14 car that leads the way. Paul Turner is at the wheel of that car now, with Farkini, GRD right behind, isn't it? That will be, is that Riley now in the GRD car? It is, isn't it? Yes, Riley Phillips in for the first stint. So he is going to be a tough man to keep behind you. Lights out on the safety car. We are going racing this time. And so Paul Turner versus Riley Phillips versus Farkini is your top three. The Seed Data car, by the way, driven now by Mike Devlin. And GCI Racing creeping into the top five. Craig Butterworth at the wheel of the 111 car. Paul Turner then gets us back underway here at Oulton Park. An hour and 42 minutes and change left on the clock in round number one of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And here comes Riley Phillips immediately on the attack, pulls to the inside line into Old Hall Corner and tries to get the lead away, does get the lead away, and we had another lead change to the ever increasing tally. A sideways Paul Turner slots into second position, and keep an eye on Farkini. He will want to get on with this and tag along with Riley Phillips. He is getting on with it. He gets to the inside of Paul Turner, and that was crucial. He had to do that before Riley got away.
100%. Both those moves, I think, to be expected there early on in this one. As you mentioned, Uvio cannot let GRD scamper off with this one. They need to keep in the toe of Riley Phillips. We know how impressive he is behind the wheel of a Fun Cup car. Of course, Ted Bradbury's come into the championship over the last couple of years, and as you mentioned earlier, has become the unofficial fastest driver. That title has always been held by Riley Phillips, and I think Riley and Ted are pretty much nose to tail in terms of overall pace in a Fun Cup car. Both of those two, they can just drive these cars like no one else can. It is unbelievable to watch these two, and I would love to see them battling over the same piece of tarmac at some point in this race. We'll have to wait and see if that does come to fruition, but already GRD and Uvio looking to break away from the rest of the pack.
You mentioned Ted Bradbury. He's back in that 212 car, still in the top 10 despite that unscheduled pit stop, because they got back out on the lead lap, and of course the safety cars punched them back together, so they're in 8th position, and it is Bradbury in the car just there. In fact, he might now be 6th position. I think he is, having gained a couple of positions since the restart. PLR Racing, I think, one of those that they've got past. Haven't yet really spotted the PLR car, but they're running well inside the top half dozen or so. Keep an eye on Bradbury, though. The white car with the pink and green highlights. There he is, number 212, in behind the 169 car. This is for position. They're both moving through the field together, these two. 169 being driven by Sam Heading, but about to fall behind Bradbury. The two youngsters go absolutely together through Lodge Corner, and Bradbury ushers Sam over to the edge of the road and says, don't mind me, I'm just coming through and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Although Sam, in fairness, comes back at him now across the start-finish line. I don't think Sam particularly appreciated that. They're wheel to wheel into Old Hall Corner, but Bradbury will now get the move made.
Classic Bradbury move that, wasn't it? Into the final corner, sends it up the inside, leans on the driver, chucks them out of the way and pushes on through. It was a nice, good attempt at re-overtaking there from Sam. Not quite able to do it, but I think going with the Vape Club car here would be perfect for the Rob Boston 2 car. So let's see how they continue on there. Yeah, I finally put 2 and 2 together here with PLR. I kept wondering who that car was, because their livery was very red in previous years, wasn't it? Well, they've gone to white now for this year. On a personal note, I think that's a bit of a shame. I really like their old livery, but I kept wondering who that was. There we are, it's PLR. So good to see them back inside the top 10. And like you were mentioning earlier, no mechanical issues just yet for them. They had quite a few last season that they had to contend with. But for now anyway, running really well there in the top 8 as we continue to press on through these first couple of laps of the race restart. Greenheath, Paul Turner not falling too far off the back then of GRD and UVO Hoffmans as we continue to press on through this race, although potentially now starting to get reeled in by the likes of GCI, and it surely won't be too long until Ted and Sam for Vape Club with EDF and Rob Boston 2 are on the scene as well.
And if they can make progress quickly, they could yet go after the leaders, couldn't they? We know that if anyone can catch the leaders, Ted Bradbury is maybe the man up for the job. So if he can get past the GCI and the Greenheath cars rapidly, he could still inject himself firmly into the lead battle. There is the lead battle turning through Druids for this, the 59th time of asking. And there is Bradbury on the tail now of GCI Racing. It is Butterworth, Craig Butterworth, back in the 111 car, and I think he's about to fall out of the top 4 because Bradbury's within striking range into Lodge Corner, nips to the inside line, and Ted Bradbury will indeed go through. So 4th position now for Vape Club with EDF. If they can bounce back from that unscheduled pit stop, that will be a massive bullet dodged for them, and they are still very much race-winning contenders.
They very, very much are, aren't they? Look at that then, switching around down into the first corner. So 4th place now for Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, and new fastest lap, a 1:58.9 for Ted Bradbury. Straight back in the car, straight back on to leading pace. As you mentioned, if anyone can chase down the 2 leaders, it's Ted Bradbury, and he's trying to do exactly that. 4th place for him now. He's only got Paul Turner in between himself and those top 2. Wide goes GCI there onto the exit curb. That's the invitation that Sam Heading needs then to send it back up the inside for the Rob Boston 2 car in the 169. Although it's a nice exit for GCI, they'll be on the outside through Ireland, and they do decide to give it up. I think that's the right thing to do there through that fast left-hander, closely followed then by Seed Data and PLR in 8th place. And it's a few seconds back to the likes of Axiometrics and the Deeming Tweets car again to give them a shout out after they were off in that gravel trap in that previous shot you just saw down through Shell Oils on the first lap of the race over 2.5 hours ago now. They've managed to make it back on circuit, they've managed to get back on pace, and they're back into the top 10. So fair play to them. But here we now continue to see these top 6 closing up together once more, as already it's changed for 3rd place. We didn't even see it, but through goes Vape Club on Greenheath.
You have to really pay attention when Ted Bradbury's in the car, because if you think he might overtake someone by the end of the lap, he'll probably do it at the next corner. He moves so quickly through the field, it really is astonishing. I think he's definitely got the pace to go after the leaders here. As you say, just set the fastest lap of the race, 58.9, half a second quicker that was than the race leader. It was also about half a second off the lap record, which was set by Marcus Clutton here at the end of last year, the final race of the season. Clutton did a 1:58.442, which I believe is a Fun Cup race lap record. Bradbury's starting now to get closer and closer to that.
Race Logic did a 3:19 on the last lap. I'm not sure what's happened to them. I just saw them come over the under the gantry, very out of kilter with the rest of the pack. An odd one there for Race Logic. Not sure what's happened, but they've lost a lot of time.
58.6 now for Bradbury, new fastest lap of the race, now within 2/10 of the lap record, as here comes Sam Heading to the inside of Greenheath as well. Sam Heading, on any other day, I'd be saying what a brilliant stint this is. He's the most impressive driver out there right now. It's just a shame that he's behind Ted Bradbury, who already has gapped the Rob Boston 2 car and is starting to chase after the leaders. Bradbury on the last lap then at 58.6, 9/10 quicker than Riley Phillips. Just let that sink in for a moment. 9/10 quicker than Riley Phillips, who for years, as you said, everyone else was saying is the fastest driver on the track. Ted Bradbury just took nearly a second out of him.
That's unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. What an unbelievable lap then from Ted Bradbury. As again, we see 2 different sets of 2 cars there going side by side through Ireland. Good to see the good trust from the drivers there as they press on through and continue to battle for position. This is the bottom end of the top 10. Then Tropical Rocket applying the pressure on the Demon Tweets car for the bottom end of the top 10, as I mentioned. But yeah, wow, what a lap time from the Vape Club car. now closing in on your race leaders, and as we saw, change to 4th place as well. Rob Boston 2 through into 4th place. So Greenheath, Paul Turner piloting that car at the moment, slipping down to 5th place. Still in the lead of the Masters class though, so still doing a very impressive job, but now they've been in the race lead at some point in this race, they're going to want to get back to it at some point soon. Well, they can hope that Vape Club catch the back of GRD and UVO, and suddenly the elbows are out, the old Spanish archer, and we'll see whether we can get involved and get some good scrapping here with just over an hour and a half left to go in this race. And surely we're not too far from the next pit stop window as well.
No, we are not. Race Logic, by the way, in the pit lane and heading for the garage. So that is outside of a pit window, most definitely. But they are heading in. We are a little way away still, aren't we? I think 14 minutes or so from the next pit window. So we're about halfway through stint number 4. Tropical Rocket Racing there, having a little look to the inside of one of the Demon Tweets car. This, I think, is for 10th position. Yes, it is. And Tropical Rocket Racing, you remember, was smoking a little bit, weren't they, towards the end of the last stint? They've obviously resolved whatever that issue was, and they're back up to full speed, albeit now potentially losing a place to the 553 car of Greg Evans.
Indeed. I thought they would almost certainly have ripped some of that bodywork off, but it looks unchanged for the moment, so whatever the issue was, they've seemed to have fixed it, which is good to see. Viking there in the background. Team Viking with Ursus Capital making the move down through Cascades. Not quite able to do it though. They looked to the inside line. They couldn't get the move done. And now that means that they are under pressure from the drivers in behind as well. So that was a look then battling with Signature RV. It must have been for 13th place. Now Track Focus and Leatech closing up behind them as well. So again, it just shows earlier on before that last pit stop window, we were looking at the likes of Track Focus being right up in the top group again. But now they've dropped into this battle pack once more in the middle of the team position. So again, how many times do I have to say it today? How quickly things can change in Fun Cup.
New fastest lap of the race, and I'm 99% certain a new lap record by Ted Bradbury, a 1:58.384. He's in second place already, John. How has he done that? He's in second position, ahead now of Farkini, and I think it's only a matter of time before he gets into the lead ahead of Team GRD. I mean, we've seen some impressive performances from Bradbury over the last few years. This has got to be right at the top of that list. To bounce back from the extra pit stop that Vlad Vasiliev had to make, 40 minutes or so ago, to now be in contention to take the lead of the race away with the new fastest lap of the race. What a performance.
What were the words you used earlier? Statement of intent. This is a serious statement of intent for the rest of the season from Ted Bradbury. They are hunting the championship this season, but look at that. Some issue there through the final corner. Bradbury's lost a bit of time, and back to the inside goes Uvio Hoffmans. So clearly, either maybe a missed gear, it's a little bit too sliding there through the final corner, but they'll hang it around the outside. Look at that, kicking out the rear as he turns in there was Bradbury. He holds on to the place. I was going to say, if he does chase down GRD within the next couple of corners, I can't imagine that Riley Phillips is going to make this one easy for Ted, is he? He's going to want to keep him behind. I think he'll know how quickly Ted's caught up here, that if he gets ahead, he's more than likely going to start to drive away with this one. 2 drivers in the gravel.
Oh, no.
2 drivers in the gravel. The 49 and the 99 are off. That's Lee Tech and the 49 of Track Focused. Indeed, we were just chatting about them. They were battling over 14th or 15th place. Well, a collision has happened down there through Druids, and they're both stuck in the gravel. Oh, big off. Big off into the barriers. That's a big one. JPR for hire, and the 92 or 22 GT Racing. Massive hit into the barrier. That's surely going to be another safety car.
That's at least a safety car. 4 cars off at Druids now. I wonder if there's some fluid on the track, or these two may be caught out by the double waved yellows, but that is not good to see at all. We are definitely going to have a safety car, of that I am certain. And yes, safety car immediately scrambled them for 2 separate 2-car incidents up at Druids. The first of those was a fairly innocuous tangle for 15th position, but the secondary incident has left us with 2 very badly damaged cars. They'll require full flatbed recovery, I fear, and that is going to be a fairly extended safety car period, which is going to take us potentially well into the next stint of the race, I would imagine. So, drama again at Oulton Park. What are we up to now? 5th safety car period of the race. It looks like the drivers involved are okay. I can certainly see one of them out of the car. Marshall's not even giving the 92 any attention, which tells me the driver is out of the car already, and our 5th safety car period of the race is here.
Just want to say apologies, I got that wrong. It's not the JPR for hire, it's the Anglo-Asian mining car, the 27. Of course, that's Guido Basile getting out of the car now and walking to safety behind the barriers. What a shame. Those 2 cars absolutely absolutely destroyed there. They've hit the barrier hard. And remind me, what was the maximum number of pit stops we've had? Was it, safety cars, was it 9?
9 in total, 7 is an Oulton Park record.
Park. Okay,
we're not far off that.
We are really not far off, are we? And my goodness, like you said, this is going to be a seriously extended safety car period. Firstly, a real shame for the drivers that are behind the wheel, because they're going to have lost pretty much all of this stint, which is a real shame for those drivers behind the wheel who have drawn the short straw with this stint. But secondly, we're going to go into that window, as we mentioned. This is going to take a bit of time. So again, all the pit stops are going to happen under safety car. Again, going to close up. We're then going to see the strategy play out. What we might have seen as well is some of the teams, such as Greenheath, in that previous stop under safety car, not putting fuel in to get that track position. Well, now they've got no choice but to put fuel in on this next stop, or they'll risk running out of the fuel. Well, we were getting involved with a very exciting squabble at the front there, weren't we? GRD, Vape Club with EDF, and UVA Hoppens Motorsport, all nose to tail, and bringing Rob Boston too with them, Greenheath, GCI, all different cars getting involved as well. Well, sadly, that's been neutralised for the moment, and I think this is also as well a bit of a knock to Vape Club. This is one of Ted Bradbury's stints. He was flying through the pack. What he set probably what is more than likely a record here in Fun Cup around Oulton. But it is indeed the lap record then for Ted Bradbury. What a time. He was motoring through the order, and that progression has stopped, and more than likely he's going to lose in the entirety of the rest of this stint.
Yes, good point, well made that. Yeah, he is going to be hurt quite a bit by this, although they're still going to be in the battle, I think, aren't they? I mean, we've seen the sort of time he's capable of gaining, even over just a handful of laps. So when he jumps in the car for that final stint, he'll have 40 minutes or so to try and get into the lead. And I think he's definitely got the ability to do that. Right, we have an interview ready in the pit lane, I believe. Fabulous Randaccio is ready to chat with Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, as Fab gives you a wave from down here in the pit lane. That was a busy stint, a great battle with the 169 guys.
Yeah, it was. We were doing the right things, you know. We were punted it up the front and keep it there, try and keep it clean. It was a little bit challenging doing that for a moment, but it was fine.
Lot more cars for this one, 29 cars. Obviously, the start would have been pretty hectic. I mean, your objective is to drive fast, don't crash, as you always say, but also to try and stay consistent as well.
Yeah, of course it is. Like with Fun Cup, it's just about being somewhere near the front for most of the race, and then the gloves come off in the last 20 minutes, don't they? So it's trying to do that, and having more cars does make it more challenging, but it's also just brilliant for the championship. I kind of think the more cars the better. Great to have some new faces around. We've got some really talented guys out there today, and it's good to sort of bang wheels with some new talented faces.
And we said sort of a couple of years ago at Donington, we were almost seeing a change of the guard with the likes of Ted coming in, obviously Will Smith coming in with the Axiometrics car. Fun Cup is becoming more attractive now for the young guys coming straight out of karting and junior formulas.
Yeah, I mean, where else can you go where there's this much track time? And it's the combination of track time and racing, because you can go to another endurance championship and pound around on your own, but in Fun Cup you don't do that. And I think the young kids can learn from the experienced hands, and I think it's a good place for them to do it, and the budgets are sensible.
And back to this year, obviously your main objective for this year will be to try and get that number one off GRD.
Yeah, we've got to give that a go, but I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? It's sort of same old guard out there at the front at the moment, and it can be anyone's race today. So yeah, but I mean, our challenge is to take that big pot back.
All right, fantastic. Well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Right, let's have a bit of a wander down the pit lane and see what's been going on, because we are going to be under, unfortunately, a lengthy safety car, but great news to hear that the drivers are all okay. Right, let's see who we can find. They must know I'm on the prowl because all the drivers have disappeared. So let's, in fact, have a word with Tom Greensaw, who's in the Axiometrics car. Because, Thomas, you've been in the wars a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
So you decided to go skiing?
I did, and I wasn't very successful. So yeah, 4 weeks ago, dislocated my shoulder. So it's a bit of a question mark if I was going to be in the car or not this weekend. I'm not going back out for the second stint, because 40 minutes is just too long for it. But I got in the car and, ran in top 4 for 1 point, so it could have been a lot worse.
And of course, your car is one of the only ones that's not running power steering, so the adrenaline kicks in, but as soon as you get out of the car, it's that hurts.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit harder on me. I kept trying to turn the power steering up, and there was nothing there to work on it. So Yeah, it's not easy. It's pretty physical, but you know we're running in the top 10 now, and that's the main thing. So we just got to keep it clean and see where we end up.
And you're in for pretty much the majority of the year, which is great news. That's always been your objective, is to be part of this, because you went off and did some other things, but Fun Cup's always been in your blood, hasn't it?
Yeah, you can't beat Fun Cup, can you? The amount of seat time you get, the friendly paddock, just how competitive it is. You know, some of the drivers in the grid, putting yourself up against Marcus Clinton and Bradbury is a pretty cool experience. So it's nice to be back. And
thoughts for this weekend? It seems to be going okay. Obviously, you had a little bit of an unscheduled pit stop earlier, but you seem to be back in it now.
Yeah, exactly. The car's got decent pace. Will was absolutely flying. So we're in the top 10. Just keep it clean, and you know it is. See where you are in the last half an hour, and then go from there.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Tom. That's Tom Greensall. Right, let's see who else we can find as it starts to rain down here. Right. In fact, let's have a chat with Morgan Sparrow, because I haven't spoken to Morgan today. He's just making a welcome return, because Morgs, you and your dad went off and did a bit of rallying. Is it nice to be back going around in circles for 4 hours?
Yeah, it is. It is. I think we've learned a lot from the rallying. I think the braking and things that you got to do on those sort of mini circuit rallies, especially, like it's all quite similar. And yeah, I think we're making progress. It's all good fun.
What's the plan for this year? Is it full season or selected campaign?
No, we'll do Anglesey because we want to go and show off our lights. So we'll be having those in full force, and then Silverstone, which is actually going to be my 32nd birthday, so big party after that, hopefully.
Make sure you bring the cakes.
We will do.
All right, but obviously you're commuting backwards and forwards from the US, so you can't commit to a full year this year.
No.
Potentially for 27 a full year?
Yeah, hopefully. We'll just have to see what my other half's job's doing, to be honest, because she holds all the keys to the racing.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Morgan. That's Morgan Sparrow from Exposure Lights. Right, let's see who I can find. Let's have a chat with Tom Leben. He's just getting ready to go back out there. It's a bit of a baptism of fire, all of this. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's good, to be fair. Starting from the pit lane and then we ended up in the lead somehow. Bit of a lucky safety car in that first stint. But we've had some good pit stops and got a good crew, so we seem to be right up there.
And like Abby, you've driven sort of a lot of different cars, sort of with a fair amount of aero and traction control and ABS and everything. These cars are very, very raw, aren't they?
Yeah, they're quite agricultural almost. Yeah. The most similar thing I can think is a Ginetta Junior almost, in feeling and sort of how to get the lap time out of the car. That's the most similar thing. Bit different to what I've been used to in the last few years, like you said. But yeah, they're good fun. It's in the name, really. And
your mission today, as well as getting on that podium, is to try and part Mr. Rose with some money.
Well, to be honest, I haven't really thought about it.
Okay.
The mission about 3 or 4 hours ago was to get out, because we obviously had a few problems this morning. We've ended up in a good position, so obviously the goal is to win it, but I'm here to enjoy myself, and I know my teammate Sam is as well, even if he doesn't show it.
All right, well, good luck for the rest of the race, Tom. That's Tom Leben from Rob Boston Racing. I think I've got time to have a chat with some more people. Let me have a word with Colin Kingsnorth, because we've not seen Colin for a couple of years. You and Mark decided to pop over to Europe and have a go at Fun Cup over there.
Yeah, it's really warm.
Nice to be back.
Yeah, it's great to be back. It's a fantastic circuit. Always enjoy Oulton, all proper old school. Yeah.
And does it feel different since we last here in 23?
Not different from then, but a bit of getting used to. Car's more physical. The power steering in the European series, so it's a lot more physical.
And of course, we're now on the Hankook tyres, which when you were here before we weren't on those. How have you found driving them with the Evo 1 car?
Yeah, they're nice. I like them. They roll a little bit, which gives you a little bit more grip. But actually, they're the same tyres as in Europe. So actually, it's been really good.
And thoughts of the race so far?
We need to go faster. But we'll get there.
We've got some young kids coming into Fun Cup. That's great to see as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is unbelievable, and they're so quick, and they're really good. It's really good to see. It's definitely more competitive than when we left, but we're still enjoying it.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Colin. Right, let's see who else I can find, because I understand they're still recovering as the safety car makes its way down the pit lane. Let's pop down to... let's see what we can find. Let's pop down to FNS, because we've not spoken to Steve Oulton today. So we're going to have a chat with Steve, and we'll also have a chat with Neo Clark as well. Mr. Oulton, you got your old teammate back?
Yeah, got the Godrev back, yeah.
How much did you have to pay him?
I don't, it comes for free.
How's it all been going so far, mate? That was a busy first stint for you. You had basically the entire field chomping at your bits.
Yeah, you've just got to keep you cool and just do what you need to do. Do you know what I mean? Could do with shedding a few pounds, Jamie. Do you know what I mean? But apart from that, yeah, everything's all good. Greg's had a spin, but we've got back up to where we need to be. We just keep going.
And you're in one of the newer chassis now. Does it feel any different to the old 212 that you've had before?
Oh yeah, massively. Yeah, I think when you turn it, it turns where you want to go. Do you know what I mean? They've not had any bumps or taps or anything like that. Yeah, so it's a nice car to drive.
All right, excellent. Thanks a lot, Steve. Neo Clark's just here. We'll have a quick word with Neo. We haven't spoken to you today. How's it all been going so far, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. It's just a bit carnage out there. It's all about just like trying to get good track position, and with the wind, with how strong it is today, it's all about just making sure you're in the toe and trying to use yourself as a pack to try and move forward. So yeah, I think at the end of my stint, once all pit stops had ended, we got up to P7, but then we had a few scuffles in Josh's stint, so then we struggled a bit, but it's not been going too bad.
And plan for the year, is it a full campaign this year?
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully a full year and give it a proper good go. Hopefully we can see where we end up.
All right, keep smiling, mate. Full send.
Thank you.
All right, cheers. That's Neo Clark from the Tropical Rocket Racing. So there's some of our Fun Cup drivers down here in the pit lane. But for now, it's back to Andy McEwen and John Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Jamie. Impeccable timing, as always, because the pit lane window is now open. They haven't yet seen the pit window board, though, so there's going to be another lap before the pit lane starts to become a hive of activity. There's been a lot of work done by the marshals over at Druids to recover the cars that were involved in those sort of two separate incidents, and hopefully it won't be too much longer before the track is good to go. I believe there is still a bit of recovery work to be done from that end of the track though, so maybe one more lap behind the safety car before racing resumes, and yes, we get our penultimate round of driver changes. Unbelievably, we are 3 hours, nearly 3 3/4 hours, sorry, 2 3/4 hours, can't count, into this 4-hour race. And it has certainly given us plenty to talk about. We've had 5 safety car periods so far. We have been notching up the lead changes as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lead changes we're up to now, halfway towards the Oulton Park record, and you never know, with an hour and a bit of racing still to go, we're certainly going to add to that tally. I'm fairly certain of that, but Team GRD out in front with Riley Phillips. He'll be feeling a bit like Ted Bradbury maybe, that he's not been able to really maximise this stint in the car, but both of them will be in for the final stint, so we could have a Riley Phillips versus Ted Bradbury battle for the win, which is a fight I would very much buy a ticket for, and throw in Farkini. He'll be back into that Uvio car for the final stint, and you've got a proper race on your hands. It will be Vlad Vasiliev who gets back into the Vape Club car, and are we going to have Chris Devell? No, of course it's Simon Rudd, isn't it, getting into the GRD car. Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips doing the entire second half of the race together, so advantage GRD, would you say, at this stage?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you said about Riley maybe feeling like he hasn't maximised the sim, but he's done what he can with what he has, and he's bringing the car back into pits in the lead of the race. You can't really ask too much more than that. While Jamie was having a chat with some of our drivers down in pit, then I did my own little recce down there while we had a few moments. Interesting to see the different thoughts in the different camps. I had a chat with Gary Bate of Greenheath, and I just went up to him and simply said, "Is it on? Is it on, Gary?" And he went, "Don't say that, John. Do not say that." Clearly feeling a little bit nervous to jump in the car ready for this restart. I then go down to Fabulous Randaccio of Uvio. I said, "Oh, are you looking forward to the restart?" He went, "Yeah, I guess." Absolutely unfazed, super relaxed and chilled. And it's amazing to see how chilled they are before they get behind the wheel, and once they are behind the wheel, they are aggressive as anything. Well, here we go then for the race restart.
Yes, here we go, and Ted Bradbury has perhaps only a handful of laps now to try and deliver that car to Vlad Vasiliev in the race lead, and he's going about it the right way, putting heaps of pressure on Riley Phillips into Old Hall corner and jigs to the inside. What a move from Ted Bradbury at the very last second. There was just about an opening on the inside line. Riley must have felt that he had that covered, but he didn't, and Bradbury's able to go through, and now here comes Farkini as well. Not round the outside of both of them. Surely Farkini, there's almost contact. He'll at least get second out of all of that, I think. And Riley Phillips got a little bit mugged there. He must have thought that he'd covered enough of the inside line. That was not the case. He now gives a massive shove to Farkini, who goes round the outside of Island Bend. That's a brave place to be on cold tyres, and he sensibly bailed out of that one.
Oh, this is epic. What a restart then. Brilliant move round the outside there from Uvio to steal back second place. There, the number one looks for the inside line, can't quite get it, but loses the exit speed. And now Rob Boston too, getting stuck back in once again. Back through to third place they go. Brilliant racing action, but here we go then. Released is Ted Bradbury. Can he start to build a gap?
If you ever wanted to support the argument we've been making for this being the most competitive season of Fun Cup ever, when was the last time Riley Phillips lost 3 places in half a lap? That is absolutely remarkable. He was a bit unfortunate because he got knocked out of line unexpectedly at Old Hall Corner, but that shows just how many drivers there are who are capable of taking the fight to the GRD squad, and we are going to be the real winners out of all of this. This is going to be a fabulous season and a fabulous final hour and a quarter of racing. Riley Phillips off the podium at the moment. What can he do about that? It is Bradbury who leads. Farkini second. Bradbury sideways there on some of the dirt that was left on the road after the incident a few laps ago at Druids. Does that give Farkini now an opportunity to get up the inside into Lodge Corner? He's in the slipstream. He's going to think about the inside line. Can't go for it. Riley can though. Launches back to the inside of Sam Heading. This for third position. They almost lean on each other, and Phillips, I think, should go through. Well, they're still debating it.
How was there not more contact there between the 1 and the 169, as you say, leaning on each other, but just about not making too much contact, and finally down into T1. Move is made. Back to third place goes Riley Phillips. Epic stuff. Right, we continue on then. Drivers more than likely pushing this one to the end of the pit window. We've had a couple drivers in. The 557 of Signature RV is in, and so is our Tropical Rocket racing car in immediately as well. But we'll wait and see as well. Not only is there going to be a great battle out on track between these 4 cars when they head into pit lane as well, it'll be the battle of the teams once more, and of course this is where that earlier strategy will come into play as well. Who fueled earlier and who didn't? Let's see how that one plays out. But Ted Bradbury continuing to wring the neck of this Fun Cup car, but he's not able to drop Farkini for the moment.
It's so hard to be the leader though, because the rain has returned. It's returning from this end of the circuit as well, up towards the Ireland, Shell, Britain's area. As the leader, you're the first one to arrive on the scene. You're the first one to figure out how much or little grip there is, and that is now Ted Bradbury's role. Everyone else behind, they can gauge from what his car does to figure out just how much they can attack. So very difficult to be the leader in this particular situation. He's doing a good job of it though, is Ted, who began his circuit racing career in Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 racing. He knows all about close quarters racing, and he has put that to great effect in Fun Cup. He bounces over the grass though, coming out of Knickerbrook Corner. Bradbury is absolutely on the limit here, and not really getting away from the UVO and GRD cars behind. In fact, here come GRD now. Riley Phillips starting now to undo some of the damage done on that restart. Steals second place back away from Farkini, and he will now set his sights firmly onto the rear of Ted Bradbury's Vape Club with EDF car ahead of him.
Got to think as well, Ted is absolutely smashing those curbs here to try and get good lap time out of it, but that of course isn't very sympathetic mechanically. We've seen a couple of teams already losing cars out of the race from hitting those curbs too aggressively. Diving into pits then, Rob Boston Racing are the first from our quartet at the front of the order to dive to pit lane, and they are indeed getting a fuel churn on board as well.
And that should get them to the end, right? I think if you fill it with fuel now, you should be able to do 2 stints on 1 tank. So Tom Leben will get into a very heavy car, but a car that potentially now doesn't need any more fuel till the end. It's a long fueling stop, so I think that's exactly what they're doing. And the Rob Boston Racing Squad go to work. So, meanwhile, this for the race lead now. Hard to keep up with this, isn't it? Riley Phillips around the outside of Ireland Ben. What a move this would be. Bradbury is sideways through the left-hander. We wait with bated breath to see who arrives at Shell with the lead. It is Riley Phillips from first to fourth to first in about 2.5 laps, and actually Bradbury could lose second place here. Farkini was sniffing around on the inside line. I don't think he's quite going to get the move made. Riley Phillips didn't like losing all those places on the restart, did he?
Brilliant, bold stuff there from Riley round the outsider island. My goodness, is that man afraid of nothing? What a move, and back into the lead he goes. And as you say, he shoved Ted right to the outside there at Shell, didn't he? Forced his way through, that lost Ted the exit speed, and just about he kept UVO behind. But these three still absolutely nose to tail, and it's the likes of Greenheath and now the GCI car all close in behind as well. If these three keep scrapping like this, surely it won't be too long until they close up as as well. I'm interested to see now if these three are losing enough time here for maybe the Rob Boston car to jump them in the stop. But we'll see again, that's going to matter how many churns each of the car needs as well. I wanted to mention as well, Rob Boston 2 only did take one churn in that stop, so a bit and ahhing as to whether that will make it to the end of the race or not, or whether they'll need a splash and dash in the last stop.
I forget whether they fueled at the last stop. I've got in my head that they did, so they might have not needed 2 full churns to fill it up. We'll try and get to the bottom of that if we can. Leaders across the line. There's a back marker now to be negotiated as in comes Greenheath in the background, so we do need to try and keep an eye. They've got 2 churns of fuel left, so they are waiting, I should say. They are going to try and get to the end of the race, I think, without refueling again. The lead battle descends upon Cascades then for the 70th time of asking, and this could well be the picture in an hour and 10 minutes time when we're on the final lap of the race, couldn't it? Riley Phillips versus Ted Bradbury versus Farkini, and you're absolutely right about the Rob Boston Racing Squad. Remember the last time Tom Leben got in the car, they got him in early and he shot up the order quite noticeably. Well, he only had to gain 3 positions this time and he'd be in the lead of the race. Keep an eye on that.
The lead tech just bailed out from entering the pit lane there. That was a bit odd. Although he did go over the solid white line there. I'm not sure if that's inducing a penalty or not. But either way, they bailed out of pit lane pretty late there. Had a few more drivers in. We've got the Race Logic car, the Demon Tweaks car, and the Viking, Team Viking with Ursa's Capital car all in. Team Viking car, a very slow stop here. I'm not sure what's gone wrong for them here, but someone is leaning in the door and they don't seem to be moving anytime quickly. So sadly, Viking losing a lot of time in this pit stop.
Meanwhile, 3-way fight for the lead continues to rage on. We are only just towards the end, actually, aren't we now, of the pit window, to be fair. So the pit window is now closed. I think these cars will have passed that board once, so I expect all 3 of them in this time by. Excellent news. Right, Jamie, we want you to report in detail on the GRD, the Vape Club, and the Uvio pit stops, if possible. I can see that Uvio have 1 churn of fuel ready. I'm looking down to the end of the pit lane. There's a churn of fuel waiting for the Vape Club car, I believe. 1 churn for them all, I suspect, will be the plan, as Bradbury goes to the inside for the race lead at Lodge Corner and gets it. He's heading for the pit lane this time, but he wants to do so as the race leader. Riley's going to have to give way because they all want to pit at the same time. He had to let them both go. Disaster for GRT there. They were in the lead. By the time they get to the pit lane, they are third. All of them in together then. The first to stop is Uvio. This will be Farkini getting in, but only after they've topped up the fuel on that car. Vape Club stop at the end of the pit lane. They have that 1 churn ready to go. And right down below us is the GRD car. Same thing, wasn't it? 1 churn of fuel. Who will get out in front, though? That's the question. Remember, the closest to the exit of the pit lane is the Vape Club car. GRD have gone already. They've leapfrogged back ahead of Uvio. What about the Vape Club machine? We know how good GRD are in the pits. They have gone from third to the lead. GRD out in front. It was a slow stop for Vape Club, really. They dropped from first to third. And where is the Rob Boston car? It's only now at the line. So Tom Leben, to be fair, not quite able to get himself back into that battle, but GRD back to the front.
Indeed, yeah, wow, again, mixing up the order then in the pit stops. It's raining, I think, harder. We've got now windscreen wipers on the cars, and you saw how slidey it was down there at Cascades. We can hear it in our ears now, can't we, the rainfall? It's getting heavier here in Oulton Park, and here goes Uvio, thinking about the move up the inside into Island. Bold in the dry, let alone with the rain falling. As we move on through the left-hander, we'll have to wait and see as they appear back into our shot down at Shell Oils who will be in the lead of this race. It's still GRD just about. I almost said Olympian yet again, but GRD holding on to the lead somehow. My goodness, what a race. We've still got over an hour left to go.
I'm not sure my nerves will handle another hour and a bit of this. This has been fantastic. This is definitely the heaviest the rain has been, though, I would say. Simon Rudd then leading the way, now has to acclimatise to a significant change in conditions. It is Farkini, remember, in the Uvio car, and in the background, Vlad Vasiliev just needs to try and stay in touch with these 2 if he can, and hand the car over to Ted Bradbury as soon as possible, probably in about 26 minutes time or so, and give him half a shot at a race win. Definitely a damp and greasy circuit now, greeting the drivers down at Knickerbrook. There is no blue sky above us. It is all grey, so this rain might be a bit more persistent it might be here to stay for the foreseeable, and track conditions really will then start to change. They turn their way then through Druids. Farkini, to me, looks the quicker of the two right now.
Indeed, he's applying the pressure, isn't he, pretty heavily as they head down into the final corner once more, down to Lodge, looking at the inside line, thinking about it up the inside of Simon Rudd. Simon gives him the space and gets it all sort of sliding on the outside line. Lead lost, through goes Uvio, and yet again, another lead change.
Fabulous Randaccio, sorry, not Farkini in the car now, but that was a fabulous bit of driving from Randaccio. He put the pressure on Simon Rudd, forced the mistake, but now Randaccio will find out just how difficult it is to lead in this situation. Simon can sort of settle in behind. It's absolutely teaming it down now. This is properly heavy rain. Remember, they don't need to change tyres. These are all-weather tyres that they run on, but they will definitely need to adapt their driving style. They drop down through Cascades, a very wet Cascades now, but the conditions, for whatever reason, seem to be favouring Uvio.
Yeah, look at it. Wow, how quickly it's changed out there. The heavens have opened here in Oulton Park, as we expected. I spoke to the GRD team before the race, and I said, I think there's some rain supposed to be around 2 o'clock. Simon went, I've got nothing on my radar. We're not worried about it. Maybe that radar needs to be changed for the next race. Clearly, it was lying to you, Simon. Well, he's out there in the car at the moment, and he's dealing with it very well, still holding on to the back of Uvio. I wanted to highlight the lap times. Fastest time of the race, as we said earlier. New lap record, a 1:58.3 for Ted Bradbury. We're now a 2:40 for both Uvio and GRD on the last lap. Vape Club, a 2:46. They got 6 seconds on the last lap alone, did Vlad Vasiliev. This rain couldn't have come at a worse time for the Vape Club team.
Indeed so. They were out laps, I think, were they, for the front runners, possibly that time, but either way, the pace has definitely dropped away, hasn't it? Yeah, 2:14 for Greenheath was the best lap, or 2:07 for Signature RV. Still, though, 7 or 8 seconds off the pace at least, so you're absolutely right. The track conditions are slipping away from our drivers, and still, we have this level of competition at the front of the field, with GRD certainly not being dropped by Uvio. In fact, Simon Rudd now starting to go quicker, I'd say, than the leader on an increasingly wet and slippery circuit. So, fabulous Randaccio for Uvio. Hoffman's Motorsport leads the way by a car length or 2 over Simon Rudd in the Team GRD car. Vlad Vasiliev is several seconds back. There's a car heading to the gravel in the background at Druids, right behind Vlad. Who was that?
He's in the wall. That's the 557 Signature RV, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That's a car that had just dropped off the lead lap. That is Steve Ruston. It's in the barriers, and that's going to be a safety car. Now, who does this favour? I would say Vape Club, because Vlad Vasiliev, if we do get a safety car, will coast back up to the tail of the leaders, and Ted Bradbury might not be too far behind them when he gets back in the car.
Yeah, this massively benefits Vape Club, doesn't it? Really so. As it looks like the lead tech is coming in. This is an unplanned stop as well, sadly, for the 99. They are in. I can see 2 fuel churns out though for them in the pit lane. So. A little bit unsure as to what's going on with them. Anyway, they continue on. But yes, surely this safety car will come out soon. As we saw the 557 off into the gravel, it was always going to be straight to the scene of the accident, wasn't it? There was no way they were keeping that out of the wall, and they just about stuck it straight in there down at Druids. And surely we'll be going to safety car in a few moments' time. But until then, we're still in green flag conditions. As you heard there from the noises that Andy produced, the car's getting very close to each other.
Well, that was FFS unlapping themselves from Seed Data and Greenheath at the same time, who are battling for position and nearly wiping out the Greenheath car with a sideways moment at Old Hall Corner. Greenheath, though, did manage to gather that together and gained a place out of that. They're now up into 7th position. 6th, by the way, held by PLR Racing. We've hardly mentioned them all race long, and yet PLR Racing are still in the top 6. New leader, well, not a new leader, but back to the lead, is Simon Rudd, back ahead of fabulous Randaccio. In these conditions, John, you could forgive them for just sort of surviving out there. These two are battling as if the race win is on the line, and it may very well be, because they're gapping the 3rd place car so quickly without a safety car. I don't see anyone else catching them. This could be a really significant battle.
Yeah, these two absolutely rapid at the moment. Yeah, apologies about my mistake with the lap times there out of pit lane. There'd been so much action, I forgot they came out the pits on that same lap. So much had happened across one lap of racing, and these two continue on nose to tail. Yeah, now, as you previously mentioned, now down in the 213s are our 2 leaders. Same for the Rob Boston Racing car, the only other car down in the 213s with them. The rest of the drivers, 216s, 219s, 220s, 221s, and now the safety car is indeed out once again.
That's safety car number 6. They're coming out on average every 10 laps. We had a safety car at lap 52, lap 62, and now lap 72. Let's call that 73. The leaders just came through at the end of that lap. So this was the 557 car off. The safety car leaves the pit lane. 557 car off at Druids.
He's missed the leaders.
Oh, he's missed the leaders.
He's missed the leaders.
I think the leaders have spotted it though,
Yes,
to be
they
fair.
have,
Again,
they have.
experience there from Fabulous and Simon. They knew what was happening and they're going to allow the safety car back through. There is Steve Ruston watching on as the marshals prepare to recover his car. But safety car number 6 is out with an hour to go. Well, this sets us up very nicely, doesn't it?
Oh, it does indeed. Yeah, it just makes it even more exciting. We didn't think this race could get any more exciting. Suddenly we've had a downpour. Suddenly we've had yet another safety car. My goodness, this is fantastic. Well, I'd love to hear as well. Hopefully Jamie can head on down to the Signature RV garage and maybe get a bit more of an insight as to what happened there, as it was exit stage left pretty quickly, wasn't it, for Ruston there? Was that just simply a mistake on a very damp part of the circuit, or was it a bit more of an issue that we couldn't quite see from our camera angle? Well, hopefully Jamie can find out for us, as Jamie, I can see him gesticulating something to me. Oh, he's saying check my phone. Okay, Jamie, we'll check our phones and see what you've said. So you might have some information for us. And thanks, Jamie, as we head on then into the final hour of this 4-hour race.
Well, this is news that Marcus Clutton would rather we didn't have. It's Marcus Clutton in the car that's in the gravel at Druids Corner now. That is not something you see very often. Marcus Clutton, British GT race winner, nearly won a European GT Racing Championship over the winter in the GT Winter Series, finished second in that behind one of the top German teams. He is off the road up at Druids. This is a circuit where Marcus used to do an awful lot of driver tuition and track days and driving experiences for Motorsport Vision. He knows this place very well. That, I suspect, is a spot he's not found himself in before. But yeah, Marcus in the car and Marcus in the gravel.
Maybe we should have realised that with the MC on the side of his helmet. True. Now that I realise. But yeah, a very uncharacteristic mistake from Marcus Clutton, as you mentioned. Even if he didn't know this circuit like the back of his hand, he's a very accomplished racing driver and wouldn't expect him to make such a mistake, especially given the fact that he knows this circuit incredibly well. Of course, Druids, anyone that's raced at this track even once in the rain will know quite how slippery Druids gets. It really is a sake of committing to the corner and going for it. If it goes slightly wrong mid-corner, it's a very tough one to save. And yeah, something's happened there with Mr. Clutton. Sadly for them, and they are stuck in the barriers, they are going no further. And yes, sadly for them, it was a decent race up to this point. There's going to be a lot of lost points here at round number 1. We continue on behind the safety car then. Still UVO in the lead ahead of Team GRD, and now the rest of the order closes back up behind them once again.
So we're 18 minutes away from the final pit stop window, so we will get some more racing before then. The track conditions, though, are going to keep on changing, and now potentially for the better, because it's stopped raining. There's a little bit of brightness now starting to peek through the clouds again, and well, maybe some... well, it's brighter than it was 5 minutes ago. Ever the optimist, you know me. But there is more dark cloud off in the distance, so it's just going to be a case of reacting to whatever conditions you have, and that for me has been the story at the front of the field. It seems that time and again the team who react the best to the changing conditions are UVO. Every time we've had a little smattering of rain, they seem a little bit more comfortable in those conditions, whether it's Fabulous or Farkini in the car. Another example, I think, of how they really have brought their A game, haven't they, this weekend?
They really have, and of course they've got a lot of experience in these cars, haven't they? Definitely one of the mainstays of the championship are the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport drivers. If there's anyone that can take to these wet conditions and get up to speed properly quickly, you would back the UVO car. Equally, there's plenty of other cars that will get on pace as well. Orange Army getting stuck in there in the gravel, looking to try and get that car out as quickly as possible. We've got the Rob Boston racing car weaving pretty aggressively down the start-finish straight, I will say. I can understand the attempt to try and get some tyre temp back in, but on one hand, it's going to be a while until we go back to green flag, so you're going to have to be doing that for a while to keep that temp in. And for two, you are dancing with a lot of danger there, because if you suddenly lose it while you're trying to warm your tyres, your team aren't going to be very happy with you. Let's just put it that way.
No, I mean, it's Tom Leben in the car, though, and that is a single-seater racing thing, isn't it? They're on slick tyres. They rely so heavily on having those slick tyres in the ideal temperature range, and sometimes it's just muscle memory, isn't it? Safety car's out. I must be weaving vigorously to get some heat into to them. Pit lane bound we are now, because I believe Jamie's catching up. I think he's down at the GCI end of the pit lane, potentially with Craig Butterworth.
I am, Andy, yes, thanks. Lovely to see Craig and Ian and Graham back in the Fun Cup paddock for this year. And you're hinting it might be a full campaign, because last time you did a full campaign, what happened, Craig?
We won the championship. We've got a 1-from-1 ratio right now in terms of when we've done a full championship. So we'll see. If we can juggle it all around other commitments, it would be nice to have a proper crack at it this year. So we'll see how things go.
It's been a busy, hectic race so far. You're currently in P5. Obviously, this safety car's brought you right back into the mix. Ian's going to be eyes forward and hunting the top 4 down, isn't he?
He is. It's. I'll be honest. I love conditions like this. Right, some changeable conditions is kind of my favourite. So I'm kind of almost itching to get back in the car right now and looking forward to the last stint. But as ever, I'm sure it's going to be a super tight finish in the last stint.
As it starts raining again, how does it affect the balance of the car? Because obviously when you're coming over Hilltop or Clay Hill, you can almost see the weather coming in and you think, right, here we go, this is about to get spicy.
Yeah, I mean, look, these cars, I love how nicely balanced they are, and you can really feel what's going on with them and play with them. I really like that about them. So it's one of the reasons why when it's changeable, I like the fact you can feel what's going on. But yeah, because of the undulation here, you have to be particularly careful. And obviously, I remember that well from when I was fighting for the lead a couple of years ago in the final stint. So yeah, you've just got to be really careful where there's those big sort of cresting over a hill or down a hill. But it's all good fun.
Into the final hour now. Is it just going to be crack on as normal?
I think so. Just crack on, do the best we can, try and not have any expectations, and see what will be.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Craig. That's Craig Butterworth from GCI as the rain comes back down here in the pit lane.
Well, I was optimistic for a couple of minutes maybe that we'd seen the last of the rain. It's certainly not as heavy as it was before, but it will be just enough to keep the little bit of standing water that we got on the track very much present. And yeah, actually it's a bit heavier than I thought looking out of the other window. So a wet track probably from here on in, with 54 minutes left of this opening round of the 2026 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport lead the way, Team GRD a second, Vape Club with EDF Motorsport third, ahead of Rob Boston Racing's number 169 car, and GCI Racing in fifth, PLR Racing sixth, having a really solid day. 7th for Axiometrics, 8th Greenheath, 9th Seed Data, and the Demon Tweaks 249 car completes the top 10. We've got 14 cars on the lead lap, so 11th FNS Morpheus, 12th for Tropical Rocket Racing on their debut, 13th for the Clapham North car, doing really well, still on the lead lap, George and Abby, and Team Viking and Ursa's Capital Racing complete the 14 cars who are on the lead lap. We're in the middle of our 6th safety car period of the afternoon, just one away from the 2018 Oulton Park record of 7 and 3 away from the 2019 Croft all-time record of 9. Both of those races were won in the end by less than a second, and both of those races had a safety car within the last dozen laps or so. So with the changing conditions, John, I really wouldn't bet against this not being the last safety car of the race, especially given the ferocity of the battling that we're seeing amongst those front-running cars. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that we see another car stumble off the road.
Yeah, I would be surprised if there wasn't another safety car in the last 50 minutes of this one, especially, as you say, with the ferocity of the battling, but also the ferocity of the rainfall out there. It only is seemingly getting heavier out of our commentary box window. So conditions now, we said it had dried up for a moment, and maybe it starts to get drier, but no, the heavens have opened once more. Rain falling once again here at Oulton Park. I feel as though, of course, we're chatting about the number of safety cars, but also I feel like in recent memory, this has got to be, in terms of a percentage of the race where we've been under safety car conditions, this has got to be up there as well. And of course, Andy has a stat for that as well.
Well, yes, I suspect so, because that Oulton Park race, which we had 7 in, it was 94 laps long. So if you average that out at, 4 laps per safety car-ish average. So 4 times 7, come on, you're better at maths than I am.
28.
28, thank you. So about, let's say, 30 laps of safety car, give or take, is 32%-ish of what that race length was. I can, now that TSL Timing have quite an extensive stats page on their live timing website, I can probably work out the percentage of this race as well. So get back to me in a while, I might have an answer on that one.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Yeah, because even of course, as you were looking through at the previous ones and sort of guesstimating with the 4 laps, but particularly here I was mentioning that just because with these safety cars that we have had, they've not been easy ones to get sorted. We have drivers stuck off in the gravel, we have drivers into the barrier destroying their cars. They've been quite lengthy safety car periods as well, so all really stacking up in this one, and that just means less time for these teams to eke out those gaps. It means we go back into racing action, absolutely nose to tail once again.
We've completed 75 laps of racing, 18 of which have been behind the safety car. 24% of this race, nearly a quarter of it, has been spent behind the safety car. Now, the point I'm sort of making here, though, with saying that this could break an Oulton Park record, is that this is not the norm. It is not uncommon to have safety cars in races, but we've had an increasing number of races recently which have not had a safety car in them at any point. In fact, 15 races of the 125 in Fun Cup Championship history have gone safety car free, and quite a number of those over the last 2 or 3 years. I'd say about 50% of those races happened in the last 2 or 3 seasons. So of late, it's become increasingly common to have safety car free races. Driving standards improving all the time in the championship, the quality of driver improving as well. I think today has just been a really unfortunate combination of tricky conditions, a big grid, lots of new drivers as well, who are perhaps slightly less experienced than some of the regular faces. And a circuit that is as unforgiving as Oulton Park, it is, I suppose, more likely here than anywhere else that we would get a safety car. In fact, Oulton Park does statistically have the highest likelihood of safety cars, because if you go off here, you're going to find yourself off the road and quite possibly going no further. So hopefully we're done with safety cars. I wouldn't bet against getting another one, but either way, we're in for an absolutely spectacular showdown here, final showdown for the race victory.
Yeah, Oulton Park is not a forgiving circuit in that way, is it? I mean, in general, British tracks, comparatively to tracks on a global scale, are pretty unforgiving because they're so old, they were built so long ago, those walls are so close. But even in comparison to those other British tracks, Oulton Park is a tough one. You go off-piste, you're almost certainly going to collide with a barrier somewhere. So let's see then. 48 minutes just over on the clock. This is going to be exciting.
And crucially, 9 minutes, just under 9 minutes until that final pit window opens. So 9 minutes before the final round of driver changes can occur. We're back underway again, and it is going to be Simon Rudd in the Team GRD car who leads them to the line. It's side by side already for 4th. And was that a change before the line? It was a change before the line. Tom Leben, by 12 thousandths of a second, was ahead of Vlad Vasiliev at the line. That's a fairly cut and dry decision normally. No overtaking before the timing line, and I wonder whether race control, I'm sure they will, have a look at that. He's into 3rd place though, is Tom Leben in the Rob Boston car, but that could be a costly error if race control have noticed.
Again, is that lack of experience in the driver as well? Maybe you have different rules in other championships, but yeah, as you say, here it is cut and dry. You do not pass until you've gone over that timing line, and the timing doesn't lie, does it? Those the transponders tell us exactly how it is, and Rob Boston 2 was ahead. Well, we might just see a penalty coming through in the next few minutes. We shall wait and see what Julian Thomas decides to do about that, but we continue on then, already starting to pull a bit of a gap at the sharp end of GRD and UVO Hoffman's. But yeah, Rob Boston 2, if we ignore that potential penalty, up into the top 3 then, currently holding on to £1,000.
Indeed, so we'll see whether that stays the same. I mean, 12 thousandths of a second is blink of an eye stuff, so that is the kind of margin that could be down to the location of the transponder within the car. So they will have a look, I'm sure. There's a camera on the timing line which they can take a look at and see whether that was actually a nose ahead or whether it was a perfectly judged restart for Tom Leben. If there's no penalty, then what a hero. He absolutely timed that to perfection and got into 3rd position just in the nick of time, and I'd say is already starting to bridge the small gap now to the leading 2. Over Clay Hill they head. What battles are going on behind? Well, there's a decent one. Axiometrics at the front of that next little group of cars, which included Greenheath and Seed Data. Vlad Vasiliev dropping back towards that group, actually. GCR Racing in 5th. Interesting to hear there from Craig Butterworth that they're in this for a full championship campaign, they hope, this year. And consistency really is what won them their championship a handful of years ago. They can keep consistently picking up those top 5 finishing positions, then they're definitely going to be in the conversation for a championship come Oulton Park at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's great to hear, the commitment from GCI for this season. Also, we want them involved as many rounds as they can be at, because they're always in and amongst it, aren't they? Scrapping at the sharp end. Great to have them back for another season. I do hope they stick it out for the entirety of said season. We did have a change to sixth place on the last lap, then Axiometrics getting past PLR. So we have got now Axiometrics, PLR, Greenheath, Seed Data all in a bit of a train. And here's a side-by-side moment as well. This will be for 10th place then. Up the inside goes Abby Eaton, through back into the top 10 for the Clapham North team, and relegates Demon Tweaks just outside into P11 they go.
Yes, don't count that car out yet. They're starting to creep back into the equation, aren't they, ever so slightly?
What was Abby saying earlier when we chatted to her down in pit lane? She was hoping for the rain.
Yes, good point, actually. She always has gone well in the wet, and demonstrating that again very much so. So, yeah, keep an eye on that car. George Grant will be waiting with bated breath to see where he takes the car over from. Battle for the lead there, as Simon Rudd was a little bit wide out of the shell hairpin. But, of course, that's another thing as a driver now. You've got to recalibrate your brain. The quickest line in the dry is not usually the quickest line in the wet. There are certain parts of the circuit, like the chicanes, where you sort of just have to take the traditional racing line, but through some of those longer, more sweeping corners, going out wide is not always a bad thing.
Indeed, and there's really, really tricky corners to get right in these conditions. Of course, we've mentioned Druids however many times, but particularly through Druids, because it is such a tight section of the circuit. You're trying to break off line, go a bit deeper, and then cut back in the corner. But of course, going deep to the outside line, you're flirting with the white line, you're flirting with the grass on the outside, you go ever so slightly too deep, and suddenly you're off into the gravel.
Indeed so, and we've seen that a few times. That's been really calamity corner, hasn't it, in this race, Druids? We've had a few cars off there. A number of those safety car periods we've had, I think 3 of them maybe, have been caused by cars off the road at Druids, which is where we are now. And that's the leader off wide. Simon Rudd with 2 wheels in the dirt loses the lead. Well, you teed that one up perfectly. It's almost like you know what you're talking about, John.
Thanks, mate.
Is a tricky corner, and even Simon Rudd can be caught out by it.
Yeah, indeed, yep. Wow, I think that's the first time I've ever called something so well. I'll take my bonus for that one. Thank you very much, BRSCC.
Even a broken clock is right twice
all right,
a day,
mate.
John,
Cheers
remember
for that.
that.
Thanks, dude. But no, an unexpected one there from Simon. He's usually a bit of a rainmeister, but getting caught out at Druids, I said, it's a tough corner in these conditions. You make ever so slight of a mistake, and it is heavily, heavily punished. He did well to keep it out of the gravel there, really well.
And those are the differences that can decide a race. If he'd have gone into the gravel, got stuck, done a lot of damage to the car, well, that's their chance of winning the race gone. The fact that he kept it on the island, yes, okay, he lost the lead. He could have lost an awful lot more out of that. He's 1.1 seconds adrift then of the leader, with Tom Leben, of course, bearing down on him now in 3rd position. Vlad Vasiliev still 4th, 5th then for GCI Racing. 6th is the Axiometrics car. That's the pair of cars just at the back of that little group. The orange and black car is Axiometrics in 6th, with PLR Racing again flying under the radar a bit, but on course for a solid result in 7th. 158 has had another moment, this time at Lodge Corner, and that car recovers, thank goodness, without needing to be extricated from a gravel trap this time, and we can continue on racing.
Indeed, yep, well done, keeping it out of the gravel this time, which is good to see, and the G-Force car continues on past our window. Look how much the Rob Boston Racing car has caught these two already then. We have closed up, and the battle for the lead continues. I didn't even notice that they've almost switched back around, of course, haven't they, after that off-track excursion almost for Simon Rudd. Well, he's to the outside line here into his slops. He's going to try and hold it round the outside, and he can't. Outbrakes himself. They'll have to take to the escape road. That'll take a bit of time. Where will he come out? Will he slot straight back in between? He will. He'll try and do the up and under to get a good exit speed, but he's slotted back in. I think the stewards will be happy with that one.
Yeah, that was fair enough. No advantage gained, definitely. I think Simon could have made the corner, but he wasn't convinced that Fabulous was going to, and sort of went to turn and then thought, no, do you know what? I'm going to take the escape road. Better safe than sorry. He's clearly got decent pace to have closed back in on the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car. Remember, that gap was 1.1 seconds at the end of the previous lap. It's now about 1.1 car lengths as they head under the Paul Warwick Bridge and down towards Lodge Corner. But now we throw in Tom Leben to this 3-way battle for the lead, and you don't really know where to look if you're Simon Rudd. You want to attack, you want to find a way back ahead of Uvio, but go for a move that doesn't work, and it could cost you 2nd place. That might happen anyway, though, because Tom Leben looks pretty racy to me.
He does indeed. He's got a great exit out the final corner then, looking to the inside line here. I don't think quite going to go for it this time. Stays as they were. As I've just seen on the gantry, the 169, Rob Boston Racing, stop, go, penalty. So indeed, even though it was, a few thousandths of a second there on that restart, That's it. It's in the rules. Stop-go penalty for Rob Boston 2. You know who's going to be happiest about that? Paul Rose.
Quite possibly, though. I wouldn't put that wallet back in the safe just yet, Paul, because we still have the chance of further safety cars, and still got the chance, quite frankly, that car could just overcome the 10 seconds, because it looks very, very quick to me. There is confirmation of the stop-go penalty. Yeah, 12 1,000ths of a second. Talk about fine margins deciding races. 12 1,000ths of a second. If that car had been a fraction, an inch or two further back, it wouldn't have been a penalty. They'd have still got the position probably at Oulton corner, and they would genuinely be in this fight for the lead. Now, if I were them, I'd be serving that quickly. You want to get that out the way before any potential safety car. We're also heading into a pit window shortly. You don't really want to add an extra complication to that. You can't serve a stop-go penalty on the same lap as a pit stop either, so I expect that car in pretty quickly. Ahead of it is a resumption of this battle for the race lead as Simon Rudd again tries the outside into the Hislop chicane, but this time doesn't fully commit to the move.
Is there also maybe the other thought of stay in the battle, because you could maybe force one of your rivals into a mistake, they lose something, go off track, you gain a bit of time back and then decide to pit? I don't know, just spitballing ideas for you, but I do agree, I probably would just serve that as soon as possible as well, get it out of the way and then focus on the rest of the race. Well, pit window is now open for the final time here today for round number 1, the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here in the United Kingdom. Could you tell it was in the United Kingdom here with the with the rain that we're experiencing? Top 3 though, continuing on. Will Rob Boston 2 serve this pit stop straight away? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame them for doing it. The pit window is open, remember, but they can't pit this time for a driver change. They can next time by. Through they come, and no, they stay out for this particular lap. They are going to try and stay in the battle. They've got 3 laps to serve it, it's my understanding of the rules. So 3 laps in which to come in and serve the stop-go penalty, so they can come through another couple of times at least before they start getting into some real trouble. Hopefully they do get that message over to Tom Levin, who at the moment is on the attack. He's pulling up alongside Simon Rudd nearly down the avenue, but not quite able to force the issue into Cascades corner. These 3, by the way, 11 seconds now clear of Vlad Vasiliev, but Vlad is still in 4th position. So Vlad Vasiliev under threat from GCI Racing now, but keeping that car in contention. Ted Bradbury, I'm sure they'll try and get him in as soon as possible. Vlad, I reckon, will be in this time around. And yes, I think I can see Ted Bradbury at the very far end of the pit lane, preparing himself with his helmet on, preparing himself for a real battle. Change for second. Simon Rudd runs wide at Shell, and through goes Tom Levin. He might have a stop-go penalty to serve, but he is quite content to get stuck into this lead battle in the meantime. He moved into 2nd position, possibly forced a bit of a mistake there out of Simon, who again, of these 3, has looked maybe the one most likely to make a mistake. I wonder if they've maybe not allowed for potential rain in the setup of that car. You spoke to him pre-race and he certainly wasn't anticipating rain, so maybe they've gone super stiff on the setup, and now it's wet, he's struggling.
Indeed, yep, no, definitely a possibility. Yeah, the number 1 team certainly did not expect for rainfall today. I don't think anyone did. Certainly not this heavy of a rainfall here today. I thought it was only going to be a smattering. Even on my rain radar, it only said it was going to be light rain. Well, that certainly wasn't light out there a few minutes ago. Luckily, it does seem to have stopped now, and hopefully we can hold off for the rest of the 40 minutes. But let's see how this plays out then. Final bit of strategy to come into play here over this final pit stop for each of these teams. And let's see how they sort themselves out then. I'm trying to remember as well quite how much time we lose on a stop-go penalty. Probably about 15 seconds. Is that probably a fair assumption? 15 seconds dropping back. That's going to be a tough one for the Rob Boston car to try and catch back up.
It's probably about 20 seconds spent in the pit lane. So yeah, about a 15-second loss, I'd say. In they come, and in comes Simon Rudd to hand over to Riley Phillips. So we're also expecting, I think, Greenheath in this time by the looks of things. There is the GRD car into its pit bay. The Rob Boston car already has served the stop go, and it is just that. It's a stop and a go. You don't have to wait for 10 seconds or any length of time. Straight in, straight out, and they will continue on their way. So too to GRD, and that they're followed in fact, by Vape Club. So by the time GRD have left, Vape Club are only now pulling into their pit box, and they have fuel waiting, interestingly.
Indeed, very interesting. Right then, Well, the differing strategies are coming into play then in these final stops, and nice to see on the cameras the sun shining once again here at Oulton Park. We've had all 4 seasons today, haven't we, here at Oulton Park? Welcome to April in the UK, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why we enjoy it. It just throws us things we weren't expecting and makes it all very, very exciting. As Jamie's telling me, apparently it's raining again. Oh, great. Thanks, Jamie. Well, we were enjoying the sun for maybe about 5 or 10 seconds there, and apparently it's starting to rain, even if it is slightly raining yet again. Well, Rob Boston then, their second car, served that stop-go penalty. And I can assume in the next few minutes they'll then be in for their pit stop. So really, we're sort of waiting with bated breath now, aren't we, for the next 6 or 7 minutes once again. And once they come back out from those pit stops, we'll know that final order for the final stint and the gaps to be chased down as well. This is super exciting. I mean, if you've been with us for already 3.5 hours, I hope you thoroughly enjoyed this race, and I hope it has made you, for one, want to follow the championship for the rest of the year, and for two, get involved and race at some point as well, because my goodness, you don't get racing like this anywhere else.
You certainly don't. Tom Leben has come out then in 4th position still, so he's with Axiometrics, not out of this at all. Something like 15 seconds off the lead, so yeah, that was a good guess actually on our part. 15-second time loss, give or take, from coming in for that stop-go penalty, and now needs to try and do something about overcoming those 15 seconds. They're really praying for a safety car, but this has been a reasonably clean portion of the race. We are coming up on about 9 laps since the last safety car, and they've been averaging every 10 laps through the second half of the race, so we could get one soon. Through goes the Rob Boston car, back into that 3rd position now, and immediately they bail for the pit lane to pit. So Tom Leben then to hand over to Sam Heading for the final portion of the race, followed in as well by Team Greenheath. That will be for Gary Bate to hand over to Paul Turner. There's the Rob Boston car, there's the Greenheath car. No fuel for either of them, so that's an immediate time gain for both cars compared to the Vape Club car, which we saw did take fuel. We've got the Clapham North car in at the far end of the pit lane. They're taking some fuel on board as well. Greenheath leave. Good stop that for Greenheath.
Yeah, really slick stop. That was very impressive, wasn't it, for the Greenheath team? Well done to them. You saw one of the chaps just at the front of the car checking for any bodywork that needed to be ripped off. Got that all sorted. Back out on track they go for the final stint of the race. And for Greenheath, and once again Paul Turner back behind the wheel. There goes the Rob Boston Racing 2 car back out of pit lane. Couldn't quite spot which car they've joined behind, but I can tell you that they are in front of the Vape Club car.
Yes, they are by, 2 or 3 seconds or so. That's the difference the refuel made, I think. So Ted Bradbury now into that Vape Club with EDF car. That's going to be one of the fastest cars out there, I would say, in this particular stint of the race. Waiting to see then which of the other front runners head in soon. I would anticipate that Uvio will leave this a little while longer, won't they? I suspect they're going to want to try and go as deep into this as possible. Well, actually, both drivers have been pretty evenly matched, haven't they? So maybe they're pretty open on their strategy. Those who wanted to pit early, I think by and large have, though, haven't they?
Yeah, indeed. I think because they are so evenly matched, you might as well leave it until the end of the window, because you're not going to gain anything from pitting any earlier. And also, there might be a safety car. It's still very damp out there. You never know what could happen. Someone suddenly chucks it off. There's a safety car. They peel in and gain loads of time.
Yeah, absolutely so. Here comes Bradbury then, trying to negotiate some back marker traffic. He's got the GCI car behind him. Craig Butterworth in the car now, in conditions that he was telling Jamie he really relishes. He won't be relishing getting stuck behind those 2 lapped cars, though, down at the Hislop chicane. That will be costing him a little bit of time. Nips up the inside of the exposure lights car, and now sets his sights on the next lapped car up in front. Leader has gone through, I can tell you, so Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport not yet bailing for the pit lane. Axiometrics have moved up into 2nd position, C Data a 3rd, and GRD a 4th after a pit stop. So GRD have just got across the line now, 22.5 seconds behind Uvio, and that is an interesting number, isn't it? It was a 2-minute 12.1 for Riley Phillips. That was 1.3 seconds quicker than the leader, so at the moment, all things being equal in the pit lane, it should be GRD who emerge from this final pit stop with the lead.
Indeed, it should be, but yeah, let's not count our chickens before they come home to roost, eh? Let's wait and see quite what happens here. You never quite know if Uvio could pull something out of the bag. Well, here you go once again, nose to tail, the Rob Boston Racing car and and the Vape Club car here battling for track position. This is 9th place on the road at the moment, but of course it will be for much higher positions once a few drivers ahead peel into the pits for their final stop. Down through Cascades we go once again, and it looks, I think, the Rob Boston Racing windscreen wipers are broken potentially. Just trying to look at them, I think the one on the, as the driver sits, the one on the right hand side has gone too far over and has gotten stuck. I think that's what's happened. Only thinking about that, because that used to happen to us all the time. The windscreen wiper motor would break all the time, and it was impossible. And it would always be the windscreen wiper that was in front of our face.
Yeah, of course.
So down the straight, if we were in the spray of the driver ahead, you'd have to lean over and look out the left-hand side to try and see where you were going. That was good fun, heading down towards the first corner of Brands Hatch. That was great fun. But we're still side by side here between the Rob Boston Racing 2 car and the Vape Club. Finally forcing his way through and up a position once more then for the Vape Club car.
Yeah, they've got a
bit of a wobble there for GCI.
Yes, Craig Butterworth with a little bit of opposite lock coming out of the Britain chicane. Ted's got to go for this, hasn't he? He's got to get a move on. He is how far behind the GRD car? That's the question, isn't it? He is about, no further than that actually. Yes, quite a lot further. 24 seconds, I think, potentially behind GRD, because of course they refueled, didn't they, Vape Club? So Ted really needs a bit of safety car intervention or something like that to bring them back into the equation. 30 seconds away from the pit window ending, 30 seconds plus 1 lap essentially, and we still wait for our race leader Uvio Hoffmann Motorsport to come into the pit lane. It all looks though like it's falling into the laps of Team GRD, as so often is the case. But you make your own luck, don't you? You know, it's not fair to say that they've looked their way into this situation. They've not made mistakes. They've played the strategy right. They've stayed out of trouble, despite a few near misses. If they do come out of this final round of pit stops with a decent lead, they've earned it.
They certainly have. They certainly have. It's all down to strategy, isn't it, at the end of the day? There's been a move made. Vape Club through on Greenheath then, once again, for position. These four that are battling is all for genuine position, looking on towards the end of the race. GCI then up the inside, down through the first corner of Old Hall. They go a little bit wide onto what is now a very, very slippery exit curb, and the Rob Boston Racing 2 car up and over the curb. Whoa, big wobble there for them, so you can definitely see the windscreen wipers are totally stuck. I hope for their sake there's no more rain, because that's going to get scary if there's any more rainfall. For the moment they'll be doing just okay though. GCI do manage to force their way through though.
And even as you say, with fairly limited spray out there at the moment, it will still be a distraction, not being able to clear that spray away when he's running behind another car, so difficult to even see where the edge of the road is in that situation. So Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport with a 17.5 second lead. That is flattering at the moment, because they owe us a pit stop. They're 21.8 seconds ahead of Team GRD. That gap continuing to come down. GRD, remember, the highest placed of the cars to have made their final pit stop. I would anticipate everyone else, though, will have to come in this time. So we're only a couple of minutes away from having a proper idea of what the final picture looks like.
Indeed, doesn't look like a fuel churn waiting for Uvio either, so should be a relatively slick stop. Of course, person with the fuel could just be waiting in the garage and might just bail straight out ready for the fuel stop in a moment's time. But for the moment anyway, looks like it will just be a driver change for the Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport team. Let's look at this then. GCI, they've already cleared the Rob Boston Racing 2 car, and now they're trying to go side by side with Greenheath up and over Clay Hill. You saw there the picture-in-picture. Uvio continuing on for another lap. They'll have to come in at the end of this one. Axiometrics bail to pit lane as the number one of Team GRD carries on, as they've already, of course, done their pit stop earlier on. And there's move complete then. GCI making their way through. What a final stint this is turning out to be for GCI. As you said, Craig Butterworth relishing in these conditions, and well, he's clearly showing that, isn't he?
Yeah, looks really comfortable, doesn't he, in these conditions? We're getting a lot of people coming in, so Axiometrics are in. See Data, I think that is, Tropical Rocket Racing, PLR Racing, Team Viking and Ursus Capital, you can see in the picture is in. So final round of pit stops being made for them. Uvio must have just got through before the pit window closed board went out last time by, hence why they've been able to sneak another lap out of this. There have been plenty of times over the years where I've been absolutely convinced that they've missed it and they've come in a lap too late and they're definitely going to get a penalty. They always seem to just time it absolutely perfectly, and I'm sure we'll see them come in this time by.
Indeed. Yep, they will be bailing in a few moments' time, and then we'll have to wait and see how long it takes. It's again pressure on for the team to get this to be a nice and slick stop. But of course, it's just it's just like that old saying, slow and steady wins the race. If you try and rush it, things go wrong and you have to do them again, and that wastes time. If you're slow, steady and methodical, get all the belts in correctly, get that door closed and get him back underway. But I don't have to tell them that. They've done enough pit stops in their time, haven't they? Let's wait and see then. Down through into Druids comes the UVO car. And this is nail-biting stuff then. Just over 25 minutes left to go of this first 4-hour endurance race of the season here in the Fun Cup. And let's see, at the moment, it's looking like UVO versus GRD. The GCI, Craig was pressing on well, but a little mistake there.
Yeah, it looked like he was taking part in the Circuit Rally Championship then in a Mark II Escort or something. That was very sideways. That backs him up now into Greenheath and the Rob Boston car of Sam Heading, who nips up the inside, helps over the curb, nearly gets into the Greenheath car. This is all getting very congested down at the Hislop chicane. The leaders, I can tell you, are in. There is no fuel waiting. This should be a quick pit stop for UVO. Out gets Fabulous, in gets Farkini. I'm looking out of the window. GRD, I think, are coming over Deer Leap now. Yes, they are. And they are going to reclaim the lead by quite a healthy margin. There's been a delay, I think, on the belts here for UVO, and that is not the slickest of pit stops. Through goes GRD, and they're going to have probably getting on for a 10-second lead, I'd say, once the UVO car's back up to speed.
What a shame. Yeah, really slow stop there, sadly, for UVO. I mean, comparatively to their usual very slick stops, yes, something clearly happened there. The team member was in that door for quite a bit longer than they would have hoped for. Clearly something happened there in the cockpit that we couldn't quite see. That's lost them a decent bit of time, and we'll see when they come under the gantry next time around exactly how much time that has lost them. Well, Ted behind the wheel of the Vape Club car, scampering off now from the likes of GCI, Rob Boston Racing, Greenheath and Axiometrics. This group of four is going to be a very interesting battle here, just outside of the top three. As do we have a car going slowly?
We do.
I think we do down Cascades. Who is that? Well, there's the team in Tweaks just ahead. They seem to be going just all right. But driver behind, is that PLR potentially going slowly?
Ooh,
no, it's not. It's the JPR for hire. No, the 248. Yes, it is. Yeah, JPR for hire. They came out the pits only a few moments ago, so maybe they're still just getting up to speed with these very tricky conditions. I think more than likely we can assume that. So was a little bit like, oh my goodness, another safety car's coming. But no, I think for the moment we are all okay. But we continue to press on then, and we wait to see quite what this gap is looking like between our two leaders.
Yes, we'll get that notification at the end of the lap. I'll tell you what is going to be interesting, I think, is Bradbury versus Farkini for second. I think Bradbury could still have a chance of the second step of the podium. He just disappeared out of shot coming out of the Britain chicane. Fourth for GCI Racing, fifth then for Sam Heading's Rob Boston Racing car, sixth for Greenheath, seventh Axiometrics, eighth PLR, ninth Seed Data, and Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing in 10th. The rain has returned with somewhat of a vengeance as we move into the final 25 minutes of the race. And ever-changing conditions could yet catch somebody out. We've seen how treacherous this track can be when it really starts to pour. And all it takes is one little slip-up and it could completely change the complexion of the race.
Indeed. Well, here comes Team GRD up and over Deer Leap then, and they begin lap number 88 of this race. I'm not going to be the most loved person in the GRD camp, but I am so hoping for another safety car here in the next 20 or so minutes, with the rain now falling once again. And what did we mention earlier? Windscreen wipers not working for Rob Boston Racing 2. This is going to be a real challenge for them there. You can see the windscreen wiper trying to do something as they send it on the inside and contact with GCI. Round goes GCI, off into the gravel we go, and they're stuck.
Oh no, they're not stuck. They get going again. Thank goodness for that.
Craig.
I mean, Craig Butterworth, that was really unfortunate bit of contact, but Craig Butterworth did fantastically well to get the car going again. What was I saying before there about consistency being their MO, and that nearly was a bit of a dent to their championship aspirations, but they've managed to get the car going again. But it's those kind of silly, clumsy little bits of contact that are so likely to happen in these conditions, especially in the closing stint of the race, when everyone's got something to fight for. Even if it's not for the win, it might be for 17th place, but if you think there's a chance of gaining an extra position, you're going to go for it, and it could just go wrong.
Exactly that, yeah. You saw it was a nice move to the inside there, but the door was always going to close to the apex, and sadly just not enough room for the Rob Boston car to slow down, and it looks so pedestrian and it's like that, doesn't it? Such a slow bit of contact, such a slow spin round, but absolutely nothing that Craig could do there. But honestly, fair play to Craig for getting that out of the gravel. That was very, very impressive and keeps us away from a safety car. For the moment, anyway.
For now, yes, 22 minutes left for something to happen. You never do know, do you? We're on on 6 safety cars at the moment. We have Team GRD out in front by 12.2 seconds, by the way. That's their margin over Uvio. That's the biggest lead I think anyone's had at any point in this race so far. And again, that's such a Team GRD thing to do, isn't it? Get that advantage right at the end. Here's the replay of the incident. John, talk us through it.
Indeed, yeah, looks to the inside line there. Door closes, whacks the rear corner of GCI. Round they go. An absolutely classic incident with an up the inside move in the wet. Door closes, round goes GCI. You saw there as the Rob Boston car came into the corner, that one windscreen wiper doing its best to dry the tiniest bit on the left-hand side of the windscreen. That probably didn't help during that overtaking manoeuvre there for the Rob Boston Racing crew. But either way, both drivers and both teams back into the race, which is good to see. 403 though, having a bit of a spin. Is that PLR?
That is PLR.
It is indeed.
Yes, they were in 8th position. They will not be in 8th anymore. See, data will have gone through, and there's a chance that the Demon Tweaks 249 car might have got past them as well. That could drop them, I think it has dropped them out of the top 10 potentially, because that's the Clapham North car behind. That car was running 14th actually, and still just about on the lead lap. So that shows the amount of time that PLR have lost from what looked like a spin at Britain's, and then having to find reverse gear, find some traction to reverse uphill on wet grass to get back onto the track. It's cost Neil Plimmer a fair amount of time there. And that's a shame, because they were again on for a reasonable result here to kickstart their 2026 campaign. Now through Cascades go the 4th and 5th place cars, sandwiching the FFS car, which could easily have been battling this pair for position, couldn't it, had it not been for that issue earlier on.
Yeah, such a shame for them, and again, such an odd issue to occur, issues with the floor for FFS. But yeah, like you say, they were so impressive at the end of the season last year here at Oulton Park, and surely we were expecting them to be up near the sharp end in this one, as they've showed they could do with the pace. Oh, sort of sliding in the mid-corner there, nearly giving the Rob Boston 2 car a taste of their own medicine there through Shell Oils, but just about avoiding them. And Greenheath very close in behind now as well. Greenheath there in 5th place and still in the lead here in terms of the Masters category as well. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, GRD also in the Masters, but because they're on the main podium at the moment, they wouldn't be on the Masters podium itself, but they would still get effectively a race win in terms of points for the Masters. It's very confusing. Anyway, Greenheath would be the ones getting the #1 trophy in terms of Masters, which would be a fantastic performance from them. But I know they're still wanting those overall podiums. They'll take a Masters P1, of course they will, but they're still looking for those overall podiums. I'm sure that they will come for the likes of Greenheath, but let's wait and see. Less than 20 minutes now left to go.
Oh, and that's Ted Bradbury off at Druids. I was just about to make a point that he was about 2 seconds quicker than Farkini on the previous lap. Well, not this time around, because Ted Bradbury's been through the gravel trap at Druids. Shows how hard he was pushing, and shows how easy it would be to have a bit of a slip up. He should still be in 3rd position. He is still in 3rd position. That is Sam Heading in the Rob Boston Racing car in 4th, and Team Greenheath at the back of that group in 5th. So Ted Bradbury survives that drama, doesn't get stuck in the gravel, doesn't bring about the safety car that he so desperately wants to see, but doesn't want to be the cause of, and appears to have got through that damage-free. That front splitter looks like it's still factory fresh.
Yeah, he's done well there. That's probably helped by the rain as well, compacting the gravel trap down. Of course, in the dry, it's all nice and aerated, so as soon as you go over it, it chucks those rocks up and destroys the splitter. Now it's a bit more compacted down. You can more ride over those bumps and get out scot-free, which is exactly what has happened there for Ted Bradbury. But as you mentioned, still 30 seconds off of the race lead. Just shows how things have opened up in that final pit stop, and Team GRD just coasting this one home at the moment. What a lap time's looking like. It was a 2:13 for GRD on the last lap, a 2:15 for Uvio, and a 2:18 courtesy of that mistake from Vape Club.
And there were 2 key things that happened on the run-up to and during that pit window that have sort of handed this on a plate to GRD. One was that stop-go penalty for Tom Levin. Had he not overtaken before the timing line, that car would have been right in the mix for a race win. The other thing that happened was the slow pit stop for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. That, and the fact that Riley Phillips is quite comfortably the fastest driver on track right now, but it could have been a heck of a lot closer had those two not fumbled there in the run-up to that pit window. Of course, we saw the little moment for Simon Rudd. I said at the time, the fact that he saved that was really significant, and even more so now potentially. I was a bit concerned there at the FFS car slowing down coming out of Britain's. I don't think that's a drama for Lewis Thompson. No, he's back up to speed now. I think was just getting out of the way of Greenheath, who he perhaps has realised is battling for a position inside the top 5.
Indeed, yeah. If he is, just let them go. That's very kind of the FFS driver, making sure that they don't get in the way here, because they are off of the lead back by quite some way, courtesy of those earlier issues. A real shame for them. I hope to see them back even stronger at round 2 in a month or so at Snetterton. As you can see, they're on the Greenheath car, though, still very much with those windscreen wipers on, trying to clear that water as best they can, with no precipitation currently falling at the moment. But as you can see from that camera stop, track still very much damp, very, very much damp out there. A real shame. Well, I say a shame, it's actually been very exciting to have all the rainfall across today, but we really have seen multiple different seasons. There's another driver dumping into the pits. That's a Rob Boston car, no? Yes, it is. Rob Boston 2 from 4th place is into the pit lane. An unscheduled stop here with only 15 minutes to go. Was that not a stop-go?
It looked like another stop-go, because that was not their pit box, that was the penalty box. Now, I haven't seen a notification as to why they've been given a stop-go penalty. We'll get Jamie on the case perhaps, but that will it cost them a position? Yes, I think GCI Racing will get back ahead of them. I wonder if that is because of the contact they had with GCI Racing. We just haven't seen notification on the timing screen, in which case the perfect penalty to give, because we worked out it was about a 15-second time loss. They were 8-9 seconds in front of them. That redresses the situation nicely.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, as you say, we've not seen anything here in the comments box, but I think that would be a fair assumption. So Greenheath get through into 4th place, and as you mentioned, I think GCI will just about scythe through into 5th place as well with that bit of time lost there. But yeah, nothing on our timing screens, but I think, as you say, a fair assumption.
Yes, quite possibly. Ted Bradbury, by the way, 2 seconds quicker last time than Farkini in the Uvio car. We've got 15 minutes to go. We had about 16 minutes to go when he crossed the line. So 8 laps, 7 or 8 laps, give or take. He's got just enough time, I think, to catch that Uvio car if he doesn't put another foot wrong. We've got another car slowing now into Lodge Corner. That's the 263 car. That's the AI Racing Tech car of Miguel Faisca. And that car's going to limp home to the pit lane as well. All of these nearly dramas are not quite creating a safety car, but they're certainly flirting with that, aren't they?
They are indeed. Yep, again, just about making it back to pit lane, so no need for the safety car just yet. But now we're getting to the point where a sizable safety car could see us end the race under safety car, which no one wants to see. So again, it's careful what we wish for, eh? Let's see what happens over the last 15 minutes or so. But a shame there, the dying moments, the 263 pulling back into pit lane yet again. Another unscheduled stop for one of our teams. And are they lost, or are they just going a bit slowly? I think they're just struggling to limp it back to pit lane, or to their pit box, I should say, as they do finally get it there. And yeah, not too much of a happy cart, sadly, as we watch these two back up over Clayhill.
Another 8 tenths gained by Bradbury that time, so he's now 10.8 seconds behind Farkini. If he gets there at this rate, it will likely be on the final lap, so that could be a last lap showdown. We know Farkini won't roll over without a fight, and Ted's going to be desperate to try and salvage at least 2nd place from this race. There's the work going on for the AI Racing Tech car. The engine cover comes off, and the team go to work, as here Greenheath in 4th position are keeping that lapped FFS car at bay. FFS are where are they running? 26th position. They're 6 laps behind AI Racing Tech, who of course are in the pit lane and perhaps going no further. So, and in fact they're 6 laps also behind the Anglo-Asian mining car that was involved in that incident up at Druids earlier on. So they could pick up an extra couple of positions. You score points wherever you finish, and you don't have to be running at the time of the checkered flag to be scored as a finisher. So that's why cars that are 20, 30, 40 or more laps down still get back out there, especially if they're full season entrants, to try and score whatever points they can.
Exactly that, and that also highlights why we bring the cars back that have incidents as well, so that they can get things fixed and get back out on circuit, because of course a DNF, 0 points. If you do actually get classified on the results, you are able to pick up some points. You never know at the end of the championship what those extra couple of points might just mean for you. So still 13 minutes left to go on the clock. Then there's still some good battles throughout the order as well. The driver's not too far away. I think furthest one up the order, still Seed Data and Demon Tweaks at the moment, battling for 8th place overall. I spotted as well, Demon Tweaks totally missing that front splitter, and that would have been from lap 1 as well. So fair play to all the Demon Tweaks drivers driving around that issue for the entirety of this 4-hour race.
Yeah, really impressive stuff actually, and still maybe getting themselves a half-decent result out of this. There is Bradbury, well there was Bradbury anyway, turning very aggressively into Lodge. There's that Demon Tweets car. They're in 9th position, would you believe? In fact, they're in 8th position now. They've got themselves ahead of Seed Data. So 8th position for the 249 car. That's Jack Minshaw at the wheel of the car. And it seems like anyone with the surname Minshaw, when they jump into a Demon Tweets car at Oulton Park, they do great things. And Jack Minshaw really impressing me here. I guess in the wet, the loss of the front splitter is making less of a difference than in the dry, but they still spent more than half the race pounding around out there in dry conditions, losing time, you would have thought. And here they are in 8th position.
Indeed, yep, very impressive, and still making moves then. Another position gained, up into 8th they go. I think Seed Data will still be relatively happy with this result as well. Of course, starting on pole in this one, a very lucky draw for them. First time ever starting on pole position for Seed Data, dropping back into 9th place now after all is said and done, but still, a top 10 finish in a grid like this is mightily impressive. Before the race, when I was chatting with some of the guys from the Team Viking Nurses Capital, of course, they were up near the sharp end of the championship when they decided to leave and go and race in Europe, and of course Europe very different. They've enjoyed it, they've come back, but even then they were saying, I can't believe how the championship has moved on in only 2 years, and they were saying, I think for us, a top 10 would be very happy with today, and they're currently sitting in 11th place.
Yeah, just getting into the top 10 in this field is a real achievement, and I think there'll be a few teams actually, maybe not even just inside the top 10, who are quite satisfied with the results they're about to get. FNS there get to the inside of a lapped car. They're chasing down the Seed Data car ahead of them now for 9th position. It's not a massive gap either between those two cars. Seed Data seemingly struggling at this phase of the race. Could yet lose another position. Yeah, in fact, they did a 2:18.3, 3 seconds slower than the FNS Morpheus M Sport car on the previous lap. Leader just went through to start lap 94, by the way, so we're not quite going to get to the 100 lap mark in this one, it would seem. But pretty strong pace was being set earlier on in the race, it seems, because we got far away from 100 laps. They over a 4-hour race, that's pretty impressive. Demon Tweak straight on, yes, well spotted at the chicane. Was that a lock-up?
I think so, yeah, just outbrake themselves. Through they go and rejoining the action. So nothing lost, nothing gained there, I don't think.
Could have been worse, and no further damage done to the front splitter. Bradbury, by the way, sort of matching or slightly quicker than Uvio now, but not taking the chunks out of them that he was. So 9 seconds, that gap, second to third. I think that's unlikely to change. 9th place, though, looking rather more likely.
Indeed, yeah, good battling. Continue on then. Seed Data under pressure once more, as again, seemingly the sun trying to break through the clouds. We've said that a few times today, and suddenly the rain seems to come back, so I won't get too ahead of myself, but continuing to press on, looking to the inside line then, looking at the inside at the final corner. That was from very far back for FNS, but they've done it under brakes. Really impressive move, and up into 9th place they go. So Seed Data now down into P10. But quite how far back are the likes of Team Viking Ursus Capital? I think it's around 8 seconds or so, so going to be a challenge for them to gain any more places over the next 9 minutes or so. But I think FNS now looking to try and drive on and maybe see if they can catch the Demon Tweets car, who of course had that off-track excursion only a few moments ago.
It did indeed. FNS there nipped past a lapped car on the way into Cascades Corner. And that's the 171 fueled by Data car, Anton Jarskog at the wheel for this final stint. The car that he shares with Simon Lidson, who we heard from during that extended safety car period midway through the race. 8.5 minutes to go then, and still some battles to be settled out on track, but realistically our overall podium is pretty much set now. Through all of the pre-event conversations of this being the most competitive season ever, the most unpredictable season ever, we don't know who's going to win, there are so many teams who potentially could do it this weekend. It's the familiar faces, isn't it? It's GRD, it's Uvio, and it's Vape Club looking set to fill out those podium places. Greenheath and GCI, very experienced teams as well. The best of the new teams, if you like, is the Rob Boston Racing Squad in 6th position. In a race as chaotic as this, actually, it's consistency that's mattered more.
Indeed, it really has, and that just shows the experience in Fun Cup is key. Doesn't matter how much experience you've had out elsewhere, how successful you've been in other championships, Fun Cup is really a beast of its own, and to tame it is easier said than done, and that's why the cream of the crop has rise to the top again. The teams we would expect to be at the sharp end have risen to the challenge once again in what has been a seriously topsy-turvy race. Very impressive performances, and to be fair to Rob Boston, they've been amazing out there on track today. They've just had those few little issues that have dropped them down the order, but again, that all comes with experience here in Fun Cup, and I'm sure if we do see them at every single round this year, they'll continue to go from strength to strength, and surely there's got to be a race win in them at some point.
Oh, I think so, yes. I've definitely spotted quite a lot of teams who, whilst they've not managed to win today or get on the podium today, they've definitely got the potential to do it. And I think if they can have clean, trouble-free races in the future, they most definitely will have an opportunity to get into the top three. It might not net them a cash prize anymore, but they're certainly going to have the potential to get some really good results, and who knows if they're in it for the full season, maybe challenge for the championship. It is a championship that will take us through 10 races, again, same as last year. We head from here to Snetterton at the start of May on the 200 circuit. Now, it's been a long time since we raced on the Snetterton 200 circuit, the shorter of the two most commonly used layouts at Snetterton. That's a 4-hour race. Then the traditional summer doubleheader at Anglesey, 2 3-hour races, one of them into the night. Then another doubleheader, one of 3 doubleheaders actually. We go to Donington Park in the middle of July for a 1 and a 3-hour race. The same format we had here at the end of last year. 158er off. Hislop's just going to interrupt myself slightly here because that car looks a little bit stuck on the edge of the road. It's firing back into life. Have they got it restarted? I think they might have done, and now it's just a case of waiting for a gap in the traffic maybe for the 158 car to get going. It does get going, and phew, another sigh of relief emanates from the Team GRD garage as they realise we've dodged another potential interruption. Although this close to the end of the race, as John made the point earlier on, it would likely end on the safety car even if we were to have to interrupt the race. And just to continue what I was saying, after Donington we head to Brands Hatch, the Indy circuit, for 4 hours of racing there. Silverstone's national circuit, that's back on the calendar. Not the most technically demanding of circuits, but always one that produces some of the best racing of the Fun Cup season. And then it all ends here on the 17th of October with another double header, a 1-hour sprint race and a 4-hour endurance race just like this one to conclude the championship. And I think there's a stronger chance as ever this year, John, that championship will go once again right down to the wire.
100%. I would be so surprised if it didn't go all the way to that final round. But yeah, like you say, Silverstone always produces great racing on that national circuit. It is absolutely Slipstream City, isn't it? It's going to be awesome. I've never been in such a big battle pack as I was at Silverstone. It had to be 10 or 15 of us, all just chopping and changing down the straight. You'd pull past one, but then there was enough time for them to slipstream you and go back past before you get to the braking zone. It is just awesome. And that's, again, why I'm so gutted I'm not going to be at the Snetterton 200, because I think that's going to be more of the same as well. Slipstream City round the 200. It's going to be great to watch. Make sure you don't miss that in about a month's time. We've got less than 5 minutes now left to go in this race, and still 23 seconds in the lead are Team GRD. The gap now between UVO and Vape Club down to 6.5 seconds, so it's getting closer, but I think not quite quickly enough, sadly, for Ted Bradbury. To be fair, he was about 1.5 seconds quicker on that last lap alone, but even with 4 minutes to go, not quite sure he'll quite get onto the back of the UVO car. It will be very close though, so let's wait and see what happens over these last couple of laps. Greenheath still there in 4th place. What a race it has been from Gary Bate and Paul Turner there to be in P4 and on the top step of the Masters podium at the moment, and GCI rounding out the top 5. Surely this has got to be enough for Craig Butterworth to fully commit to the full rest of the season now with a P5 to kick it off. Consistency is key. They are consistent drivers, and they could still be on to battle for the championship here as there's a move down the inside from the 553. That's a position made, then up into 8th place they go for FNS Morpheus Motorsport, through into P8, shuffling Demon Tweaks down into 9th. Nice bit of battling. We've still got positions changing here with only a few seconds left to go on the clock. My goodness, what a race we've been treated to do here today, Andy. 4 hours, as you said to begin with. 4-hour race. It's going to get dull. There'll be a lull at some point. There wasn't, was there?
No, I had a feeling that would be the case. Oulton Park, in particular, always does produce these sort of breathless 4-hour races, and we've not quite had the sprint to the finish here that we perhaps were anticipating, but we certainly had an awful lot of action earlier on in the race, and still the potential for things to change as the Demon Tweets car headbutts the FNS car at Lodge Corner. This is for position, remember. Demon Tweets were in 8th position, but FNS have caught and passed them, and Demon Tweets wanted to try and get that position back. They've already lost their front splitter, so they didn't mind a little bit more physical racing through the final corner, but it in the end was not enough to net them the position. Ted Bradbury, by the way, 4.4 seconds now behind Uvio. Took a chunk out of them on the last lap. They're going to have probably 2 more laps to go, including the one they're on. So that one's not quite over yet, as Bradbury tries to chase down the second-placed car. Team Olympian, though, on course for, I reckon, their 16th win in Fun Cup Endurance Championship history. Now, the Uvio name is the winningest team in Fun Cup history. The Uvio car has won 24 races in Fun Cup history, but not all of those were Fabulous and Farkini, because they had a completely different driver lineup back in the mid-2010s, which didn't have either of those drivers in it. I reckon they've also won 16 races together, Fabulous and Farkini, at least in the Uvio guys. They've done races for other teams in the past. So this could be quite a significant 16th win for the Olympian squad, who have by and large stayed the same over recent years when they've done the bulk of their winning. I'll have to do a bit more research on that before Snetterton, but I do think this could be a bit of a landmark win for Olympian, or indeed GRD. They're not Olympian anymore. I knew I'd start saying Olympian because I've been looking at that name on my stats sheet for the last 5 minutes, but the GRD squad on course for a really good win, and perhaps a really significant one.
I was just going to let it slide, mate, but...
yeah, I noticed too late.
Yeah, as I mentioned before we got into racing, of course, the last 3 times we visited Oulton Park, it was been GRD that have taken the victory, and they're now going to make it 4 races in a row that they've won here at Oulton Park. That is an unbelievable stat. Fair play to the GRD team. Not only have they been mega out on the black stuff, they've been fantastic in the pit stops as well. It's here, Uvio thread the needle there through a couple of back markers, and this might just help them here. You can see now Uvio and Vape Club in the same camera shot, and they've now actually put a lap now on Clapham North, haven't they, of course? So GRD already making that done about 20 or 30 seconds ago, so they now fall off of the leading lap. There goes Vape Club round the outside of another one of our cars, and now only a bit of fresh air and one Fun Cup car between themselves and second place. But is there enough time left to go? I don't think so.
It's going to be touch and go. This is the final lap, isn't it, actually? So Team GRD are on their way to the checkered flag. 2 of the last 3 years they've won the season opener, have this squad, and on both occasions gone on to win the championship. This is the 3rd of 4 seasons that they've won the season opener. It is going to be a victory once again for Team GRD, for Simon Rudd, Christabel and Riley Phillips, who win the opening round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Oulton Park in surprisingly dominant fashion in the end. That final cycle of pit stops, everything just played out in their favour, and they were able to come home a pretty convincing race-winning team. What is going on for second place? 3.2 seconds were all that separated Uvio and Vape Club. Well, here they come across the line. It will be Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, Fabulous Randaccio and Farkini who hang on to second position, with Vape Club, EDF, Vlad Vasiliev and Ted Bradbury hanging on to third. Could have been a better result for them, but I suppose everyone will say that other than GRD, and I think they'll be satisfied nonetheless with some good points on the board. All of the celebrations, though, are down at the Team GRD end of the pit lane, and deservedly so.
Indeed, yeah. Well, when we had that race restart and we saw Riley lose 4 positions, did we think we'd be seeing these camera shots at the end of the race? I don't think we did. What an amazing second half for GRD. They put the pedal to the metal, they did everything right in that second half, and they deserve that race win.
Nose to tail, and indeed side-by-side finish there for 5th between GCI Racing and Rob Boston too. Remember, they're the 2 cars that collided at Lodge, and Rob Boston got a penalty, actually, we believe, for a different incident up at Shell. A stop-go penalty, second stop-go penalty for them. They came back back out. Sam Heading caught GCI, but were not quite able to find a way through. Just over a tenth of a second separating those two at the line as the rest of the top 10 come through. FNS and Demon Tweaks similarly close actually in the battle for 8th, with FNS getting the better of Demon Tweaks. But Team GRD, they will be absolutely delighted with that. Spoke to a couple of their drivers this morning. They both said this could be the toughest year yet. Well, they came out on top in the end by 25 seconds in the opening round of the championship. That has got to be a great boost of confidence.
It has indeed, of course. Back-to-back champions so far for Team GRD. And yeah, what a start to the season that. A real statement of intent from Team GRD, and I'm sure they're looking to carry that positive momentum through
I've got
into
the
the rest
winners
of the
ready,
year.
and they are very keen to go to Parc Fermé. Okay, I've got the winners, GRD, Christopher and Simon Rudd here. Started as you mean to go on?
Yeah, that was an eventful race, wasn't it? I mean, you know, all Fun Cup races are eventful, but that one has to top many races. It's fantastic. Great start, and on to Silverstone.
Snetterton, you mean? You can go to Silverstone if you want, but we won't be there. That's all right. So that was an epic middle part of your race there, and it was very busy, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean we don't mind a safety car every now and then, but I don't know, 5 or 6 today. It was kept us on our toes. Yeah, my first stint was good. I think managed to get into the lead and have a good battle with Farkini. The second one might have upset some people from being hit a few times, but we're good, everyone's fine. The main thing was getting the win. So just like the horse that won me the Grand National today, because it was I Am Maximus.
Yeah, and can you also send Gina and Max all our best wishes as well? Because we know little Max has been in the wars a little bit this week, so we're all thinking of you all, mate.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. They're on the mend, and Mia wants me to say hello, so hello, Mia. But
this wins for Max.
Yeah,
better.
for putting me making me sleep in a hospital for 3 nights.
All right, go and celebrate. Go on. That's Christopher. Thanks, Phil. That's Christopher and Simon Rudd from GRD, your winners of the opening round of the 2026 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. That's it from me down here in the pit lane, and I'll be passing the baton back over to John Ratcliffe for the remainder of our support races here at Oulton Park, and I'll be back with Andy McEwen at Snetterton in 4 weeks' time.
Indeed so. Thank you, Jamie. Good work in the pit lane. And yeah, lots of stories to keep on top of over a topsy-turvy 4 hours of racing. Team GRD, though, as they have done now on 3 of the last 4 occasions, win the season opening race of the year. The first time, though, actually, that they've done so at Oulton Park, I believe. First time ever they've won the season opener at Oulton Park. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport in 2nd, ahead of Vape Club with EDF Motorsport 3rd. Greenheath came home 4th, ahead of GCI Racing, former champions. Rob Boston Racing 6th, the best of the newer teams, with Axiometrics, FNS Morpheus Motorsport, the second Demon Tweaks car, and C Data completing the top 10. Then it was Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing 11th, Tropical Rocket Racing, really strong result that, I think. They battled their way through a few dramas to end up 12th on their debut in the championship, and the last car on the lead lap. Clapham North were 13th, ahead of PLR Racing, ruining that late spin for Neil Plimmer that dropped them out of the top 10. 15th place then for Exposure Lights, and that's all she wrote because the timing screen has just wiped clear in anticipation of our next race. Final thoughts from you though, John, before we move on to our modified Ford Series race coming up next. Fantastic race, plenty of entertainment, and I think a great season ahead.
Yeah, an absolutely classic Fun Cup race that, wasn't it? Excitement from start to finish, all sorts of different seasons. The weather was just crazy throughout that one. Epic racing up and down the order. If that doesn't get you excited for the rest of the season, I don't know what will. Make sure you join us in a month's time for round 2 at Snetterton. But of course, we've still got plenty of racing